Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
Samoi looked at the gold and silver horns in front of him, and said in preparation, "You can't be wrong, those are the ninja tools of the gold and silver brothers recorded in the book. 4 of the 5 strongest ninja tools ever collected by Yunin village." Asai frowned and said, "I really don't understand the functions of these magic weapons. I fell asleep during Jonin's history class." Samoi sighed and explained, "The rope that shines with yellow light is the golden rope that can bind the enemy and force out his spirit. That sword is the 7-star sword that can cut off spirits and curse enemies. That gourd is the purple, gold and red gourd that records the spirit of speech and seals the enemy. And that red and white fan is the banana fan that can fan out all the attributes of fire, water, earth, thunder and wind." Asai frowned and said, "It looks like it's really difficult to deal with. Oh, the other side is taking action." As he spoke, a large number of white zetsu appeared around the 3 of them, surrounding them. Asai drew his sword and said, "Leave this to me." Saying that, Asai roared, "Yunlu, flame slash." Pulling out the knife, a circle of fire instantly formed around the 3 of them. Asai smiled and said, "These ninja tools look awesome, but they are just props. Compared to my fanatical flame ninjutsu, these are not enough. Come. Let's see how I end them." As he said that, Asai raised his sword and was about to chop off Jinyangieo's head. Darui hurriedly shouted, "Hey, Asai, don't be impulsive." Samoi hurriedly shouted, "Don't start a group yet, wait until I finish speaking. Damn it, this guy who hasn't learned history well, rushes out like this, he wants to become history." Jinjiao sneered and said, "You are really overestimating your abilities." Injiao smiled and said, "Let's make this kid have a longer memory." Darui and Samoi hurriedly jumped out of the ring of fire and went to the rescue. Asai directly waved the flaming machete, slashing and burning by Ju in front of him. "Get away, don't think there is a wall, lousy can't get through." Jin Jiao sneered and said, "In Jiao, I will deal with this guy who is screaming, and I will leave the other 2 to you." In Jiao nodded and said, "No problem." With that said, Golden Horn attacked Asai directly, and Asai said sharply, "Come on, Uncle Golden Horn." Samoi hurriedly shouted, "Be careful." Seeing that Kinkiku's fist wrapped around the gold rope was about to hit Azui, with a hiss, a yellow flash appeared, and Naruto kicked Kinkiku's head and kicked him away. On the other side, Injiao was confronting Darui with a machete, but unexpectedly a fist came out halfway. Watch the move. With a bang, the silver horn was directly knocked away, like a cannonball, and was directly blasted into the sea, and then with a bang, a big wave was directly hit. Darui held the knife and was stunned. What a powerful force this was, even more powerful than his boss Reikage. Darui looked up and saw that it was Lord Hokage Tsunade. "Master Hokage, why are you here?" Tsunade said, Because of Naruto's support, my side is over, so I'm here to support you." When Darui saw this, he was very happy and said, "So that's it, then this will be much better." Turning around and tilting his head, he saw Naruto over there with yellow chakra flames all over his body. Darui thought to himself, "It's safe. There are Naruto and Lord Hokage, even if they face the gold and silver horns, some of them can fight." Asai looked at Naruto and said, Hey, you be *******D, please don't steal my head." Naruto attacked the village and also beat the Reikage, so Azui didn't have much affection for Naruto. Samoi went up and slapped Asai, saying, ****hole, who told you to rush forward so fast? Why couldn't you wait for me to finish speaking?" Asai covered his face and said aggrievedly, "What are you talking about? Just go up and fight." Naruto looked at Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Although he was reborn this time, he was not very familiar with the 2 people in Kyomogakure. It was only later when he became Hokage and visited Kumogakure that the Reikage was already Darui. Yes, he told me some of it, but not all. Not far away, Jin Injiao stood up again. This is Kurama inside Shadow Clone Naruto speaking. Naruto, beat these two guys up for me. Shadow Clone Naruto, what's wrong? Do you have a grudge against these two guys? Kurama gnashed his teeth and said, these two guys once ran into my stomach and ate my flesh like crazy, causing me pain for several days. There was no way to stop them. In the end, they were full and then they were taken away. I spit it out. Shadow Clone Naruto frowned. There is such a thing. Kurama yelled, beat these two bastards. Shadow Clone Naruto nodded and said, don't worry, I will definitely help you vent your anger. Kinkaku and Ginkaku were also lured out by Shadow Clone Naruto. Jinjiao, hey, Injiao, do you sense a familiar chakra? Injiao nodded and said, yes, I miss it so much. Jinjiao shouted, hey kid, you have 9 tails in your body. Silverhorn chuckled and said, I miss 9 tails meat so much. I haven't eaten it for a long time. Golden Horn, catch that guy, force out 9 tails, and then we'll come out and eat. Silverhorn, good idea. Shadow Clone Naruto frowned and said, these two guys really deserve a beating, Kurama. Kurama, I'm right. Samui came to Shadow Clone Naruto, looked at Jin Injiao and said, I need to tell you again, be careful of the golden rope in Jinjiao's hand. Once he hits you, you will be forced to speak the words, which is the word we say the most since we were born. After the words are forced out, the 7-star sword will cut off our words, and the gourd will record them and absorb them. Once we say that word again, it will be sucked into the gourd and sealed. Tsunade frowned and said, this is the curse sealing techniques. Samui nodded and said, Hokage-sama is right, so everyone should be careful not to get hit by that golden rope. Shadow Clone Naruto nodded and said, ah, I see. I remember a little bit now. Then, we can deal with them without saying anything. As long as we don't say anything, everything will be fine. Samui thought about it and nodded, it should be like this. Darui complained, damn, it's so uncomfortable that catchphrases have become taboos. Jinjiao smiled and said, you know a lot about it. It seems that as time goes by, some secrets are no longer secrets. Injiao laughed and said, it's okay. Even if they know, it's useless. Shadow Clone Naruto laughed and said, humph. In that case, then you can give it a try. As he said that, Shadow Clone Naruto rolled the balls with his hands and drove on. I'll go first, Granny Tsunade. Shadow Clone Naruto directly rubbed the balls and came up. Silver Horn said, hey, Golden Horn, this Jinchuriki is not simple, look at his eyes, there is also the legendary Samsara Eye. Jin Jiao sneered and said, what are you afraid of? We still have the Noble Phantasm of Sage of 6 Paths. Besides, it's an honor to fight 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Watch your moves. With a bang, the Golden Horn struck with a hammer, holding a golden rope in his hand. He knew that Naruto would hide, so he subconsciously fired an imaginary shot. After Naruto dodged, the Golden Horn smiled, and fought back with his arm, smiling in success. Said, you have been fooled. As a result, after the Golden Horn hit him, he found that it was clearly Naruto's blind spot, but he avoided it. How could this be possible? Shadow Clone Naruto didn't even look back, because he turned on Sage mode and his perception was advanced. Rasengan. 9 Tails Chakra's hand erupted from Naruto's body, he grabbed the Rasengan and blasted it directly towards the Golden Horn. Damn it! Jinjiao raised the banana fan in his hand. With a bang, Rasengan hit the fan directly, Jinjiao gritted his teeth, and with a bang, the two people bounced away. Ginkaku sighed, as expected, the guy who can become 9 Tails Jinchuriki has 2 skills. Darui rushed over, slashed with his knife, and shouted, don't be distracted, your opponent is me, watch your moves. With a clang, Darui's knife collided with Injiao's big knife. Tsunade also came to help, watch the move. Tsunade with strange power punched him, and Silverhorn frowned. This B******ch had just punched him away, but he remembered it. Listening to their name, it seemed like they were Hokage from Hokage village. With a bang, Silverhorn flashed past, and Tsunade's fist hit the water, causing a huge wave. Silverhorn said, "I never expected that the current Hokage is actually a woman." Tsunade snorted coldly, and Ginkaku continued to tease, "But, Hokage is nothing special. After all, it's not like I haven't killed anyone before." Tsunade frowned instantly when she heard this. Darui held the knife and advised kindly, "Hey, Uncle Ian, I advise you not to tease others, otherwise, if Master Hokage gets angry, he will really smash you to pieces." Silverhorn smiled and said, "Oh, what's wrong? Does second Hokage have anything to do with her?" Tsunade said seriously, "Second Hokage, this is my second uncle. Today, I am here to avenge my second uncle." Injiao said thoughtfully, "No wonder, I can feel a trace of familiar chakra from your body. I thought it was an illusion." "Ha ha ha, it's really interesting. I actually met the descendants of my old friend, so I have to take care of myself. I will treat you like you will follow in the footsteps of your second uncle." Here, after the golden horn was blown away by Naruto, Asai rushed up, fiery machete. The huge flaming knife attacks. Jinjiao snorted coldly, flapped the banana fan, and a burst of flame hit Asai's face. Asai screamed in pain, "It's so hot." Jinjiao snorted coldly and said, "Boy, stop pretending." Asai was furious. Damn it, in front of the seniors in his village, Naruto stole the limelight and was laughed at. He couldn't bear it at all. He rushed over and shouted, "Watch the move." Samui hurriedly shouted, "Don't be impulsive." What Jinjiao was waiting for was a stunned young man who slashed at him with his sword. Jinjiao dodged. Naruto saw that the situation was not good and rushed directly towards him. What a pity, Asai had a headache, so he took the initiative to hit him. With a bang, he was directly punched by Jinjiao's fist. Asai rubbed his face and sighed, "Damn, this fist is really hot." Samui went up and gave Asai a slap in the face and said, "You guy, why are you so reckless?" Just as Asai was about to speak, a ball of blue stuff came out of his mouth, which was similar to a soul. Silverhorn saw this and shouted, "Golden Horn, change hands." Saying that, Injiao threw the seven-star sword in his hand. After Jinjiao took it, he attacked Asai directly and slashed the spirit with one strike. Injiao hugged the gourd and said, "Record." With a hiss, Yenling was sucked in. Asai said in horror, "What is this?" Just as he was thinking about it, Naruto made a big dodge and came directly in front of him. Jinjiao's eyes suddenly widened, so fast. Boom! Shadow clone Naruto flashed over and said, "Damn it, I was ready to flash over and stop you, but who could have imagined? You rushed too fast." Explode! Darui thought to himself, just transfer him away so that he can't come into contact with the gold and silver horns. Saying that, he was about to attack with his hand holding the golden rope. As a result, Naruto raised his wind-release shuriken and slashed at him. Saying that, Jinjiao stirred up the banana fan. Darui shouted, "Asai, just go back and deal with Baiju on the shore." Seeing that the golden horn's hand was cut off, Naruto frowned, and the nine-tails chakra exploded. The chakra hand pushed the wind-release shuriken, and directly pushed the golden horn dozens of meters away, and then Nine-Tails chakra fully overflowed from Jinjiao's body, instantly becoming Nine-Tails mode. Jinkaku handed the seven-star sword to Ginkaku, took back the banana fan, then regained control of the golden rope, looked at Naruto and said, "Boy, you don't seem to be afraid of this rope. It's like there's a protective circle around him." In order for Naruto to help him fight these two guys, Kurama brought out all the chakra. Silverhorn chuckled. This sentence is talking about Asai. He now understands that as long as the rope is in contact with the body, the spirit will come out. There is only one way, and that is to take away the rope. Saying that, Naruto directly took out a shuriken. It is also a shadow clone now, so the amount of chakra is not much, but it is enough for Naruto. Foam Dun cut Jinjiao's body, and Jinjiao gritted his teeth and said, "You guy, ah." Naruto frowned and said, "Grandma Tsunade, Darui, you deal with the silver horn, and I'll deal with the golden horn. Don't let them come into contact, and defeat them one by one." Asai nodded, although he was very reluctant, but this was the only thing he could do at the moment, so Asai got out of the way. Why do wind and fire surround Naruto? Wind and fire combined, attacking Naruto. Could it be the strength of the Samsara Eye? What did he see? Jinjiao and Yinjiao laughed. With a whoosh, Jinjiao's hand was cut off. Naruto smiled slightly and attacked directly. A burst of fire and a burst of wind are coming. Jinjiao laughed and said, "Oh, I actually used wind escape, ha ha ha, I want to restrain our lightning style, but I don't use lightning style." Samui came over, covered his mouth and said, "Stop talking, you have been cursed and sealed now. If you say the words you usually say the most, you will go into that gourd." Naruto frowned slightly, not afraid at all, and walked directly through the sea of fire. Jinjiao was shocked, how could this be possible? Jinjiao felt that his body was about to burst, but there was nothing he could do. A huge wind escape ball exploded on the sea surface. Asai was also very annoyed, but there was no chance of regret at this moment. This guy. Looking at the Nine Tails chakra erupting and transforming into a powerful golden horn, the Nine Tails and Shadow clone Naruto's belly was instantly unhappy. Naruto looked at the golden horn in front of him and said with a smile, "Hey, Kurama, it seems that you gave this guy a lot of chakra." Nine Tails said angrily, "These two guys came into my stomach and ate the meat. I didn't give it to them. You understand?" Feeling Kurama's roaring voice, Naruto laughed. From this, it can be seen that the golden and silver horns did cause a lot of harm to Kurama, otherwise, it would not be so angry. Having said that, Naruto can also feel the same, because when he was a child, he often drank expired milk, which caused a stomachache. He still had a very profound feeling of having a stomachache and looking for a toilet to poop. What's more, Kurama, who was golden in the first 2 days, Yinjiao ate so much in its belly that it couldn't spit it out and couldn't poop it out. It was really uncomfortable. "Don't worry, Kurama, I will help you beat it up." Golden Horn looked at Naruto in front of him and shouted, "You guy, I will never forgive you." Tsunade looked at the golden horn in front of her and said in shock, "This looks like Nine Tails Jinchuriki." Darui swallowed a sip of water and sighed, "Now we are in trouble." Yinjiao laughed loudly and said, "Jinjiao, if you transform, I won't change. Go and kill them." Here, Asai suddenly heard the sound of ah ah ah, and was sucked into the gourd by a gust of wind. Yinjiao laughed loudly and said, "Deal with one first." Darui frowned and said, "Samui, if you don't speak, you won't be sucked in." Sami said blankly, "Yes, I remember that's what it says in the book. Is there an error in the record?" Naruto frowned and said, "There is a problem. It should be that after being touched by the golden rope, if you remain silent for a period of time, you may also be sucked in." Silverhorn looked at Naruto with a smile and said, "That's good, boy, you can spot the blind spots at a glance. You are the first to spot them so far." Darui said, "You are really despicable. If my guess is correct, Samui knows that if you don't speak, you won't be sealed. It was you who spread the word." Ginkaku chuckled and said, "That's natural. In the ninja world, in addition to ninjutsu, language deception and inaccurate intelligence are also the key to victory." Naruto snorted coldly, looked at the golden horn over there and shouted, "Golden horn, right? Kurama is very unhappy that you got into its belly. Now, I'm here to help it get revenge." With that said, Naruto directly transformed into a hand of 9 tails chakra and rushed forward. Jin Jiao snorted and said, "You are the only one who wants to attack me." With that said, Golden Horn rushed over. Unexpectedly, Naruto did not attack the Golden Horn at all. Instead, he turned around and scooped up the 9 tails chakra directly like a spoon and floated on the water. The one with the Golden Horn had a golden rope. "Cut off your hand." Naruto's eyes were solemn and he thought to himself, as long as there is no direct contact, that's fine. After digging it up, Naruto flashed yellow, because in 9 tails mode, Naruto's speed in short distances can be comparable to the speed of flying Thunder God, and faster than Raikage. With one quick step, he jumped directly into Injiao's face. "For you." With a crash, the severed hand directly touched Injiao's face. Injiao had no time to react and cursed angrily, "Oops, this guy is so disgusting." He touched the golden rope. He was still a little uneasy, after all, it was his first time to use such a treasure. Upon seeing this, Jin Jiao rushed over, "You guy, you actually gave me Injiao, I will tear you apart." Immediately afterwards, Tsunade's wounds healed quickly. "Darui! Accept the seal." Darui roared, and the purple gold-red gourd issued a suction force, sealing the silver horn. This scene is exactly the same as when Naruto beat Kurama and obtained its chakra. With a whoosh, the spiral shuriken attacked directly towards the golden horn. With a bang, a huge wind escape ball exploded, pushing the golden horn several hundred meters away towards the deep sea. Samui said, "Yes, Kyomogakure also has a treasure that can be sealed. I will contact Mr. Raikage right now." Darui reacted instantly, dodged over, and caught the 7-star sword and the gourd. Golden Horn stood up and shouted, "Here I come, Silver Horn." Naruto snorted coldly, stretched out the 9 tails chakra's big hand, and then punched him. Tsunade snorted coldly, "This is natural. As a medical ninja, I can participate in the battle." Tsunade's offensive continued unabated, grabbing Golden Horn's chakra tail with both hands, and roared, "Don't underestimate Hokage. Golden Horn, save me." Kurama reminded, "Naruto, the amount of your chakra is limited. I also gave you mine. You can only take one shot at most. If you take more, it will be gone. You and I are both in shadow clone status now." Tsunade looked at Naruto who was fighting. She could tell at a glance that Naruto was helping everyone delay. He was in shadow clone state. To fight this golden horn, chakra might not be enough, and the golden rope was broken. The hand has disappeared, and the golden horn's hand has recovered. She looked at Darui and said, "Darui, is there any other way to seal this golden horn?" "Record it, purple gold and red gourd." Darui said, imitating Injiao's appearance just now. Seeing this, Tsunade rushed over, and the huge strange power attacked. The golden horn's chakra tail attacked directly, piercing through Tsunade's body at once. Naruto shouted in horror, "Grandma Tsunade!" Jin Jiao, who was lying on the ground, slowly raised his head, looked at Tsunade, and muttered, "Why does this guy look a bit like Senju Hashirama? His body is so strong and he can still recover." Shingshi, one more shot. Ginkaku half-crouched above the sea, and he was immediately furious. This Darui, and that Naruto, they are bastards. No, he has to leave quickly, or he will be sealed. Samui praised, as expected of Master Hokage, one of the Sannin, he was able to recover quickly and fight after being so seriously injured. Here, Injiao is in despair, Jinjiao is being held back. With a bang, the silver horn was knocked away, and the 7-star sword and gourd flew directly into the sky. Naruto dodged over, wind release, spiral shuriken. Samui shouted, "Be careful, Naruto." Wow, having his tongue cut off from his silver horn is like having his tongue cut out. With a bang, multiple layers of waves were directly stirred up. Naruto nodded and said, "Understood." Darui smiled and said, "Shinshi, one of them has been solved. Naruto exclaimed, "This is Granny Tsunade's 100 Heroes technique, it's so powerful." Here, Injiao spit out the spirit of words. Seeing this, Darui raised the 7-star sword and rushed towards it. He slashed it with one blow and shouted, "Curse, 7-star sword." Naruto rushed over and the wind-release shuriken in his hand made a buzzing sound. As he said that, he pulled it out, then violently pulled it up and threw it to the sea. Headquarters. Shikaku received a message from Sammy asking for help. Huh? Jin Jiao actually transformed into Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. How is this possible? Shikaku looked at Reikage and asked, "Reikage-sama, you said they have Nine-Tails chakra, but why can they transform into Nine-Tails Jinchuriki?" Upon hearing this, Reikage stood up and shouted, "Mabuyi, go get ready." Mabuyi nodded, "Yes." Reikage AI looked at Shikaku and said, "According to records, these two people stayed in Nine-Tails' belly not for 2 days, but for 2 weeks. During these 2 weeks, these two people relied on Nine-Tails. The meat in Tails' belly survived. When it comes out, the two of them can transform into that shape when they get angry." Shikaku said in disbelief, "It's actually like this. If you eat Nine-Tails meat, you can transform into a Jinchuriki." Having said this, Reikage AI also thought of something and said, "That's not entirely true. Because of the situation at the Golden and Silver Corner, an experiment was conducted in the village, which was to organize people to eat 8-Tails meat. Let's see if we can become 8-Tails Jinchuriki, but unfortunately, they are all dead." Shikaku frowned slightly, such a cruel and inhumane experiment. But he also understood that this should have been done when Third Reikage was in office. At that time, no one could blame anyone. Didn't Konoha also conduct a lot of experiments on children in order to master the power of wood style? Yamato is one of the good proofs. Shikaku said, "Why the gold and silver horns?" Reikage sighed and said, "Later we speculated that the two brothers Jin Injiao had the bloodline of Sage of 6 Paths, so they could withstand the amount of Nine-Tails chakra." Shikaku frowned and said, "In that case, Master Reikage, is there any way in Kumogakure village to subdue them? You know, after all, they were once ninjas from Kumogakure, so they should have their weaknesses." Reikage AI nodded and said to Shikaku, "Follow me." With that said, Shikaku followed Reikage to a place. "This is?" Shikaku asked, looking at the Noble Phantasm in front of him. Reikage AI said, "Although Golden Horn possesses powerful chakra and vitality, the treasure in front of me, the amber purifying bottle. It can seal him. This is the only thing I snatched from them." Lujio sighed, "Is this thing so powerful?" Reikage AI nodded and said, "Well, the reason why Kumogakure can control 8-Tails so powerfully is because the Noble Phantasm in front of him has successfully sealed 8-Tails many times. It is different from the purple gold and red gourd. As long as the target answers the question of holding it, at the call of the target, it can record the target's voice and seal it." "Shikaku, that's it." Reikage said sharply, "Mabuyi, are you ready?" "Azabui made a seal, it's ready, Reikage-sama." Lujio suddenly realized, so that's it, we need to use the technique of heaven sending to teleport to the battlefield. Reikage AI nodded and said, "Yes, there must be a fierce battle on Darui's side, so we must be quick." Mabuyi, "Okay, right away." "Wait a minute." Shikaku stopped him, and Reikage looked over with confusion. Shikaku said, "Master Reikage, you got this thing from Golden Horn, so the other party must know the rules. If you want him to be fooled, you must make a plan." Reikage AI thought for a moment and instantly understood that this was indeed the case. "Shikaku, I leave the tactics to you, give the order quickly." Lujio nodded, actually he already had an idea in his mind. "Mabuyi, the teleportation will begin in 3 minutes. I will go back to the intelligence ball to implement teleportation tactics." Mabuyi, "Okay." With that said, Shikaku ran back, then came to Hai, squatted down, and said, "Help me pick up Darui. This side of the battlefield." Darui is slashing by Zetsu. Over there, Naruto was fighting Golden Horn with 2 shurikens. The exploded Golden Horn was very angry. Although Wind Release consumed a lot of Golden Horn's chakra, compared to Shadow Clone Naruto, he could no longer fire out shurikens. Got it. Kurama, Naruto, you can't use it anymore, if you use it again we will disappear. Naruto gasped, I know, there is so much chakra in this guy's body. Jinjiao chuckled and said, come on, why don't you come? If you don't come, then it's up to me. With that said, with a whoosh, he could only rush over on the sea, with a large wave behind him. So fast. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly, and the Golden Horn flashed directly into his face. Shinra Tenjin. Naruto clasped his hands together, and the 9 tails mode on his body disappeared instantly because the chakra consumption was rapidly decreasing. When Tsunade saw this, she felt something bad and prepared to come over to help. Here, the repulsive force of heaven formed a circle ball to protect Naruto. As a result, Golden Horn kept roaring forward, and his hand reached directly through the repulsive ball. Naruto gritted his teeth and said, hole. Even Shinra Tenjin can. With a bang, it could only be broken open, and the shock wave generated directly knocked Shadow Clone Naruto away, and the Golden Horn also flew backwards. Naruto. Tsunade flashed over and caught Naruto, and the 2 of them slid across the sea for a long distance. Naruto gasped, thank you, Granny Tsunade. Tsunade nodded and said, teach me next, and you disappear. Shadow Clone Naruto shook his head, then sat down cross-legged and said, I want to condense the natural chakra, Grandma Tsunade, help me drag it for a while. Tsunade nodded, no problem. With that said, Tsunade's Hyakuho no Jutsu was still activated at this moment, and she faced Golden Horn directly without waiting for him to attack, because Naruto might be injured if he attacked. Here, Darui has listened to all the tactics. After nodding, the amber bottle appeared in front of him with the light of lightning. The Golden Horn in the distance immediately sensed his former Noble Phantasm. So that's it, they want to use it to seal me. That's ridiculous, I will be sealed by my own Noble Phantasm. With that said, Jin Jiao ran away immediately. Woo! Bang bang bang! Come on! The ninjas present wiped their foreheads and shouted. Darui was breathing heavily, and he was tired. Huang Tu shouted, Earth-style class, follow me. At the same time, Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji also arrived. Tsunade, oh. With that said, Golden Horn attacked the ordinary ninja directly. Close it. Unfortunately, with a bang, the ground cracked open. 5 or 6 9-tails stuck out from the ground, and then supported the ground, and the Golden Horns rushed out. Dodge, get out of the way. Like the roar of a monster, the huge stone was brought up. The Golden Horn was so angry that it raised its tail all up, and then slammed it down again. In an instant, the land was smashed to pieces. Darui hurriedly ordered the ninjas to disperse, but many ninjas were still killed or injured. The 2 earth walls closed directly on the cut earth, pressing the Golden Horn under the earth. Tsunade roared, get out of my way. As he spoke, the huge 9-tails tail stretched out from Jinjiao's body, cutting the battlefield. Kill you all. Jin Jiao snorted coldly, turned around and left. This woman, Hokage, was very troublesome. This guy couldn't be immune to death, and he was extremely strong. Jin Jiao knew what they were thinking, so they were holding him back. The huge black electric tiger rushed directly from top to bottom, biting Jin Jiao's neck, and then exploded. Jin Jiao snorted angrily and jumped up with all his strength. Come here. Click, click, click. Earth style, earthquake core. Sorry, the 4th unit has arrived. With a bang, Jin Jiao was knocked down with one punch. Huang Tu leads the earth-style class, clapping his hands on the ground, injecting chakra, and closing the earth. Darui, Black Panther. The dancing tail stirs up layers of waves. Captain Huangtu casts ninjutsu, and the second unit support arrives. Tsunade rushed over, don't even think about it. When Golden Horn came to land, it was instantly cut in half under its feet, and then sank. Darui saw this and shouted, Lord Hokage, get out of the way. Jin Jiao was instantly shocked and screamed. If you hurt Jiao, I will hurt your people. Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino Shikamaru are here. Sorry, I'm late. Ino narrowed her eyes slightly and looked forward. Choji said seriously, it doesn't look good. Shikamaru frowned and said, it's this guy, why does it feel like Naruto went berserk? Buzz. The sound of high-speed rotation came, and Naruto held the wind-release Raisin Shuriken and shouted, Shikamaru, I'm not like him. Shikamaru smiled and said, it's true, this is the first time I've been caught talking bad about someone behind their back. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly and said, I'm on it. Click, 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 Naruto ran at high speed, his feet stepped on the water, making a running sound. Jin Jiao said angrily, this guy is here again. He was very angry. This Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was really annoying. He kept blasting himself with wind. Come on, let me see how brave you are. Golden Horn beats his chest like a gorilla. Naruto roared, wind release, spiral shuriken. With a whoosh, the huge wind escape ball exploded, bombarding Jinjiao. Jinjiao placed his hands on the wind escape ball, roared, continuously injected chakra, and then inserted all the tail into it. With a roar, he directly gave the wind escape ball to tear apart. Ha, come on, keep coming. Naruto frowned slightly, and with one shot, the sage mode he had saved was gone. Forget it, no need to use the shuriken, use the power of heaven to suppress him. Just now, Shikaku used Haichi's intelligence ball to communicate with Naruto. Try to delay it until Shikamaru and the others arrive. Now, they are here, just wait for Shikamaru to react and prepare tactics. Here, Shikamaru looked at the battlefield situation and frowned, it seems that our casualties are somewhat serious. Ino nodded emotionally. Choji looked at the corpses of white Zetsu and ninjas from various villages floating on the sea. He swallowed and said, this is war. It's really terrible. Shikamaru said seriously, that's right, this is war, life and death can happen in an instant. The atmosphere between the three people was a bit low, but the ninjas who saw the three people shouted. Ha. In addition to the second unit, the fourth unit also came to support. Shinshi, finally they are here. Now victory is in sight, brothers, cheer up. Shikamaru was a little surprised and said with sweat on his forehead, it seems that everyone has high hopes for us. Are we this kind of character? Ino agreed, yes, it seems that we can solve it immediately if we come here. Choji worried, I always feel nervous. You are here. As he spoke, Tsunade flashed over. Lord Hokage. Lord Hokage. Lord Hokage. The three of them happily greeted Tsunade. Shikamaru smiled and said, Hokage-sama, why are you here? Choji was also very happy. He didn't expect that Lord Hokage was actually here. During the war, the shadow of each village is not only a symbol of fighting power, but also a totem, with the shadow of its own village. For people like Choji who are afraid of war, the psychological comfort is very strong. Shikamaru was also very surprised, because when Shikamaru talked on the phone, he only talked about tactics, not Tsunade and Naruto. Tsunade said, I came here first to support you. Shikaku has already told me the tactics. Just go ahead and do it. Don't embarrass our Konoha village on such an important battlefield. Ino heard Tsunade-sama's encouragement and smiled, I obey. Hokage-sama, I won't be a woman if I don't defeat that monster. Tsunade touched Ino's head and smiled, very good. Shikamaru smiled, and Choji seemed determined. Here, The other ninjas who saw the three of them clearly made a completely different sound than just now. Ah, it's not the old generation of pig deer butterflies, it's the new generation. No, it's true or false. It's over. Are they reliable? Here I go, I thought it was an older generation of Konoha's Ino Shika butterfly. Shikamaru covered his forehead and smiled bitterly. Let me just say, they regard us as our fathers. No wonder the ninjas from other villages complained. The older generation of Ino Shika butterfly was once as famous as the yellow flash in a certain period of time. In the ninja world, especially during the Third World War, it showed its face. Moreover, the three families of Ino, deer and butterfly have always cooperated in history. In the ninja world, they are long-standing legendary families. Anyone who knows will understand that it is a very powerful combination. Tsunade looked at the three of them, knocked Shikamaru on the forehead and said, "Didn't you listen to your father? You have to create new legends. Young people, you just have to keep challenging. Go, my children." After hearing Tsunade's encouragement, the three of them suddenly felt confident. Shikamaru smiled and said, "Ino, Choji, Team 10, attack." Oh. Come on. Here, Naruto kept trembling with the golden horn. With the power of the Samsara Eye and the heavenly Tao, he was barely able to hold the golden horn down on the beach. However, the consumption of chakra was too great, and within 5 seconds, the golden horn had already been discovered. Boy, you're dead. Once I used the Shinra Tenjin defensive attack. After a 5-second interval, the golden horns rushed wildly, and their tails were like thorns, piercing them all. Shadow Clone Naruto sighed and said, "Forget it, just disappear like this and let the main body call another Shadow Clone over." Originally, the amount of chakra was not much, and Shadow Clone Naruto was not going to struggle. Just when the golden horn's tail swept down. Elder brother. Oh. Combo, 8 trigrams palms. With a bang, Jinjiao's 9 tails tail was directly knocked away. Golden horn, Nanny. Niji landed on the ground and said with a smile, "Naruto, aren't you 9 tails Jinchuriki? How can you be so vain after fighting such an impostor?" Hinata quickly explained, "Naruto-kun must be tired." Shadow Clone Naruto smiled, "Niji, Hinata." Here, Jin Jiao said angrily, "Coming to support again? But it's no use, you have to die." As he said that, Golden Horn rushed towards him, and Niji shouted, "Hinata! Hurry! Hinata, yeah!" Hinata dodged to Naruto's side and helped him to dodge back. Niji threw a smoke bomb into the sea in front of him and left quickly. Jinjiao snorted coldly and said, "You are so small, don't even think about leaving." Just as they approached the smoke, a roar came, "Meat bomb tank." With a bang, it hit Jin Jiao's face directly, and the chariot opened wide and rotated, hitting Jin Jiao's body. Damn! Damn it! B******************* D. Golden Horn grabbed the meat bomb with both hands, roared, and thrust it into the sky. Immediately, Choji flew into the sky, then the chariot form was cancelled, and he fell into the sea. Jin Jiao just wanted to laugh arrogantly and make moves, but unfortunately, he found that he couldn't move at all. This is... Suddenly, a bright light erupted from the amber bottle, and a huge suction force hit directly towards the golden horn. With a bang, the boulder shattered, and the golden horn lost its grip and flew directly towards the Noble Phantasm. With a hiss, he was sucked in, and Darui subconsciously covered it in a hurry. Sami was also there, assisting Darui. Darui stood ready and said excitedly, "It has been prepared for a long time." With that said, Golden Horn burst out the final chakra. The chakra's tail stretched out, circled Tsunade directly, and flew towards the bottle. Tsunade dodged over, raised her fist and shouted, "Ino, go back quickly and leave it to me." Darui opened the lid of the amber bottle and shouted, "Golden Horn." Golden Horn broke free, then shot out a tail wildly, and said with a smile, "Die." Tsunade aimed at the boulder and punched it with strange strength. Damn Hokage, in that case, just go in with me. Choji ran over, looking worried. Shikamaru was also stunned, his pupils trembling. Golden Horn in the distance suddenly spoke, "Come in, the art of turning your heart around, successful." When Nisai saw this scene, he snorted coldly, crossed his hands on his chest, and turned his head to the side. Not seeing is unclean. Tsunade rolled up her sleeves and looked at the slightly hot flying thunder god mark on her arm. She smiled slightly, squatted down, pinched Naruto's face, and teased, "Oh. Naruto, who was so fearless before, is still like this, afraid of his master." Sami looked at Darui and asked in horror, "Master Hokage won't?" Ino in her arms also woke up at this moment. Looking at Shikamaru like this, she frowned and said, "What's wrong? Didn't it succeed?" Ino saw this, understood, and the art of turning around was lifted. Trouble. Shikamaru went over and held Ino in his arms. Seeing this, Tsunade shouted, "Darui." Ino was still inside Jin Jiao's body at this moment. She was fighting for control of her body and shouted, "You guy, let me go." Jin Jiao still wanted to struggle. In the face of the huge suction force, he kept carrying it and tried to grab everything he could. Finally, he grabbed a huge rock on the beach. Shikamaru suddenly became extremely anxious and shouted, "Hokage-sama." Jin Jiao said angrily, "Everyone can only use clever skills. This kind of ninjutsu, I will open it in a minute, roar." The golden horn struggled wildly, and Shikamaru instantly felt that he was tied to a prehistoric giant beast, struggling with great strength. Hinata half-crouched next to Naruto in distress, caressing his back, and said worriedly, "Naruto-kun." Shikamaru wiped the sweat from his forehead, because the arrow-like thorn of chakra stopped right between his eyebrows. Tsunade snorted coldly, "Idiot's dream." Shikamaru shouted hurriedly, "Ino, are you okay?" There was a buzzing sound, and Ino, who was not far behind him, closed his eyes and fell face to face. Not far away, Shikamaru squatted half-crouched on the sea, formed a seal with his hands and said with a smile, "The art of shadow imitation, successful." I don't want to go in, I don't want to." Ino controlled the golden horn and promised, "I'm here." Shadow clone Naruto's side, Naruto gasped for air and complained, "Grandma Tsunade, when it's so dangerous in the future, it's better for me to be here. If something happens to you, Pervy Sage won't be able to spare me." The golden horn was successfully sealed. Suddenly, a cheer came from the battlefield. Choji sat down on the sea and sighed, "Oh my god, it's over. I'm breaking out in a cold sweat and I feel like I've lost weight." Shikamaru joked, "Don't be ridiculous, you are still the same person." Ino smiled and said, "You were very scared, but you fought very bravely. Choji, you did a good job." Shikaku connected to 3 people again through Haichi, and by the way, he connected to his old friend Ding Zeo. Shikamaru, the plan was executed perfectly. Ding Zeo's consciousness was also on it, and he said mentally, "Choji, good job." Hai smiled, "Ino, now your heart-turning speed and untying speed have been greatly improved, you have matured a lot." With a hiss, Tsunade came over and looked at the 3 people with a smile. "Shinshi, good job." After getting recognition from Hokage and Tsunade, the 3 of them were immediately full of confidence. Captain Huang too came out and shouted, "Teams 6 to 10, send the injured to the follow-up troops, others follow me." With that said, Huang too led his troops and went into encircle by Ju on the shore. Darui looked at the amber bottle in front of him, frowned and said, "The golden rope that can force the spirit of speech is sealed together with the golden horn, so now the 7-star sword is useless, and the purple gold gourd is useless." Huh? Yes. Here's the banana fan. Here, Tian, who was following the troops to attack, suddenly found a fan under the cliff. Here, Tsunade looked at the 3 of them and said, "Don't be stunned here, there is another person over there, you should deal with it yourself." When Shikamaru heard this, he was slightly startled. Who is it? 3 of them are needed to go. Without any time to think, Shikamaru led Ino and Choji to attack in the direction pointed by Tsunade. Rushing over quickly, suddenly, a large area of flames ignited and produced a large amount of smoke. Shikamaru frowned. This technique. He is too familiar with it, isn't it? Shikamaru jumped up and landed from the sea, followed closely by Choji and Ino. In the flames, the corpses of several ninjas were lying there, with blood flowing on the ground. In the flames, a figure slowly walked out. Shikamaru's eyes kept staring until the figure walked out. This is... Shikamaru's eyes widened, his pupils were shaking, and a stream of sweat flowed from his forehead. He couldn't believe it. Choji said urgently, Asuma-sensei. Shikaku passes through Haichi and connects the 3 of them again. Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, cheer up, you were once in class 10, and you know Asuma the best. It is your decision to attack, Tsunade-sama, and I made the decision. Choji's eyes moved slightly, as if he was about to cry, but, he is my teacher. Lu Jiu said in a deep voice, there is nothing to worry about. We must win this war. Asuma is dead. Now he is under control. Don't you understand, Asuma? If you don't stop him, he is going to kill your comrades. Look at the people around you. When Choji and Ino heard this, they looked at their comrades around them. Everyone was working hard, and there were shouts of killing, death, and blood everywhere. Shikamaru gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, listen. Asuma is dead, you know that. Choji and Ino were stunned by the yelling, and Shikamaru continued, as his disciple, you must inherit his will. Asuma's will is to protect the jade of the village, that is, the children in the village. Similarly, this war is also about protecting jade in the entire ninja world. This is completely consistent with Asuma's will. Now Asuma has been controlled by the enemy and is doing things he doesn't want to do. As his disciple, all we can do is stop him. Choji, Ino. Let's go. Here, Asuma is facing an attack from another 3-person team. Ah. It's okay, thank you very much. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the 3 people who had been pretending to be strong suddenly lost their composure. Only Shikamaru was still holding back, while Choji and Ino had tears in their eyes. Konoha said, let's go. Konoha nodded, then stepped back, and Kumogakure complained, what the hell, the ceiling class has deserted. Yunin didn't know, so he frowned and said, a blind trick. Asuma saw the 3 people and was shocked, this is. The 3 people just now were saved by Shikamaru. Shikamaru used the shadow imitation technique to pull the 3 people out. Konoha felt something was wrong for a moment, this is. 1 from Kumogakure, 1 from Konoha, and 1 from Iwagakure. After several struggles, Asuma jumped down. After falling down a cliff, 3 people chased after him. Then, Konoha's kunai rushed in before Asuma could fully recover. Asuma said happily, Shikamaru, good job. It should. Asuma nodded and said, although it is a temporary team, it fought well. Next, try to capture me. Are you okay? There was a roar and it immediately burst into flames. Looking at the flames in front of him, Asuma felt extremely guilty. There were people from Konoha among them. As the son of the 3rd Hokage, he actually. Asuma was very happy because Shikamaru saved those 3 people, allowing him to kill 3 less people. Shikamaru said, Asuma-sensei, we are mentally prepared, so, please teacher, please be mentally prepared too. After a fight, Asuma was trapped on the ground and was directly blown up by the explosive charm. A voice came from the flames, and Asuma was very confused. After the fire disappeared, the smoke dissipated, revealing the figures of 6 people. Mr. Asuma, let me stop you. Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino looked at Asuma with serious expressions and fought with their teacher. This was really the first time. Iwagakure shouted, don't even think about escaping. Asuma's mouth bit down instantly, and a flash of fire appeared. Asuma looked at the three people without saying a word for half a minute, and suddenly said with emotion, "Choji, Ino, Shikamaru, you have really grown up. Fire style, ash accumulation." Shikamaru looked at the three of them and said, "You go to support other places. Leave Asuma-sensei to us. We are here specifically to deal with him." Choji. Ino, don't live up to your teacher's teachings, stop him. Suddenly a large amount of black smoke appeared. As he said that, the three people rushed over. Asuma was very pleased and said, "Very good, let me see how far Zolody has grown." Knowing the reason, Konoha nodded and left with Kumogakure and Iwagakure. Seeing this, Shikamaru tried his best to control his emotions and had to say something. Shikamaru screamed, "Let's go, Choji, Ino." As he spoke, three people rushed over. Choji and Ino attacked from both sides, shooting kunai, which Asuma easily blocked. Shikamaru attacked from the front, and Asuma dodged immediately. Shikamaru shouted urgently, "Shorten the distance in one go." As soon as I got close, a piece of wood with an explosive symbol attached to it appeared at the scene. "Oh no, it's a close combat technique, dodge." Shikamaru hurriedly issued a warning, and the three people retreated. With a bang, an explosion sounded, and Choji was hit by the explosion because he was too slow and fell to the ground. Shikamaru hurriedly shouted, "Choji, cheer up, you're too slow." In the smoke, Asuma has already attacked. Shikamaru, use the shadow mimicry technique to pull open the net and lead me to Choji. Shikamaru put his hands together and said, "That's exactly what I meant." The shadow imitation technique was launched on the ground, and Asuma was forced to jump into the air. Behind him, Ino had prepared the heart-turning technique, so that she could aim at Asuma, and as long as he didn't dodge, she would definitely hit him. The only opening was Choji's side. As expected, just as Shikamaru thought, Asuma attacked Choji. Choji saw this and said, "Partial multiplication technique." One of Choji's hands grew larger and attacked Asuma, but it finally stopped just off Asuma's face. Shikamaru was shocked and said, "Choji, what are you doing?" Choji said with a painful expression, "I still can't do something to the teacher. I can't do such a thing." Asuma yelled, "Choji, I am your enemy, don't be a coward." After shouting this, Asuma dodged Choji's fist, kicked him, and then began to make hand seals. Shikamaru saw this and immediately understood what the technique was and shouted, "Choji, get out of the way." Asuma took a deep breath, wind style, wind dust technique. Shikamaru gritted his teeth and hurriedly used the shadow imitation technique to control Asuma, but Asuma jumped up. Damn it! He dodged it. Ino was rushing over, and at the critical moment, Naruto came and took Choji away. Choji saw who was coming and asked, "Naruto?" Naruto looked at Choji and said calmly, "At such a critical moment, Choji, you are like this." Choji said in great embarrassment, "I don't want to either, Naruto, but I really, how did it become like this?" Ino came to Choji, squatted down and said, "Choji, cheer up." Asuma saw the person coming and asked in confusion, "Are you, Naruto?" Naruto nodded and said, "It's me, Asuma-sensei." Asuma frowned and asked, "Your eyes?" Naruto smiled and said, "It's a long story, but it's great to see you again, isn't it, Shikamaru?" Shikamaru frowned and said nothing. Naruto frowned and went up to slap Choji, and even Asuma was stunned. Choji covered his face and looked at Naruto in shock. This guy actually hit him. "You know, I even gave you the last potato chip. How dare you hit me?" Naruto said angrily, "As the future head of the Akamichi clan, you are like this." The Choji in front of him is completely different from the Choji in the future. As for now, Naruto didn't know in his previous life that Choji awakened himself in the battle with Asuma on this battlefield. So, seeing the Choji in front of him, Naruto hated him for not fighting back, so he slapped his good brother in the face. Choji looked at Asuma in front of him and started to attack again. Shikamaru and Ino are already here. Naruto looked at Asuma and said, Asuma is your teacher. Do you think he would want to attack his companions and ninjas at this moment? As his disciple, it is normal for you to not dare to attack your teacher because of your kindness. But, Choji, are you happy to see your teacher killing people because he doesn't want to kill people? Choji was stunned by the question. Shikamaru and Ino were forced back again, and Asuma rushed over, fire style, ash burning. Naruto frowned, raised his hand, and was about to use the Shinra Tensei. As a result, a person rushed over first, blocking everyone with his huge body. Asuma said eagerly, Dingzwa. Shikamaru shouted with concern, Uncle. Ding Zao endured the pain and roared, Choji, don't be in a daze, wake up and look at your comrades around you. Choji's eyes widened, realizing that the entire battlefield was fighting. Ding Zao shouted in anger, Choji, don't be naive, you are the head of the 6th generation of the Akamichi clan. Seeing his father say the same thing as Naruto, Choji's eyes wrinkled, showing a painful look. Shikamaru yelled, Choji, wake up. We are no longer little brats who need protection from others. We are adults, protectors who protect others. Do you understand? If you don't cheer up, I will treat you like no one. This friend. Choji was stunned, Shikamaru you. On the battlefield, someone called Ding Zao to come back quickly for support. Ding Zao had no choice but to look back at Choji and thought to himself, Choji, don't let me down. Asuma seemed to have thought of something, gritted his teeth, and roared, you fat man, why are you so dazed? Do you really want to become a waste, a fat man who can't do anything? Upon hearing this, Choji's expression changed instantly. What did you call me? Naruto was slightly startled. This sentence had such a big reaction on Choji. This was the first time he saw such an expression on Choji's face. Only Shikamaru and Ino understood it, and sighed inwardly, Asuma-sensei probably really has no choice. Asuma seemed to have made up his mind and roared, I'm talking about you, Choji. I really didn't expect that you are such a waste, so cowardly, and you don't look like the head of the Akamichi clan at all. They are right, you are just one damn fat man. Choji clenched his fists and roared, I don't allow you to call me a fat guy. With a bang, Choji opened up and opened its huge butterfly wings. Suddenly, a strong wind swept across the battlefield, and everyone's attention was attracted. Asuma laughed and shouted, if you want to prove that you are not a fat person, then stop me Choji. Shikamaru said in surprise, if you don't take medicine, you'll just be overdosing it. Are you okay, Choji? Ino said in surprise, Choji has lost weight. Choji's face showed determination and anger. Teacher Asuma. I want to stop you and protect everyone. Asuma smiled and said, that's the expression, come on Choji. Naruto smiled slightly, it turned out that, fatty, was Choji's forbidden word. Shikamaru formed the seal and said, it's about to happen, Choji. Don't let the chain slip this time. Saying that, Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique unfolded on the ground. Ino prepared the heart-turn jutsu again, and Naruto came up and said, then I will be the vanguard of the attack. Naruto went over, and Asuma trembled, Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique attacked on the ground. Asuma smiled and said, I didn't expect that Naruto would grow to this point. Naruto smiled and said, thank you, Asuma-sensei. There was a clang-clang, the sound of kunai colliding, Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique struck, and Asuma jumped into the air. At this time, he had no way to escape. Choji's big fist struck again. Aw! Choji roared angrily, with a look of determination on his face. Asuma was very pleased. Yes, that's the expression. Choji, as long as you show this expression, you are stronger than anyone else. With a bang, Asuma was directly hammered into the wall. Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique followed up and brought him under control. The sealing team rushed over immediately and quickly sealed it. Seeing this, Shikamaru drew out the sword left by Asuma and prepared to throw it. Naruto grabbed his arm and shook his head. Shikamaru frowned, and Naruto said, "I promised you that we will see you again. It's better to keep this sword for him to use when he comes back." "What?" Shikamaru's pupils were instantly shaken. Shikamaru looked at Asuma in front of him and remembered what Naruto said to him that night. "Really, is that okay?" Naruto nodded and said, "Yes, of course, but I am still determining one thing, which is related to whether I can obtain this ability on a large scale. It seems that the time has not yet come." Shikamaru looked at Naruto, smiled slightly, and then sighed, "Naruto, time flies so fast. In a blink of an eye, you and I have become adults, and this world has really begun to change under our influence." Naruto patted Shikamaru on the shoulder and said, "Set up Asuma's sealed body. This war is almost over." Then, Naruto looked not far away and said, "You have solved the problem here, I will go to support another battlefield, and the battle there has not been solved yet." With that said, Naruto flew away. This way. Hyuga Hayashi is fighting against Hyuga Hizashi. Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Ninji flashed over, and Hyuga Hizashi instantly had tears in his eyes. You are, Ninji." When Hyuga Hizashi died, Niji was still relatively young and had not grown into youth. Niji's eyes were moved and he said, "Dad." Hinata also shouted, "Uncle." Hyuga Hizashi looked at Hinata and smiled, "Hinata-sama." Later, Hyuga Hizashi looked at the two people and said with tears in his eyes, "You have all grown up." When Nisai and Hinata heard this, they burst into tears. Especially Hinata, who was originally emotionally weak, was already crying. Hyuga Hayashi said, "Hizashi, Niji is very good. After you left, he has been training hard to prove himself. The branch house used to be a matter of sacrificing the clan. It didn't exist at all. The clan and the branch house are one, and they are all Hyuga clan. Your sacrifice is to protect your comrades, it is your sacrifice for your tribe and the village. Niji is proud of you." Hyuga Hizashi shed tears and looked at Niji and said, "Really, Niji, do you really think so about your father?" Niji wiped his tears and said, "Ah. Now I can understand my father's nindo. I have come out of the idea of a caged bird. I am a member of the Hyuga clan, and my father is also for the sake of the Hyuga clan and the village. Those who take the initiative to sacrifice are not cowardly, this is brave, and they are my role model." When Hyuga Hizashi heard his son's words of approval, he immediately looked up to the sky and sighed. He took a deep breath and tears flowed from his eyes. He really didn't expect that Niji actually recognized and understood himself. This was something he had never done before. It seemed impossible. Now, I and my son are relieved. Niji smiled and said, "I used to feel very desperate, but there was a person who beat me awake with his fist. He made me understand that instead of complaining, it is better to take the initiative to become stronger, and then change other people's ideas. Start doing your own thing." Hinata had a smile on her face when she heard Nisai say such words. Hyuga Hizashi was a little surprised and said, "Oh, who is it?" Hyuga Hayashi also smiled slightly, "Yes, that boy is indeed a miracle in Konoha village. Although he did some very outrageous things, judging from the current war, some of Naruto's actions can be regarded as a layout." With a hiss, Naruto dodged over. "I heard someone praising me." Naruto smiled slightly, and Hinata said in surprise, "Naruto." When Niji saw this, he snorted coldly. Sure enough, as an uncle, he was very unhappy when he saw his sister loving Naruto so mindlessly. Hyuga Hizashi looked at the person in front of him, and then said in shock, "Who are you? How could it be? How come you have the Samsara eye?" Naruto stood up and said, "It's a long story." Hyuga Hayashi said, "Ninji, Hinata, and Naruto, worked together to seal Hizashi." Hizashi smiled and said, "Yes, stop me quickly. I am very happy to be able to see you again and be recognized by my son. My dream has come true." Naruto clapped his hands and shouted, "Okay, deal with Uncle Hyuga Hizashi. Basically, this battlefield will be cleaned up." Just as Naruto was getting ready, Neji said, "Wait a minute, Naruto." "Naruto?" Neji walked up to Naruto, looked at him and said, "Let the Hyuga clan resolve the Hyuga clan's affairs, okay?" Looking at Neji's eyes, Naruto sighed and said, "Okay." With that said, Neji looked at his father and shouted, "Hinata-sama, Hayashi-sama, let's do it together." Hayashi nodded and said, "No problem, Neji, but from now on, it's more affectionate to call me uncle." Hinata nodded and said, "Yes, brother Neji, you haven't called me sister for a long time." Ningxi felt very warm in his heart. This was because of the title. He denied it again. There is no difference between a clan house and a branch house. Everyone is one family, all comrades in arms, and one family. Wiping away his tears, Neji showed a serious look on his face. "Go ahead, Hinata." "Hinata, here we come, brother Neji." Hinata and Neji attacked from both sides. 8 trigrams air palm. With a bang, Hinata and Neji hit 8 trigrams palms left and right respectively. Hyuga Hizashi nodded and said, "Well done. Come back to heaven." Hyuga Hizashi directly resisted revolving heaven, but as soon as it stopped, Hyuga Hayashi attacked, 8 trigrams air wall palm. This move uses chakra to target acupuncture points and attack from the air. As soon as Hyuga Hizashi reacted, he was knocked away with a palm. Neji saw the opportunity and pounced directly, gentle fist method, 8 trigrams 64 palms. 8 trigrams 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. 60 palms. With a bang, Hyuga Hizashi was directly knocked away. 8 trigrams 64 palms, a technique that directly seals acupuncture points so that the opponent cannot use chakra. Naruto's mouth twitched. He had experienced 8 trigrams 64 palms before. During the Chunin exam, he was severely beaten by Neji. Now, Nisai directly used this move to seal his father's acupuncture point. Just after the fight, Neji shouted, "Hinata." Hinata has already saved up ninjutsu, soft step, double lion fist. The 2 lions gathered in Hinata's hands and attacked Hyuga Hizashi. With a bang, it was destroyed directly. Hyuga Hayashi smiled and said, "Well done. Seal class, come quickly." Hyuga Hizashi looked at Hinata and Neji, and was extremely pleased that they could actually use the ninjutsu of the Hyuga clan so well. "Neji, Hinata, I'm proud of you." With a hiss, the sealing team came over and used the cloth binding technique. Neji looked at the sealed Hyuga Hizashi and said with emotion, "Dad, let's go." Naruto walked up, patted Neji on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, we'll see you again." Neji frowned and said, "What do you mean?" Naruto smiled slightly and said, "You will know when the time is up." Due to Naruto's intervention, this battlefield ended faster than in the previous life. After sealing the filthy reincarnated ninjas on the battlefield, the remaining white Zetsu were no problem at all, but Shadow Clone Naruto took action to stop them. Tsunade frowned and said, "Naruto, why don't you kill these white Zetsu army, or they will come out to cause trouble again in the end." Darui has already prepared the lightning style, preparing for another large area of electric shock destruction. Shadow Clone Naruto said, "Let them go. These white Zetsu will be useful later if I keep them." Shikamaru looked at Naruto, frowned and said, "You don't want to." Shadow Clone Naruto patted Shikamaru on the shoulder and said, "My great military advisor, wait until the later stage when you have your plans. Now, according to Uncle Shikaku's arrangement, the existing troops should move forward and join together." Since Tsunade was the only Kage present and one of the generals as famous as Reikage at the headquarters, Captain Lus, Captain Darui, and Captain Shikamaru all integrated their troops, with Tsunade as the representative, and set off. Shadow Clone Naruto asked Shikamaru and Neji to seal these ninjas who were reincarnated from the Dirty Land, especially Asuma and Hyuga Hisashi. Although Shikamaru had already guessed what Naruto was going to do, he was actually very opposed to it. After all, it was harmful to the gods. But, I don't know why, when it comes to his important people, Shikamaru is a little moved, and even a little shaken in his thoughts. Naruto patted him on the shoulder and said, I know what you are thinking in your heart. In fact, I am also making plans myself. I am not sure whether there is enough power to support me in doing such a large area of ninjutsu. Also, once this technique is successful, not only the people you care about, but probably many people who care will come back, because I need power, more power. Shikamaru frowned and said, the war is coming to an end soon, why do you still need power, Naruto? Naruto smiled slightly, raised his head, and looked at the sky. A pair of samsara eyes seemed to penetrate the sky and go to a place farther away. Shikamaru. There will be people coming from above the starry sky. But if I tell you now, you won't believe it. But it doesn't matter. After this war is over, you will believe whatever I say. Patting Shikamaru's shoulder again, Naruto came to Hinata, pinched her nose and said, follow Tsunade, if something happens, again, activate the Flying Thunder God chakra on your arm, I will appear by your side. Hinata nodded shyly. Neji crossed his arms and looked at Naruto with squinted eyes. Hyuga Hayashi was next to him. Neji said, Uncle, how do you feel when you see this scene? Hyuga Hayashi was silent at first, then frowned and said, I'm unhappy. Neji nodded, yes, just like him, he was also unhappy. Shadow Clone Naruto talked to Tsunade a few more times, and then disappeared directly. In an instant, the real Naruto knew everything that happened here. Another battlefield. The surprise attack force, Kankuro, was quickly retreating with the captured Deidara, and a pursuit force was coming from behind. Deidara sat inside the puppet and cursed angrily, let me out, I'm tied up in here, it's so uncomfortable, B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** going to challenge you, let you see what it means real art. Ouch, it hurts so much. The sudden stop made Deidara hit his head and cursed angrily, you didn't even say anything when you stopped, what are you doing? After scolding, Deidara felt something was wrong. The atmosphere outside was a bit depressing. After carefully sensing it, he realized that someone should be coming. Haha, Kabuto sent someone to save him. Kankuro's head hurts because he can't get rid of the person behind him. Duan Wu, contact the headquarters, quickly. Kyumogakure Ninja Dan Wu quickly formed a seal and contacted the headquarters. Headquarters. Haichi reported, the retreating surprise attack force Kankuro sent a signal for assistance, saying that they are retreating and cannot escape the enemy pursuit force behind them. Reikage nodded and looked at Shikaku, who frowned and asked, look where the support team of the 5th unit is. The sensing ball quickly sensed it, and Ching said, we will be there soon. We are taking a shortcut to join them. Shikaku nodded and asked Hai to reply to the surprise attack force, which will be there soon. Suddenly, Hanzo saw the person in front of him and immediately made a seal, this distance is fine, summoning technique. Kankuro squatted on the ground, covered his mouth, and coughed continuously, complaining in his heart, is this because there are too many people and they are going to use poison mist to catch us all? Damn it! My body is resistant to the poison, but it's numb. I can't move. Another samurai waved his hand and said, carry the poison ninjas immediately and send them to the medical department, quickly. The salamander opened its mouth wide and spewed out purple smoke. At the critical moment, a sharp knife came and blocked Kankuro with a clang. Chio looked over and said jokingly, hey, it's an old man with a snorkel. Here, Nakayoshi has been sensing Kankuro's location, and has been chasing him with his men. Hanzo frowned when he heard this. With a bang, a huge salamander appeared, and Hanzo roared, Ibu, go. 3 ships are coming. Behind him, a large number of warriors rushed over, came to the fallen ninjas and helped them up. Samurai, Mifune-sama. This is a word that he once fought for. As a result, when the poisonous fog dissipated, Hanzo appeared riding a salamander. The samurai replied, "Don't worry, we have a mask, it's an anti-gas mask specifically designed to fight ninjas." Mifune snorted coldly, "Yeah, I never thought that one day I would be able to fight with you, Mr. Hanzo again." Hole. Mifune retorted, "I am not fighting with the ninjas, but fighting for my beliefs. And the only thing I can be loyal to is peace. For the sake of peace, I choose to fight with the ninjas. This is what a samurai should do, the most important spirit of Bushido." Granny Chiyo frowned and said, "What is this?" Hanzo's specialty, releasing poisonous mist. Kankuro and his group inhaled the poisonous mist, covered their necks in pain, and fell from the air while running. "Sorry, we're late." Kankuro was relieved, he almost died here. Kankuro warned, "Be careful, the enemy will use poison." As an inventor of forbidden techniques who could compete with the second generation, Chiyo is very upset that he has been resurrected. The other warriors gathered around, and Mifune shouted, "Everyone, retreat. Don't get close to him easily. You are no match for this man. Don't die in vain." Granny Chiyo was a little unhappy and said angrily, "Whether it's Orochimaru or Kabuto, I will make the person who wakes me up regret it." As he spoke, a sickle came at him. Kankuro was startled and hurriedly controlled the chakra line to control the puppet to resist. Unfortunately, he was too late. "Hee, samurai leader Mifune, let me teach you your moves, Master Hanzo." "Oh. You're Mifune. I never thought that you, a samurai, would associate with ninjas." Hanzo was a little surprised, as if he recognized the old friend in front of him. "Shut up, you old puppet woman." Hanzo smiled slightly and snorted coldly, "Found it." Hanzo taunted, "Humph, I am so ashamed that a disloyal person like you is hanging out with ninjas. You are not worthy of being a samurai." Because the poisonous fog spread so quickly, it soon enveloped the group of people running. Hearing the noise, Kankuro thought it was reinforcements coming, and hurriedly shouted, "It's reinforcements, I'm here." Such hypocritical and ethereal things don't exist at all. Hanzo held the scythe, looked at Sanzo and said, "In the past, I was deeply influenced by the thoughts of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. I was committed to uniting the ninjas of the 5 major countries, and wanted to promote them together and establish a joint organization. We discussed state and national affairs together, but in the end, everything is false. There is no so-called peace among the 5 major countries. They are all superficial efforts. Behind the scenes, they are all making trouble, trying to bring down each other and be wary of each other. In the end, peace was a lie, and even the samurai who followed me began to move closer to the ninjas, so in the end, there was no belief in peace at all, and they simply became closer to money." Mifune snorted coldly, "What I fight is my belief. The 5 major countries now are different from before. The 5 shadows' understanding of peace and pain are completely different from before, and they are even willing to fight hand in hand with us warriors. There will be no barriers between each other, only the concept of comrades and companions." After hearing what Mifune said, Kankuro behind him agreed, "Yes, today's ninjas completely regard samurai as their own, and everyone is fighting for the entire ninja world." As soon as Kankuro said this, the surrounding samurai showed their approval. 2 hisses. "Granny Chiyo and Kimimaro are here." Kankuro was shocked and said, "Grandma Chiyo?" Granny Chiyo also discovered Kankuro and said, "Ah, Kankuro, you also saw that I can't control myself now, so you have to be careful and try your best to stop me." Kankuro nodded, still trying to expel the poisonous mist from his body. Kimimaro took off his shirt and prepared to fight. "I'm going to get ready." With that said, he rushed over directly, and the samurai attacked one after another in order to cover Kankuro. Kimimaro attacked and suddenly jumped into the crowd of samurai. The samurai raised their swords and slashed directly at him. Kimimara's face was expressionless and his body was instantly covered with bone spurs. Swish, swish, swish. The bone spurs all bulged and instantly stabbed the warriors surrounding them with broadswords. In just one blow, they killed 7 or 8 warriors. You guy! Damn it! When the other samurai saw their companions being killed, they became angry and attacked Kimimaro. At this time, Kankuro was very worried because Granny Chiyo had not moved yet and the toxins in his body were still working. The reason why he did not leave was because he knew Granny Chiyo's tricks and the ninja who had just been poisoned had been transferred. We must stand in front of this, otherwise Granny Chiyo will be chasing the transferred ninjas. As the captain, he has no choice. Kabuto controlled it, and Granny Chiyo finally moved. Kankuro gritted his teeth, there was no other way, he had to do it. So, he took the initiative to attack Granny Chiyo and lured her to the other side. Granny Chiyo attacked Kankuro directly, and Kankuro secretly screamed, "Oh no!" With a chirp, a figure attacked. Rasengan. Grandma Chiyo's eyes widened, this is puppetry. A puppet was summoned out of thin air, and then caught Naruto's Rasengan, and with a bang, the two sides separated. This is another of Naruto's shadow clone. It's okay, Kankuro. Kankuro half-crouched on the ground, breathing heavily. Naruto, you really came in time. When Granny Chiyo saw Naruto, she immediately smiled and said, "Ah, it turns out it's Naruto." "No, what's wrong with your eyes?" Granny Chiyo was very surprised because Naruto actually had the legendary Rinnegan eye. Naruto smiled and said, "Grandma Chiyo, long time no see. Since you left, a lot of things have happened in the ninja world. I have also experienced a lot of things. It is because of too much fog that I need these eyes. Go help me see this future." Granny Chiyo nodded and said, "I see, that really surprises me. Naruto, you actually awakened the eyes of the immortal. It seems that my vision was correct at the time. You are indeed one, giving the entire ninja world, the person who brings about change." Naruto smiled, and when Granny Chiyo saw Naruto, she thought of Gaara. "By the way, Naruto, how is Gaara doing now?" Shadow clone Naruto replied, "Gaara is now the captain of the Ninja Alliance. He is currently leading the 4th unit and is fighting on the battlefield." Granny Chiyo nodded with satisfaction and said, "That's good, that's good." Kankuro also added, "Gaara now has a very high support rate as a Kazekage in the village. Even the ninjas of the entire Ninja Alliance agree with Gaara." Oh. Granny Chiyo was very surprised. She didn't expect that boy to grow up so fast. It seemed that his life was worth the sacrifice. Granny Chiyo smiled slightly and said, "It seems that this technique is not necessarily a bad technique. At least, it allowed me to resurrect and see the picture I wanted to see. Ha ha ha, I really didn't expect that the ninja world is finally no longer the same. A group of old guys are fighting each other every day, but it's you young people who are fighting hard together to welcome peace." Shadow clone Naruto nodded, and then said, "Grandma Chiyo, I'm sorry, I may offend you next time." Granny Chiyo controlled the puppet and said, "It's okay, just let me verify your measure." Here, Hanzo is still confronting Mifune. Hanzo sneered, "It's all false, that's all, let me understand you, the fallen samurai in your fantasy." Seeing that Hanzo was about to use ninjutsu, Mifune rushed up and cut Hanzo's sickle with one strike. Mifune said coldly, "Next, I won't let you have any chance to use ninjutsu again." Hanzo narrowed his eyes slightly, pressed the sickle with his hand, and said with difficulty, "It turns out that this is why ninjutsu has no effect on Mifune. The speed of the sword has completely reached the time that does not seal the caster." Mifune sneered, "It's all thanks to you. Many years ago, there was a battle between you and me. That time, I was very lucky to survive. From then on, I started training hard, even in order to fight again. To fight with you, I even went out to train specifically." Hanzo narrowed his eyes slightly, and after thinking about it, he realized that Mifune was a ninja who had fought with him before. But this guy didn't die, which really surprised him. Mifune said sternly, "Lord Hanzo, have you really forgotten how you died?" Hanzo's pupils were shocked, and then he recalled the scene of his battle with the Ōtsutsuki organization. Until his death, he could not understand why Yahiko of the Ōtsutsuki organization could have such powerful power. Yes, Yahiko also said that he didn't see through it. What should we see through? What should we see through? Hanzo was very angry. This feeling of being denied was really annoying. "Shut up, Mifune, I've had enough of your stupid talk." As he spoke, the huge Sanzo fish jumped out from the ground, and then swallowed Mifune in one gulp. Hanzo said viciously, "Don't poison Mifune to death." As a result, Mifune slashed out with his sword, broke open the Sanzo fish, and rushed straight towards Hanzo. "Lord Hanzo, it seems that you have lost your faith and become a dull sword." Hanzo yelled angrily, "You're talking nonsense." The two rushed towards each other, just like they did during the duel. Click. Mifune cut off Hanzo's mask with one blow, but Mifune was fine with it. Hanzo turned around in disbelief and said, "How is this possible?" Hanzo looked at the sword in Mifune's hand. The sword was shining brightly, from beginning to end, like a brand new famous sword. Mifune said calmly, "You must have forgotten that when you and I had a duel and I lost, you told me that a person's death is not the end, the real end is when a person gives up his beliefs. At that time, people will be like a dull knife. The reason why you were struck by me is because you gave up who you were, your faith, and became a dull knife. But I did not choose to give up, but chose to continue fighting. Fight for what you believe in." After Mifune finished speaking, he calmly put the sword into its sheath, and then looked at Hanzo calmly. Hanzo then recalled a conversation he had with Mifune. Yes, he once yearned for peace and worked hard for it. But later, he did not continue to persist, but denied his former self. When Akatsuki's Yahiko killed him, he also said that he used to admire himself very much, but later, he colluded with Danzo and did some things that completely violated his beliefs. I see. Hanzo finally understood that he had not seen through anything. It's faith. You no longer have faith, so you will be defeated and terminated. Because those who fight for faith cannot be terminated. There will be future generations who will inherit his ideas. Why does Yahiko of Akatsuki have such a powerful power? Presumably, he also has beliefs that he cannot understand and fights for them, so he is so powerful. Hanzo was relieved. He looked calm and walked towards his scythe step by step. Now, it had been cut off by Mifune. Mifune, you are right. It seems that I have indeed lost my faith, but that's all. Hanzo walked to the broken sickle, then squatted down, picked up the dagger, and said, I once told you that once my mask is taken off and the things hidden in my body are pierced, even I can if I'm spared, you can take advantage of this moment to seal me. Mifune frowned, looked at Hanzo, and said respectfully, Your Excellency Hanzo. Here, some samurai came to find the sealed ninja. Mifune-sama, leave quickly, the poisonous mist will be produced by breathing in his body. Seeing this, Mifune waved his hand and said, Don't come over here, retreat, Hanzo Dano is about to kill himself, seal the ninja, prepare to seal. Seeing this, everyone present followed Mifune-sama and retreated. Hanzo raised his dagger and committed seppuku himself. With a crash, his stomach was cut open, the poison sac inside was opened, all the venom seeped out, and the poisonous gas filled the air. Mifune was moved. Hanzo Dano refused to give in to the people who were hiding in the dark and controlled him. He killed himself. This is the true spirit of Bushido. Hanzo looked at Mifune not far away and shouted, Mifune. I entrust my faith to you. Mifune nodded heavily. Here, Kabuto still wanted to control Mifune and save him, but he couldn't do it because the venom had completely dispersed and there was no way to save him. Damn it, another chess piece is about to lose control. Seeing this, Mifune waved his hand and said, Seal. With a whoosh, the ninja from the sealing class threw out the sealing scroll and sealed it. Mifune walked forward, picked up a corner of Hanzo's mask, came to Hanzo, and said, "Your Excellency Hanzo, don't worry, I will publicize your name well, and I will find you a tomb, bury you well." As a samurai, Mifune admired Hanzo very much. After all, Hanzo did make a lot of contributions to the ninja world. Although he was lost later, after his resurrection, he found himself again and became himself again. Here, Shadow Clone Naruto is still fighting Granny Chiyo. Granny Chiyo had a lot of puppets, but when facing Naruto, even at close range, she couldn't attack him. With the perception in Sage mode, coupled with the power of heaven and the provision of Nine Tails chakra, Naruto was able to completely withstand Granny Chiyo's attack. Granny Chiyo sighed with emotion, "I never thought, Naruto, you would grow to such an extent." Shadow Clone Naruto used a Rasengan, smashed a puppet and said, "In order to face the uncertain future, I must grow crazily." Aw. Screams continued on the other side, Kimimaro continued to attack, and the samurai gathered around them, but were eliminated one after another. Kankuro finally cleared the toxins from his body. He couldn't bear it anymore, so he summoned a scorpion and attacked. "Stop it, you be ********D. There were at least 30 corpses of samurai lying on the ground. They all died to protect themselves from Kimimaro's attack. Kankuro felt bad in his heart. After Kimimaro killed a samurai, he sneered, jumped up, and attacked another group of samurai. "Don't even think about it." With a clang, Mifune arrived in time and slashed at him with a single stroke of his sword. With a bang, Kimimaro raised his arm to block, but he slashed with a sword and directly cut off the 3 white bones in Kimimaro's arm. Kimimaro was a little surprised that someone could actually cut off his own bones. Seeing Kimimaro deflated, Granny Chiyo used her hands to throw chakra lines, covering the samurai on the ground. In an instant, 10 samurai stood up and attacked Mifune. Shadow Clone Naruto snorted coldly, "Grandma Chiyo, your opponent is me." Then, Naruto attacked directly. Granny Chiyo stepped back and dodged over. Kimimaro moved directly over to block Naruto. 10 ninjas attacked Mifune. Mifune couldn't bear to attack the corpses of his men, so he dodged directly. Seeing this, Kankuro came directly over and used a scorpion puppet to shoot a hidden weapon and cut off the invisible chakra lines. The corpses of the 10 warriors instantly lost their power and all fell down. Mifune asked in confusion, "What is this?" Kankuro explained, "A top puppet master can not only control puppets, but also control humans through the chakra line, but as long as the chakra line is cut off, it will be fine." Mifune nodded and said, "That's it." Kankuro looked forward and shouted, "Naruto, get out of the way, Granny Chiyo, let me finish her, just so she can test my junior's puppetry skills." Upon seeing this, Naruto agreed, and then dealt with Kimimaro with all his strength, and Mifune also rushed over to help. Kankuro controlled the scorpion puppet and came to Granny Chiyo. Granny Chiyo looked at the scorpion and suddenly had mixed feelings. There was no way, she still couldn't let go. She had done many wrong things in the past, but after meeting Naruto, she did one right thing. After her resurrection, the correctness of things was even more verified. Grandma Chiyo was very happy, but when she saw Xie, she still had mixed feelings, because Xie was the witness of her past mistakes. When she saw him, she saw the wrong self. Kankuro controls the puppet scorpion and fights Granny Chiyo. "Grandma Chiyo, it seems that you have no fighting spirit at all. It seems that if the puppet master is controlled by someone, it will be over." Granny Chiyo snorted coldly, "Young man, don't be too arrogant. Don't underestimate this art of reincarnation. Once the practitioner uses it for real, it will be over." As soon as he finished speaking, Kabuto activated ninjutsu. Granny Chiyo's eyes widened and she shouted, "Be careful, Kankuro, he's here," just after he said it. Saying that, Chiyo stretched out his hands, and chakra lines shot out from his 10 fingers. Li Bai's secret technique, a collection of 10 fake pine machines. Swish, swish, all 10 samurai lying on the ground were controlled by chakra lines, and then they jumped into the air, raised their katana, and slashed at Kankuro. Due to the battle with Shadow Clone Naruto, Granny Chiyo's puppets were basically smashed one by Naruto using the Rasengan. There was no way to use this secret technique, but to use local materials to act as puppets. Kankuro gritted his teeth. He had just been able to cut off Granny Chiyo's chakra line. That was because Granny Chiyo hadn't really done anything yet. The hidden weapons in the scorpion puppet were also sufficient, but now they have all been fired. Those who attacked were all samurai. Although they were all dead samurai, Kankuro couldn't do anything to the corpses of his companions. There's nothing we can do. Kankuro took out the scroll and pulled it out directly. With 2 bangs, 2 puppets came out. They are Scorpio's parent puppets. Whoosh, whoosh, twice, the scorpion parents shot out 2 steel wires, cutting off the chakra line of Granny Chiyo, and then guarded the scorpion puppet. Chiyo looked at the family of 3, his eyes filled with emotion. Kankuro also knew that Granny Chiyo was in a very heavy mood, and said, "I recovered Scorpion and his parents, and repaired them. Granny Chiyo, although I am young, I can still feel the sorrow hidden in your chakra line. It's coming out." Granny Chiyo frowned and said, "Stop talking so shamelessly, little brat." Kankuro said, "Scorpion has entrusted everything to me. I can feel it. In these 3 puppets, there is Scorpion's consciousness and Scorpion's unique emotions." Granny Chiyo frowned and said, "Even you think puppets have feelings?" Kankuro nodded seriously and said, "You have also controlled Zeon's parent puppets before. You should understand the emotion Zeon injects into them. I think this is a real work of art, and as a puppet master, you must pass on this inheritance. Get down." A ray of light seemed to emerge from Granny Chiyo's eyes. Yes, a puppet created by a puppet master is not only a puppet, but also contains emotions. In the past, I cared too much about the mission and the buyer's entrustment. It was my persistence that created Scorpio's tragedy. Granny Chiyo smiled slightly and said, "In that case, I will entrust you with something. Look, Kankuro, study hard, this is your chance." Kankuro controlled the 3 puppets and stood ready. "Okay, let me understand it." Here, Naruto faced off against Kimimaro. Kimimaro's bone spurs were nothing to Naruto, so beating Kimimaro was more than enough. Mifune still wanted to help, but Naruto persuaded him to back down. "Mifune-sama, there is no need to help, I will just deal with him." Kimimaro said angrily, "Don't underestimate me, I am Orochimaru-sama, the most valued subordinate." Naruto smiled slightly. This guy, like Kabuto, is probably a senior admirer of Uncle Snake. "Kimimaro, Orochimaru is cooperating with me now, you know." Kimimaro sneered and said, "Stop lying, you 9-tails demon fox, who is Orochimaru-sama? You are worthy of cooperating with Orochimaru-sama, so stop daydreaming." Naruto shook his head. This kind of fanatical worship cannot be solved with just one sentence. "Let me send you on your way." As he said that, Naruto stretched out his palm directly, the 10,000 elements of heaven. With a bang, Scorpion's hand penetrated Granny Chindai's chest. Kankuro wiped the blood on his cheek and said, "Of course I know, it is really an honor for me to be able to learn the puppet technique of Granny Chiyo." "I'm here, Granny." Mifune shouted, "Seal the ninja." Naruto frowned and grabbed his hand slightly. Kimimaro suddenly felt a strong suction force. Naruto smiled slightly, and the Rasengan on the other hand was already rubbed. Kimimaro came to him and directly applied the Rasengan on it. The Rasengan rotated and printed directly on Kimimaro's belly. Kimimaro was unwilling to give in. It seemed that he could only go so far. Granny Chiyo smiled bitterly, and finally turned her head to look at Naruto over there, and said with a smile, "Naruto, Granny, the most correct thing I did in this life was to save Gaara and believe in your love with me. Luo's friendship. Kankuro and Kabuto looked surprised at the same time, even Naruto squinted his eyes, and Mifune sighed, because they all saw that at the last moment, Granny Chiyo gave up her resistance and did not react, but opened her mouth chest. Where is the sealed ninja? Kankuro controls Scorpion and his parents' puppets, and is fighting with Scorpion. Kankuro nodded and said, "Ah, Grandma Chiyo's puppet technique is very powerful. If she can still move, it will be too troublesome. Therefore, I have no choice but to find a way to trap you first." Bone spurs fell one after another, but they were all blocked by Mifune. Naruto shouted, and the Rasengan pushed out. Kimimara's stomach was directly penetrated, revealing a big hole and scattering a large amount of debris. Kankuro pulled hard, and the Scorpion puppet flew straight towards Granny Chiyo like a ghost. Granny Chiyo looked at the puppet of Xia in front of her, slowly raised her arm, touched Xia's face, and said with a smile, "Xiao, maybe, as a grandma, I am very unqualified, you could have become a great puppet. Teacher, the result is because I... Damn it, this guy." Granny Chiyo was a little surprised and said, "You keep running away just to lure me here." With that said, Kankuro didn't give Granny Chiyo a chance, activated Scorpio and his parents' puppets, and rushed forward. After sealing Kimimaro, Naruto shouted to Kankuro over there, "Kankuro, are you okay over there?" Kimimaro was completely destroyed. Grandma Chiyo continued to use the 10 secret techniques and attacked Kankuro. Kankuro controlled the Scorpion parents and shot out the steel wire again, cutting off the chakra line. The Scorpion puppet pounced directly on Grandma Chiyo. Grandma Chiyo, under the control of Kabuto, could only shoot chakra lines. If he wants to compete with Kankuro for a puppet, how can Kankuro let him get his wish? Granny Chiyo sneered, "I won't hold back, Kankuro, you have to be careful." With a whoosh, Kimimaro was sucked directly towards him. He was very shocked. He raised his hand hurriedly, and a bone spur was exposed. He inserted it directly into the ground and tried to stop it. As a result, it moved forward further and further. After saying that, Chiyo's mother-in-law took the initiative to retreat. Clang clang clang. Immediately, the clattering sound of the puppet running resounded throughout the forest. Ha ha ha, the art of reincarnation from dirty soil invented by Second Hokage is really touching. At least it made my dream come true. Naruto didn't panic at all and was about to react when Mifune stood directly in front of Naruto with a sword flow. "Rest in peace, Granny Chiyo." Naruto roared, and the sealing ninja behind him rushed towards him. With a hiss, the cloth binding technique attacked, and Kimimaro was sealed. With no other choice, Kimimaro's whole body was instantly covered with bone spurs, and then he shot out suddenly, swish, swish, like a hedgehog dropping a bomb, and rushed out. The cloth binding technique unfolded, and layers of cloth came in, wrapping Chiendai Granny and sealing her completely. Kankuro used his secret skill, twitching the chakra lines, and a restraining puppet jumped out from the ground, biting out Granny Chiyo's ankle in one bite. Kimimaro was stunned, Mifune snorted, smiled slightly, then stepped back and stepped aside. Mifune looked at the seal of Granny Chiyo, then looked at Naruto and said, "The battle here is basically over, Naruto, you can go to other places to provide support." Shadow Clone Naruto shook his head and said, "I will stay with you for the time being. By the way, Darui's unit, half of Shikamaru's 4th unit, and Captain Huangtu's unit have already gathered together, and the battle over there is almost over. Lord Mifune, you can gather the 5th division, notify the rear division, join up with the rear division, and then continue to advance." Mifune nodded, then called the communication ninja to report the situation here to the headquarters. As for Naruto, he had to continue in this unit to prevent things that might have happened in his previous life. In the dark at Akatsuki's base, Kabuto sees the pieces on the chessboard breaking apart, and becomes furious. Humph. Damn Naruto, what AB asterisk 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 D. I don't know what Obito and Sasuke are doing. Is the real Naruto so difficult to deal with? Letting Naruto's shadow clone run around everywhere is really annoying. He flipped over the chess pieces in his hand, and found that almost all the famous ninjas had been dispatched, and the rest were just some rubbish ninjas. Forget it, just throw them out as well, it will confuse the battlefield. As he spoke, Kabuto threw all the unused chess pieces in his hand out, with the purpose of disrupting the battlefield and snatching the sealed chess pieces on the battlefield. In addition, White Zetsu has been developed a new ability by Kabuto, and this ability is very abnormal. Kabuto smiled slightly and began to send orders, asking the White Zetsu distributed on the battlefield to start taking action. The first one is, rescue Deidara. Deidara sat in the puppet where he was imprisoned, feeling depressed and unable to display his art. For an artist like him, this was simply torture. Hey, let me out now. Why are you trapping me here? If you have the guts, just kill me. This depressing environment is simply an insult to an artist like me. A samurai walked towards Deidara and shouted, "Shut your mouth, Captain Kankuro will take care of you soon." When Deidara heard someone dare to scold him, he immediately flew into a rage and said angrily, You have the guts. Quiet, Deidara, it's me, Zetsu. The warrior approached the puppet and whispered something, and Deidara immediately lost his temper and frowned and whispered, Is it Zetsu? How come your chakra I feel? The warrior who transformed into White Zetsu chuckled and said, Isn't it amazing? Now I only need to obtain a part of chakra, and I can completely transform into this chakra body. The sensing ninja can't detect it at all. Don't worry, I will find a way to save you now. Come out. Deidara is very excited that he can show off his art again. Quick. Ju, save me, I can't wait to show my art. By the way, you have to pay attention, I am restrained by lightning style now, and I don't have much detonating clay left, so you have to remember hidden. Baizetsu nodded and said, Got it. So, while White Zetsu was not paying attention, he chopped off the puppet that trapped Deidara with one sword. Haha, my Deidara is out. Deidara was so happy after being released that he jumped out and cheered. As a result, the warriors around him reacted instantly. Baizetsu covered his forehead and complained desperately, Can't you be more low-key? Deidara frowned and said, I still have you, come on, help me get revenge and punish them. Turning back, Deidara was stunned. Where is Ju? Baizetsu had already transformed back to his original form, and waved from the tree, Why don't you leave quickly? What are you doing there? Are you waiting to die? Deidara gritted his teeth, hurriedly caught up, and started to run away. Behind him, the warriors were chasing after them, and someone had already gone to report. Deidara complained, Hey, you guy, why are you leaving before you even start fighting? Baiju frowned and said, Brother, I'm not a fighting type, you know that. Deidara sighed and said, I thought you had changed a bit. What a pity that you are still such a rookie. Forget it. It's better for me to do it myself. Just as he finished speaking, Do's consciousness came over. Deidara, it's me, Kabuto. Don't fight any longer, come back here quickly, I have something for you to do. Deidara said angrily, No, I haven't shown these people my ultimate art yet. That Kankuro took advantage of me not having self-destructed, and used sweet words to trick Scorpion Sr. He himself died, which really made me angry. He still had the audacity to say that art is inheritance. Bullshit. Art is clearly an explosion. Only the art of the moment is art, the rest is bullshit. Deidara was very excited when he spoke, and Kabuto couldn't do anything about him. As for Deidara, Kabuto had no control over his consciousness at all, because Deidara was originally an extremist who loved war and explosions, and was very suitable for being left alone. But now, Kabuto had fewer and fewer chess pieces in his hand, so, he has to be careful. I'm telling you, Deidara, now is not the time to fight. I finally rescued you. Don't show off your art anymore. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Also, you don't have much detonating clay left. Come back. Get ready. Having said that, Kabuto cut off the connection with Deidara. Deidara complained, "Damn it, Kabuto doesn't even believe in my art." Baizetsu said, "I am doing this for your own good. My abilities have begun to blossom on the battlefield, so the enemy must have begun to study relevant countermeasures. If you are caught again, I can't save you." Deidara thought about it and nodded. What White Zetsu said was right. Forget it, just bear with it. Even if he wanted revenge now, he didn't have the detonating clay. There was no other way. So, Deidara followed White Zetsu and retreated quickly. The warriors behind him were still chasing, and White Zetsu summoned some White Zetsu to stop them. Here, Kankuro put away the puppets and organized the troops with Mifune. "Mifune-sama." A warrior came hurriedly. Mifune said seriously, "Why are you panicking? What happened?" The samurai panted and said to Kankuro, "Captain Kankuro, your puppet has been broken, and the Deidara who was guarding it has been rescued by a disguised samurai." "What?" Kankuro was very surprised. How could this be possible? Mifune said sternly, "How did you guard it? Where is the ninja in charge of sensing it? How could the enemy break through the security circle and get in?" The warrior said aggrievedly, "We don't know either. The sensing ninja is also helpless because they didn't sense any different chakra at all. That White Zetsu guy just appeared out of thin air." Kankuro frowned slightly. Shadow clone Naruto heard this report and instantly understood, yes, this is the rhythm. Kabuto has started to launch a strategy of alienation. At the same time, at the Ninja Alliance Operations Headquarters, Hai received a lot of feedback from intelligence stations. Many ninjas were attacked. Some were attacked by their companions while peeing, some were assassinated while sleeping at night, and some were poisoned while eating together. In short, as long as there are 2 or 3 of them alone, they are very likely to be killed. This caused the entire battlefield to become panic-stricken once night fell. Shikaku has a headache. Because Kabuto launched a dissension tactic, this tactic is to allow Baizetsu to continuously obtain the chakra of his own ninjas, thereby transforming into his own ninja, blending into the army, and waiting for opportunities to assassinate. The sad thing is that this technique is very troublesome, because the existence of the strange chakra cannot be sensed at all, so it is impossible to identify it. This causes the ninjas to start to be suspicious of each other on the entire battlefield. The battlefield once fell into a stagnant stage. There was no other way, so Shikaku had no choice but to give an order to all the ninjas to draw a circle and stay inside without moving for the time being. Once anyone moved, other ninjas would step forward and besiege them together. Headquarters. Reikage frowned and said, "What should we do now?" Shikaku. Lujio took a deep breath and said, "I am also thinking of a solution. After all, this situation is really a headache. Baizetsu has transformed into our ninja, and ordinary sensory ninjas cannot sense it. This is really a headache." While feeling depressed, Hai frowned and said, "There is an extremely fast person running towards us." Reikage frowned and said, "Did the enemy attack come here?" Hai frowned and said, "No. This chakra? It seems to be Naruto." Shikaku said in shock, "Naruto? Let him in, don't intercept him." Shikaku knew that Naruto would not appear here for no reason. It turned out that after meeting Shikamaru, in order to determine Shikamaru's location, Naruto learned from Shikamaru that Shikaku in the previous life was attacked by a bomb from 10 Tails. Naruto never knew their location. This time after being reborn, Naruto learned from Shikamaru's mouth that he made a shadow clone. After letting go of the defense, shadow clone Naruto smiled slightly. He was currently in sage mode, and his perception was very sensitive. He made a leap and went directly to the roof of the perception headquarters. Reikage and Shikaku looked up directly. Naruto punched down, the glass was shattered, and then he jumped down. Reikage stood up in an instant and cursed angrily, "If you don't leave the door, you will have to break the glass and get down from the top." Naruto stood up, smiled slightly and said, sorry. Mabuyi covered her mouth and snickered, and complained in her heart, Master Reikage, you know this feeling today, right? Look at the tables and windows you have smashed over the years. They are a lot of expenses. Naruto looked around and sighed, this is the headquarters. Such a big water polo must be a sensory water polo. Shikaku walked up to Naruto and said, Naruto, you are here not to see the scenery here. Shadow clone Naruto turned around and said, this is natural. I came here first to tell Uncle Lugio that I have a way to break the alienation tactics used by the other party. Don't worry, I believe you will receive feedback soon. Secondly, I am a shadow clone. I will stay here to be your advisor and tell you what you should do when necessary. Third, stay here to protect your safety. Shikaku's eyes narrowed slightly. Naruto told him 3 pieces of news, each of which surprised him. He knew that Naruto would not come here for no reason, and he could guess some, but when Naruto told him personally, he was still very surprised. Reikage snorted coldly and said, Naruto, if you come here in your true form, I won't say no, but you are a clone and stay here just to protect our safety. You look down on me Reikage too much. Naruto spread his hands and said, Master Reikage, I don't mean to look down on you. You are indeed very powerful, but can you guarantee that you will always stay here? After Lugio issued the order, he looked at Naruto, thought for a while, and finally asked the question, Naruto, I have a question I want to ask you. Just answer it according to the situation. Naruto gave Shikaku a look of praise, that's great, Shikaku, Shikamaru, this father and son are born to be military advisors. They think things quickly without saying anything, and execute them quickly. Those who work Hokage like this kind of helper. To mark such a large group of people at once, the chakra consumption is extremely alarming, but fortunately, Shadow Clone Naruto still has 9 tails chakra in his body. If necessary, it is completely enough to transfer so many people away. Naruto heard this, looked at Shikaku, and said with satisfaction, yes, Uncle Shikaku, your wisdom is really strong. Reikage looked at this familiar trick and snorted, my son looks like lousy, it's really annoying. By that time, after the war is over, the ninja world will usher in a new pattern. Under the new pattern, it will be much easier to do something if we unite together. Shikaku looked at the sword of ninja love on his arm, frowned and said, Minato's seal. Naruto smiled and said, whenever you are needed on the battlefield, you still have to fight. As the headquarters is the planner and transmitter of tactics, once discovered by the enemy, it is very dangerous to use large-scale bombing weapons to attack. At this time, you need my power. Hi! Inform all troops and ask them to stand by where they are. Reinforcements will be here soon. With that said, Reikage sat down. After marking, Shadow Clone Naruto's orange eye shadow disappeared. This war is a war that the ninja world must experience. It is inevitable. Through this war, the ninjas in the ninja world can truly understand what true peace is. The people present at the headquarters were all marked by him with the sword of ninja love and the mark of the flying thunder god. In this case, their chakras were all in contact with him. Naruto raised his eyes and looked over, and Shikaku asked seriously, in fact, you have anticipated this war, right? Including the situation that is developing now, in fact, you have been controlling the field, setting the rhythm, and grasping the direction. As soon as these words came out, Mabui, Reikage, Haichi, and everyone present all looked over, their faces full of shock and doubt. I see. When Lugio heard this, he understood instantly. Hai nodded and immediately passed on the information. Yes, I had indeed expected it, otherwise I wouldn't have gouged out Danzo's eyes, chopped off his arms, and then ran away from the village. Naruto smiled slightly, looked at Shikaku, then clapped his hands and said, as expected of Shikamaru's father, he observes carefully and makes bold guesses. Only by understanding pain and feeling pain can we truly respect pain, long for peace, and try to understand each other. I am aware of the existence of the Eye of the Moon plan. That plan is nothing more than a phantom. Preparing to stop it in advance is what I have been doing. How is it possible? Saying that, Naruto started to flash directly, you mean? As for why I didn't take the initiative to stop it in advance, it's because I also want to use this war to allow the ninjas in the ninja world to truly stand together and build a community of destiny for the ninja world. Why would military advisor Shikaku say such a thing? This war was clearly started by that Uchiha Madara. Now, even the real Uchiha Madara has appeared on the battlefield and admitted the Eye of the Moon plan. Why is it said that it was? Naruto controls it. Reikage AI frowned when he heard this. Shikaku said, Naruto, you said you had a way to identify these fake ninjas, how did you do it? Naruto, what you mean is that through this war, you want to make people in this world think about problems from a different perspective. By then, what you want to do will be easier to do, right? Whoosh! Then, Shikaku looked at Naruto and seemed to see his former yellow-haired companion. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, because 4th generation Minato had been resurrected, so Naruto should know that he was the son of 4th Hokage. Naruto said, after I turned on the Nine Tails mode, I can perceive the existence of emotions besides chakra, that is, the emotions of malice and hatred. Therefore, although those hidden ninjas have the same chakra, they cannot hide their hateful emotions, so I can find out. Especially Shikaku, he caught a blind spot in Naruto's words. After listening to Naruto's words, if it had been before, Shikaku would have probably called him a madman, and Reikage AI would probably have started a thunderstorm on the spot and started fighting directly, but now, everyone started to think about it. Naruto communicated well with Shikaku and stabilized the situation at the headquarters. Immediately, Naruto's shadow clones rushed to their respective battlefields to support them, pointing out the pretenders and catching the white Zetsu hiding among the ninjas. Kabuto was obviously aware of this, so Kabuto asked by Zetsu to see Obito and asked Obito to quickly get rid of Naruto's body and stop letting his shadow clone run around. The 4th Army Battlefield. Gaara, Inoki, and 3rd generation Sarutobi Hiruzen joined forces to deal with 2nd Mizukage Genjutsu, breaking the opponent's steam explosion power ninjutsu, and successfully sealed the opponent. The battle between Madara and Hashirama was very fierce. 2nd Hokage Tobirama saw that the battlefield was expanding, so he quickly used Shadow Clone and then moved the ninjas on the scene. Otherwise, many people would have died long ago. Madara. Stop it. Uchiha Madara snorted, Hashirama, your ideal cannot be realized at all. The real salvation of this world is what I told you. Only the Moon Eye Project can save this virtual world. As he said that, Uchiha Madara inadvertently glanced at Senju Tobirama who was transferring the ninja not far away, then snorted coldly and slashed at him with his sword. Seeing this, Hashirama hurriedly used Wooden Dragon to block it, and with a bang, a huge smoke rose. Hashirama shouted, Madara, you should know what the consequences of fighting like this will be. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly and said, you mean, I can't beat you, Hashirama, you underestimate me. Since your death, I have started planning. The person I am now is not the one who chatted with you before. Me. With that said, Uchiha Madara removed Susanna, and then jumped onto a sandstone pier. Then, Madara began to form a seal, and a square Susanna appeared around Madara. Hashirama's eyes narrowed slightly. What is this ninjutsu? Why haven't I seen Madara use it before? Madara's expression was very enthusiastic. She looked at Hashirama and said, Hashirama, let me show you the power of the Samsara Eye. With a buzzing sound, the magic seal was activated, and then, Hashirama's pupils vibrated because he saw it. High in the sky, a meteorite covering the sky fell from the sky. The ninjas present also saw it, because the meteorite blocked the sun and cast a shadow over the land. Is this ninjutsu? How is that possible? Our power is not in the same dimension at all. Huh, are you kidding? This thing can also be caused by activating ninjutsu. The ninjas talked a lot and Hashirama yelled, Madara, are you going to kill yourself too? After Madara finished using ninjutsu, she folded her hands on her chest. Seeing Hashirama's nervous expression, he said happily, "The art of reincarnation in dirty soil is itself a technique for suicide. You and I are both immortal, and we will be smashed. If you die, smash it to death. There are so many people at the scene. If there is a fight, you have to protect them and restrain your hands. How about I help you clear the place, and then we can have a good fight?" Hashirama gritted his teeth and said, "Madara, you are really a madman." After hearing this, Uchiha Madara laughed wildly, and then sat down. He wanted to see what Hashirama could do. Seeing that the situation was not good, Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly jumped onto Sand Hand and ran towards Inoki. Madara snorted coldly, as if she had expected all this. So, Gaara used his absolute defense. After Hashirama continued to use Senju to break the stones, Gaara used the shield of sand to help block the flying gravel, but some stones still hit him. Some ninjas. The escaping ninjas breathed a sigh of relief and were finally saved. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly hugged Inoki, and then ran down. Gaara instantly felt huge pressure, and even his knees were about to bend. Hashirama shouted, and wooden golem directly supported him. Gaara's hand of sand supported the large meteorite. Finally, with the joint efforts of Gaara and Inoki, the meteorite stopped falling. Earth-style, super light heavy rock technique. Sure enough, with a click, the big meteorite fell from the sky, and the huge shock wave rushed directly to Inoki's head. Inoki's whole body shook instantly, and his head felt extremely heavy. Countless Senju bombarded the huge meteorite continuously, and finally, after a burst of smoke flew up, the crisis of the meteorite was completely eliminated. "Hashirama, I told you, you are mine." After Hiruzen Sarutobi rescued Inoki, he shouted, "Your Highness Kazekage, use sand to block the gravel for the ninjas." Countless big hands attacked the sky, and Hashirama wanted to smash all these big rocks. Senju Tobirama raised his eyes and looked at the meteorite. It was too big to move. He had no choice but to move the person quickly, so Senju Tobirama accelerated the teleportation technique to move the ninja. Afterwards, Hashirama directly summoned the Buddha again, and then fell asleep. Inoki flew over and shouted, "All ninjas, run around quickly, don't give up your life, hurry up." Seeing this, Hashirama praised, "Nice job, Inoki. Inoki, what should you do with the second one?" "Ninjutsu, true number Senju." Sarutobi Hiruzen is also commanding, telling the ninjas to retreat quickly. With that said, Madara stood up and rushed down. Inoki held up the meteorite and used his hands hard. Being praised by the god of ninja, Inoki felt extremely satisfied. After all, Hashirama can be said to be his senior, and he is also the respected boss in the ninja world. Boom boom boom. The sound of breaking through the sky came, and the second meteorite fell from the sky. Hashirama felt it immediately, and Tobirama also felt it, and shouted loudly, "Inoki, get out of the way." Gaara nodded. It was difficult to support, but he could still do it by blocking the defensive gravel. Inoki flew upwards. He wanted to reduce the weight of the meteorite and thus reduce the speed of descent. Madara held up her cheeks, smiled slightly, looked at Hashirama below who was constantly panting, and mocked, "Hashirama, you obviously don't have to work so hard, but you are so embarrassed for the so-called illusory piece, it really disappoints me." As for Hashirama, he has already controlled the wooden golem and came under the meteorite. If Gaara's hand of sand cannot support it, he will come to support it. Madara showed a look of fanaticism, because he used the meteorite to fall from the sky because he was sure that Hashirama would not save him even if he died, so he would definitely use all his strength. When he consumed part of his strength, it was time to do it himself. Gaara opened his hands of sand, and rose from the ground. Upon hearing this, the ninjas present began to flee. With a buzzing sound, the weight of the meteorite was greatly reduced, and its falling speed obviously slowed down. Uchiha Madara sat cross-legged on the ground, supporting his face with one hand, without even raising his eyelids, and said with emotion, "This kid is 2 feet equal. It seems that my abilities have improved a lot. Senju Tobarama glanced at Madara in the distance, spat, and cursed. Uchiha, who is born evil, really didn't hold back anything good. Senju Tobarama is still moving the hit ninjas, and then directs the ninjas to continue running to the outside. Anoki. Madara came over like a ghost and instantly grabbed Hashirama's neck with one hand. Humph, Hashirama, give it to me. Madara's samsara eye started to work, absorbing chakra like crazy. As a result, she was sucking it in. Madara frowned because Hashirama in front of her eyes turned into a wood clone. Uchiha Madara snorted, substitute. Not far away, Hashirama's figure was revealed. He looked at Madara and said, "You want to get the power of Sage Jutsu in me." Madara. Seeing that Hashirama saw through his thoughts, Uchiha Madara was not angry and said with a smile, "Yes, I do want part of your power, otherwise, I wouldn't want you so much." With that said, Madara opened her clothes, and above her chest was Hashirama's face. Hashirama frowned and said, "Madara, you are actually doing this." Madara showed a fanatical look. When she saw Hashirama, she smiled as if she were looking at a prey. "Hashirama, listen to me. The union of you and me is the only way to achieve peace in this world. You see, I am a plant. I entered your flesh and blood, fused your power with mine, and then opened the immortal eyes. With the immortal eyes, I can naturally see farther than you." Hashirama frowned slightly. He finally understood that the purpose of Madara's fight with him was to bite off a piece of flesh and blood from his body and create a state of suspended animation. Madara expected that Tobarama would not destroy his body, so he showed it in his eyes in advance. Carve the spell, and then take the opportunity to resurrect and create all the plans now. Senju Tobarama also flew over, looking at Madara in front of him. He regretted very much, "Brother, I admit that it was my fault for not following your instructions in time to destroy his body." Hashirama sighed. Before he died, he called Tobarama to his bedside and told him to destroy Madara's body in time. As a result, his brother was still reluctant and insisted on keeping it for research. "But then I thought about it, it's normal. Tobarama has been either studying forbidden arts or inventing forbidden arts throughout his life. For a scientific research madman like him, Madara's body is indeed full of temptations." Sarutobi Hiruzen and fourth generation flew to Hashirama and Tobarama. The four Hokage stood together. Gaara also floated over. Gaara gave Temari a look. Temari understood the meaning and waved, "Everyone ninja, continue to retreat." Just now Madara opened her samsara eye and used the power of Sage of Six Paths. Meteorites fell from the sky, which really scared Gaara. Although the first meteorite was successfully blocked with the joint efforts of herself and Anoki, the second meteorite fell from the sky. Well, if Lord Hashirama hadn't been there, and Lord Tobarama was constantly transferring ninjas, it's estimated that the ninjas in this fourth battlefield are no longer here, and all of them might have been killed. Gaara saw the Uchiha Madara in front of him, and on his chest, there was Lord Hashirama's face. Thinking about the future that Naruto showed him before, he understood that the power of this Madara was very terrifying, and not an ordinary ninja could do it. To deal with it, one must have shadow-level strength to fight. Therefore, Gaara asked Temari to issue a retreat order, and there was no need for other ninjas to waste their lives here. As for Anoki, the shock wave of the second meteorite just knocked him out. After being rescued by Hiruzen Sarutobi, he was sent to the troops behind for treatment. Gaara looked at Madara in front of him and said, "Master Hashirama, what should we do next?" Logically speaking, the four Hokage present are all Gaara's seniors, especially Hashirama, but the god of ninja, although he is the captain of the Ninja Alliance, but against an opponent like Madara, Gaara can only to start, you still have to listen to Hashirama. Hashirama frowned, looked at Madara, and said seriously, "Do your best to defeat him, and then seal him." Madara frowned. Meteorite fell from the sky and did not bother these people. It was entirely because of the existence of Hashirama and several other shadows. In terms of strength, the opponent could indeed suppress her, even if she had reincarnation. In an eye-catching situation. As he spoke, Hashirama clapped his hands and shouted, "Wood style, deep forest creation." Gaara raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "I can even do wood style, isn't this? Right now, the strength here can completely suppress it, no problem." As he spoke, Tobirama kept jumping between the giant trees. Gaara was floating in the air and could see everything clearly. Kunai attacks and goes away, Tobirama seals. When the flames hit the fire dragon, a mist of water instantly rose up and spread, and the water vapor came overwhelmingly. Boom boom boom. Gaara hurriedly rose into the air and said in surprise, "As expected, it's a big scene when you take action. It's really not a one-dimensional battle mode." Huge trees burst out of the ground, and then attacked overwhelmingly. Damn it, that Bradabito is such a failure. Wood style, deep forest creation. Sarutobi Hiruzen and 4th generation's offensive continues unabated and continues to advance. At the same time, he was extremely grateful for the order he had just given. Being able to summon such a huge amount of water out of thin air in such a desert place, one can imagine how powerful Second Hokage's water style is. For a moment, Gaara felt that he was not suitable to appear here. With that said, Gaara looked at Hashirama, who snorted coldly, "Madara, use wood style in front of me, you can do it." Hashirama frowned, "What is this seal?" A huge water dragon appeared out of thin air, raised its head in mid-air, and then bit directly towards Madara. With a buzzing sound, Tobirama appeared directly in front of Madara. Madara seemed to have expected it and had already prepared the seal. Uchiha Madara smiled slightly. Who is he, Uchiha Madara? Even facing these people, he still has the confidence. The original plan was to let Nagato resurrect himself, have a body of flesh and blood, and then retransplant the Samsara Eye. Facing these people, it can be said to be easily suppressed, but now. With that said, Madara clapped her hands together. Huge flames spurted out from Madara's mouth, and Gaara was shocked. This is fire style. This magnitude is too scary. Water style, water dragon bullet. Senju Tobirama agreed very much. Brother is right, you can't show mercy when dealing with the inherently evil Uchiha. I feel a little powerless to participate in the battle here. Those ordinary ninjas come here just looking for death. Madara looked back and found that the second Ōtsutsuki who was talking to him, controlled by Kabuto, had been successfully sealed long ago. He was a little unhappy because this was completely out of his control and exceeded his plan. It was really disappointing. Sarutobi Hiruzen holds the golden cudgel in his hand and is ready for battle. Although he is facing the founder of Konoha's first generation, as long as the first generation and second generation speak their minds, he will still be the younger brother who charged into battle. In an instant, countless giant trees rose up from Hashirama's side and attacked Madara. Tobirama snorted coldly, threw a kunai marked with the instantaneous technique, and then shouted, "Monkey, 4th generation, let's go." The flying thunder gods of the 4th generation are always ready. According to Naruto's instructions, they are here just to stabilize Madara and ensure that the battlefield of the 4th generation is not overturned, and there will be no problem. Snort. Fire style, extinguish the fire. Huge trees collided together, making a crashing sound. From the white steam, Madara jumped out. Countless fireballs were also raised, and Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted. He is a ninjutsu master. He has all 5 kinds of ninjutsu at his fingertips. Facing Madara, he knew he was no match for him, but with 1st generation and 2nd generation around, he wouldn't. Afraid. I saw Hiruzen Sarutobi make a big jump, leap into the air, and shouted, "Golden cudgel, grow longer." With a whoosh, the golden hoop grew longer, and Madara's fireball was thrown directly towards him. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked serious and quickly turned the golden hoop in his hand, forming a stick shield in mid-air. Clang clang clang. The fireballs projected by Madara were all blocked by the golden cudgel wielded by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Well done, monkey. Tobirama praised, and then shot out a kunai. Madara snorted and tilted her head to dodge. Tobirama let out a hiss, passed by instantly, and then shouted, "We succeeded." Madara didn't even turn her head, and with a clang, the kunai stabbed Madara's Susanoo. Tch. Tobirama was very disdainful. With a chirping sound, the fourth generation rubbed the Rasengan and came straight over. A Rasengan directly hit Madara's Susanoo. The Rasengan kept turning. Under the push of the fourth generation, Madara's Susanoo bones began to crack. Madara was a little displeased, and seemed a little angry that someone other than Hashirama could break her Susanoo skeleton. With a cold snort, Susanoo grew again and pushed away the fourth generation, Tobirama and the others. Tobirama reached directly to his heart and activated again, tandem paper bombs technique. The directional explosion unfolded again, and the sound of booming kept coming. Sarutobi Hiruzen also summoned shurikens, and then shot them directly, forming the seal, multiple shuriken techniques. Whoosh! Countless shurikens were thrown towards Madara's Susanoo, clanking, and hit directly on Madara's Susanoo. Madara felt the pressure of the attack, and the bones of the Susanoo were clearly cracked. After all, those who attacked him were all shadows. Even if Madara is very powerful, he must be serious when facing these. How annoying! Madara held up her big hand, then jumped up on the spot and jumped out of this area. Hashirama quickly followed him. Facing Madara's Susan, only Hashirama's with style could suppress it. Therefore, seeing Madara moving away, Hashirama thought Madara was going to activate again, so he condensed chakra again and prepared to summon out comes Wooden Dragon and Wooden Golem. Here, Anoki leaped over again after being treated by the medical ninja. Gaara looked at the blood on Ono's wood and pretended to blame him. "Hey, Master Ōtsutsuki, you'd better take a rest." Anoki snorted coldly, raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, and said cheerfully, "I said that I will pick myself up again. Back then, it was because I was deeply influenced by Lord Hashirama that I longed for a united peace in the ninja world, but, later on, I abandoned myself because of Madara." When Madara heard this sentence, she also remembered that memory. Gaara and Anoki waved to the rear, Temari led the troops and rushed over, and then the group continued to move forward. "It's really my dream to be able to fight with Hashirama-sama. Man, living a long time does have its benefits. Your Highness Kazekage doesn't have to worry about me. Even if I die in battle, I, Anoki, can participate in such a battle." Regret. Hashirama sighed, told Anoki and Gaara a few words, took Minato with him, and chased after him. Shikaku analyzed the battlefield. Indeed, the time has come, and the final decisive battle is about to begin. So, Madara put Susan away and flew away, heading towards Obito's chakra. Shikaku received the inquiry from the 4th unit, and handed the intelligence document to Shadow Clone Naruto at the headquarters. Naruto looked at it, nodded and said, "Let Lord Hashirama continue to pursue Madara with the ancestors of Hokage. Gaara, Anoki, lead the 4th unit and keep moving forward." In an instant, the mutual suspicion among the entire army disappeared, and Kabuto's alienation plan completely collapsed. Anoki still wanted to resist, but Uchiha Madara gave Anoki a look and taught him how to behave. He wants to go find Obito, he wants to ask what happened. So, Shikaku asked Hai to quickly arrange the order. The troops that were originally stagnant, after Naruto's shadow clone joined, were hidden among the troops, and those fake ninjas were pointed out one by Naruto. With that said, Tobirama took the lead and started chasing him. There was no way, even if he was as strong as Madara, he had to retreat at this moment. For the Eye of the Moon plan and the overall situation, he had to endure it. Madara has many doubts. Who is Kabuto? No one can be found at the moment. After all, the boy named Naruto just now actually had the Rinnegan Eye, which surprised him. Logically speaking, he was the only one who had the Rinnegan Eye, and it had been transplanted into Nagato's eyes. Why? Shadow clone Naruto learned that Kakashi's troops had entered the final work and that the last member of the 7 ninja swordsmen had been sealed. Therefore, Naruto asked Shikaku to announce that all troops should quickly go to the final decisive battle location, which is the main body of Naruto. Where people are facing now. Headquarters. He was brought up by second generation. He has no choice but to obey the orders of his immediate superior subconsciously. After receiving the order, Tobirama was overjoyed and said, "I just said keep chasing, stop ink, monkey, let's go. I can't beat this lineup at the moment, but let's go, Madara still has the strength." Hashirama shook his head and said, "It's better to contact Naruto first and listen to what he has to say." Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched out his hand, nodded to Hashirama, and chased after him directly. Madara replied very contemptuously, "There is no cooperation, only surrender." Young Inoki, who was with second Tsuchikage, went alone at that time with the purpose of making them surrender to Konoha. Inoki questioned, "Hashirama-dano, didn't you say cooperation?" From then on, Inoki no longer believed in the so-called peace, and was always on guard to protect the village. Hashirama frowned. Gaara and Inoki flew over and asked, "Your Excellency Hashirama, should we pursue you?" As soon as Hai saw this, he immediately issued an order. Minato nodded. He agreed. After all, his son had confessed to him, and he was right to listen to his son. Gaara also agreed. After all, he was a staunch supporter of Naruto. But now, Inoki has found his young self again. Tobirama snorted and said, "What are you waiting for? Fourth generation, chase with me, we all have the teleportation technique, and with my perception technique, even Madara can't escape." Madara snorted coldly. The Inoki in front of her was indeed not the young boy he used to be. Madara glanced at Hashirama again, and then at the Kages present. He thought for a moment, forget it, continuing to fight here will not be good for him, and things will change sooner or later. Seeing that the elder brother, fourth generation, and Gaara all said this, Tobirama couldn't say anything, so he had to agree. After all, Naruto, that naturally stupid boy, did have 2 skills. Headquarters. After hearing this, Shikaku looked at Reikage, who nodded without any objection. The situation on the battlefield is already very clear. Because of Naruto's intervention, all major battlefields have entered the final work. Since Naruto turned on the Nine Tails mode and was able to sense the white Zetsu hidden inside the enemy, the alienation plan only played a partial role in the early stage. In the later stage, Naruto after people appeared among the major armies, the Baiju could only be reduced to being massacred. There was no other way. In order to preserve his strength, Kabuto ordered the white Zetsus to withdraw one after another. Black Zetsu has been trying to find ways to break through Mizukage's defense, looking for daimyo, and kidnapping attacks, but he can't find an opening at all. After a battle, he was almost cut in half. After finally escaping, Heiju returned directly to the base. Kabuto looked at Black Zetsu and White Zetsu in front of him and said, "Right now, the battlefield situation of the Ninja Alliance is very unfavorable to us. The chess pieces in my hand are almost used up. White Zetsu can't sacrifice any more. All of them take it down." Baiju touched his head and said, "I want to ask a Fei for permission." Kabuto snorted coldly, "Why don't you ask him for advice? Let him take care of himself first. Let him take down Naruto's main body. Until now, Naruto's main body is still stable, and Shadow Clone is flying everywhere, the entire battlefield is simply a mess." Kabuto was furious. Heiju agreed, the general is out, and the military orders are not obeyed. At the moment, a Fei is fighting, we have decided on this kind of thing, not to mention, Madara has been resurrected. Kabuto smiled slightly, and he pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose, revealing a strange light. Sure enough, as he expected, Baizetsu basically had no idea. The one who made the decision was Black Zetsu, but Black Zetsu was still fundamentally towards Madara. Yes, you see, as soon as Madara was resurrected, Black Zetsu dared to agree with him. In the past, he had discussed it with Obito. After the three people made a unanimous decision, they removed all the large numbers of white Zetsu on the battlefield, then went underground and met in the direction of Obito. At the moment, all the major battlefields were depleted, so it was no longer appropriate to divide the troops for fighting. They could just gather together and engage in large-scale core battles. After all, even Madara took the initiative to find Naruto to join them. So, on the battlefield, the ninjas discovered one after another that the targets of the battle began to retreat. The ninjas reincarnated in the dirty earth made the final cut. Some of the weak ones did not even have time to retreat, and were sealed one after another. After receiving intelligence from various ministries and gathering them at the headquarters, Shikaku looked at Naruto and asked, "Naruto, what do you think?" Naruto smiled slightly, his inner goal was achieved. 100,000 white Jew. In the previous life, these 100,000 white Zetsu caused a lot of casualties to the Ninja Alliance, because these 100,000 white Zetsu were all white Zetsu warriors created by Princess Kaguya in the past. To a certain extent, each white Zetsu had the fighting power of genin. In this life, the reason why Naruto walked with the rhythm of war throughout the whole process was to speed up the process and reduce the casualties of the ninja coalition, and on the other hand, force the other side to withdraw by Zetsu and preserve their strength. Because so far, only 20,000 to 30,000 Baizetsu have died at most, and there are still 78,000 Baizetsu that are intact. This is a valuable asset for Naruto. It may seem trivial to others, but to Naruto, this is something he has planned since he was reborn, and has been exploring and implementing it. By Jew. That is a good sacrifice, a rare sacrifice for reincarnation in the dirty land. In order to face the threat above the stars, Naruto has no choice. Although Kabuto has been resurrected and sealed, the three-man team of Itachi, Shisui, and Inugaki Kisame, with their own orders, has gone forward with the purpose of taking Kabuto and controlling Kabuto. If Itachi's Isa Nami can't save Kabuto's heart, it doesn't matter, there's still Shisui to finish. Distinguished heavenly gods directly forcibly modified Kabuto's consciousness and made Kabuto use it for himself. When the time comes, all the seals will be unlocked, and the undead army reincarnated by the Kabuto Earth will be Naruto's undead army. In this war, the dead ninjas must be reawakened, and the 7 or 80,000 white ninjas are the best raw materials. What to do with the excess? There is no way, in the long river of time, there are many graves that can be opened. Naruto took a deep breath, woke up from his plan, looked at Shikaku and said, "It's okay, everything is as expected, Uncle Shikaku, let the troops move forward according to the original plan." Shikaku and Reikage looked at each other. Although they had doubts in each other's hearts, they both chose to believe Naruto. Orochimaru looked at the scene in front of him, clapped his hands, applauded and praised, "It's really surprising, the power of the 8 tailed beasts is really amazing." Killer Bee snorted, then 8 Tails opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of ink, sealing techniques, billions of furious trouble slaves. Naruto nodded. He knew that Killer Bee knew sealing techniques, but that sealing techniques was useless at all, because according to the trajectory of his previous life, Obito would take action, which is why Naruto did not move. "Uncle Bai, it's okay, the destructive power is amazing." Minato said happily, "That's it." In the distance, Orochimaru was also watching this situation. Orochimaru shrugged his shoulders and said, "No, I just think the scenery here is better." As soon as the count reached 1, Obito held the seal and came out from the ground. Saying that, Naruto put his hands on Orochimaru and Minato, and Orochimaru raised his hand and knocked Naruto's arm off. White Zetsu sneaked into the trees to guide a large number of white Zetsu to retreat and gather on Obito's side. 2. Killer Bee snorted coldly, "Hey, Naruto, are you looking down on me? If you don't believe me, count together, 1. 8 Tails said, "Seal it now, let's compete." Naruto smiled slightly and said, "They won't be trapped so easily." With a bang, all 7 Jinchuriki changed their forms, increased in strength, and broke through the ink covering their bodies. Kabuto this way. Naruto nodded, loving to see the scenery was also one of Orochimaru's hobbies, so Naruto took his father and flew to Eight Tails. As for Kabuto, he was considering the last few chess pieces in his hand, thinking about where it would be better to do some damage. 3. Naruto snorted coldly and said as if he had expected it, "I'm right, Uncle Bai." Naruto frowned, and Orochimaru said, "I think it is not suitable for me to appear in the next scene. It is better to watch from a distance." After the killer bee-tailed beast's 8 spins, the entire forest was razed to the ground, and a huge pit appeared. Inside the pit, there was also a small pit, and inside the pit was 8 tails. What Kabuto didn't know was that Itachi, Shisui, and Kisame were not far away from him. The ink fell to the ground and instantly transformed into ink killer bees. Before the 7 Jinchuriki could react, they all went over to choke and lock their bodies, trapping them directly. Naruto smiled slightly and said, let's go. 8 Tails explained, this is one of Killer Bee's sealing techniques. It counts down 3 seconds. In other words, it only takes 3 seconds for the ink to cover the enemy's body and fix his movements. Wait until they can't move, and then pull out the chest. Just the nails will do. Naruto smiled slightly and teased, what? Uncle Snake, one of the Sannin, is scared. Naruto was full of praise when he came up, because he saw, 100 meters away, the 7 Jinchuriki, all collapsed on the ground, with basically no fighting ability. Killer Bee, ****. It's really annoying. Obito's sighed. The vortex opens, and Sasuke, Kaso, Yugo, and Suigetsu are all discharged. Minato was a little surprised and said, can you know better than sealing techniques? Black Jew escaped underground to find Madara. Minato had never seen this move before and asked doubtfully, is this? Minato nodded and agreed, as expected of 8 Tails, such destructive power is the same as 9 Tails using tailed beast Jade. Minato narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Obito's eye ability has spacetime ninjutsu. He can penetrate underground and absorb and release objects. Naruto looked at his father and smiled, I have known this ability for a long time. Sasuke looked at the status of the 7 Jinchuriki around him, and then at Obito's gestures. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said, so, they have always been under your control. Sasuke doesn't know why Obito can control these 7 Jinchuriki without the Samsara Eye, but it can be seen that this guy's behavior of staying behind has always existed. Just like his brother, Itachi. Obito put down his gesture and explained calmly, it's just to prevent the tailed beast from being uncontrolled. There is nothing. The real control is you with the Samsara Eye. Go ahead, Sasuke. Sasuke snorted coldly and said, Yugo, Suigetsu, leave with Kaso and hide in the woods behind. You will be useless in the rest of the battle. Yugo nodded and said coquettishly, Sasuke-kun, I don't want to leave you. Suigetsu rolled his eyes at Xiong Phosphorus and said, just listen to what Sasuke said. We are of no use here in the next battle. It will only add trouble. With that said, he pulled the crazy woman Xiangling and walked back. Xianglan was reluctantly pulled by Suigetsu, turning around 3 times and crying, Sasuke-kun, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke didn't have the person Xianglian in his eyes at all. In his eyes, he only had Naruto. I'm on it. Sasuke stepped forward, and the 7 Jinchuriki followed suit. All 8 people jumped into the air and rushed towards 8 Tails. Naruto smiled slightly and said, I really missed this scene, but Sasuke is the one who attacks, and that person becomes the audience instead. It's really funny. Killer Bee snorted coldly and took the lead to take action. The huge tentacles shot out directly, slashing horizontally and sweeping vertically. The attacking Jinchuriki-tailed beasts all dodged one after another. Among them, 6 Tails didn't even try to dodge. He rushed to the front and was caught by 8 Tails. Naruto saw this and shouted, Uncle Bai, throw it away quickly, 6 Tails is corrosive, be careful with your hands. As soon as he finished speaking, strong acid liquid emerged from Eight Tails' palm. Eight Tails instantly frowned and shouted, "It hurts, it hurts." Sasuke raised his knife and cut it down, and shouted coldly, "You should worry about yourself, Naruto." Naruto snorted coldly, and the Nine Tails chakra's big hand appeared directly behind him, clasped his hands together, and caught Sasuke's machete steadily. Sasuke was not in a hurry, and the half-body Susan skeleton appeared directly, sweeping Naruto. Naruto frowned, and another chakra stretched out his big hand and directly grasped Sasuke's big skeletal hand. Sasuke snorted coldly, glared with his left eye, and let go of the hand holding the knife. Shinra Tenjing. With a chirping sound, a huge repulsive force struck, and Naruto and the fourth generation were directly rushed away. In mid-air, Naruto turned around and said with a smile, "The technique is not bad, Sasuke." As soon as he finished speaking, another technique from Sasuke struck directly. Amaterasu. The black flames of Amaterasu chased Naruto directly, like a cone of black flames. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly and raised his hands to directly block it. Under the influence of the power of heaven, Shinra Tianjin will form a circle of repulsion, completely blocking the black flames. Sasuke sneered and teased back, "You're not bad either." Minato's side was not so relaxed, as two Jinchuriki attacked directly. Worm food. Cat scratch. Jiraiya snorted coldly, "Don't think I don't know, you kid, you must have sensed the traces of my arrival long ago." With a bang, the water gate dropped rapidly, and there were a lot of coral rocks growing behind it. Minato fell rapidly, and Four Tails' son Goku directly formed a piece of lava on the ground, trying to melt Minato. With a whoosh, the long white hair quickly retracted and penetrated Obito's body again. Obito snorted coldly, crossed his arms over his chest, and made no comment. As a result, just when Obito's hand was about to touch Minato, a white figure rushed over quickly. Behind him, Xiangling looked at the scene with concern. Shuei said calmly, "Don't look at it. The Sasuke now is no longer the same Sasuke who fought during the Five Shadows period. He doesn't need our help anymore. Look at what's happening on the battlefield. None of the people participating in the war are of shadow-level strength. If we go up there, we are seeking death." Seeing that Minato was about to fall into the lava, he didn't panic and prepared to form a flying thunder god seal to escape, but in the end, Obito moved. Xianglu rolled his eyes at Shuei, meaning look at Chongwu. Sasuke continued to leap forward and fight with Naruto. It must be said that Sasuke now has the ability to give Naruto a headache. Naruto thought about it and realized that his father had the flying thunder god, and he was immortal after being reincarnated in the dirt, so there was nothing to worry about. How could he, this majestic yellow flash, be put to death like this? After Minato was pulled away, he landed smoothly. When he saw the person coming, he said happily, "Jiraiya-sensei." The long white hair struck directly, penetrated Obito's body, and bit out Minato. Minato was shocked and said, "Is this?" With a bang, Five Tails Ōtsutsuki was thrown far away. Minato was attacked and held his arm. Because he was concerned about Naruto's condition, he didn't dodge. As a result, Three Tails dodged directly behind Minato, coral palm. Xiangling looked at him and said, "What do you want to do?" In Nine Tails mode, his perception is very sensitive. He has long sensed that Pervy Sage's chakra is heading this way. Naruto chuckled, "Indeed." Minato secretly screamed that something was wrong. It was too late for the flying thunder god to dodge again, because Obito had predicted Minato's prediction. Naruto kicked Sasuke away, and the flying thunder god came over and said, "Pervy Sage, you showed up just in time." Sasuke rushed to Obito and said, "You are so bad, you didn't even take such a good opportunity." Eight Tails wanted to reach out and grab Minato, but Five Tails Ōtsutsuki rushed towards him. Killer Bee had no choice but to grab the head of Five Tails with his originally rescued hands. Minato's eyes widened instantly, and Obito's hand reached out. Yugo said calmly, as long as Sasuke needs it, I am willing to fight. With a buzzing sound, Minato dodged to the side of the kunai he had just thrown, and as soon as he landed, Obito appeared behind him. Obito looked at his hand, snorted, and laughed at himself, I didn't catch it again. Here, 8 Tails roared, lifted 5 Tails up, and threw it out fiercely. Naruto frowned. This was Obito's greeting to him in his previous life. He was about to save him, but Minato shouted, Naruto, don't worry about me. You can face the enemy with peace of mind. Ninja technique. The technique of random lion's hair. Jiraiya nodded, let go of his hand, and then smashed the coral behind Minato with his fist. Minato took out a kunai and threw it far away in all directions. Suigetsu chuckled, turned his eyes away, then narrowed his eyes slightly and looked out. In the forest opposite, standing in the forest is Master Orochimaru. Teacher, this time, I won. Suigetsu chuckled and said, I haven't seen Orochimaru-sama for a long time. I really want to catch up with him. Hai sensed Jiraiya's arrival through the water ball and shouted, the latest situation, Jiraiya-sama has arrived on the battlefield of Naruto's body and is fighting with Naruto and Fourth Hokage-sama. Shikaka nodded, and then said, how is Madara now? Hai sensed it and said, according to Madara's attack route, it is exactly where the main body of Naruto is. However, Lord Second Hokage, Lord Third Hokage, Lord First Hokage, and Lord Fourth Hokage are chasing him. How could it be? Shikaku also frowned and looked at Naruto, because Master Fourth Hokage actually appeared on the 2 battlefields. Shadow Clone Naruto smiled slightly and said, just like me, the person on the other side of my body is also my father's body, and the one on Lord Hashirama's side is my father's clone. Shikaka nodded, and his guess was good. However, fighting with clones is not Minato's way of fighting. Because Flying Thunder God, as a time and space ninjutsu, consumes a lot of chakra, so Minato rarely uses clones. Could it be that he is reincarnated? After that, can the consumption of chakra amount be ignored? Reikage also had such doubts, but they didn't ask, because as long as it was beneficial to the battle. In fact, what Shikaku and Reikage don't know is that the current Minato does not lack chakra at all, because he has half of 9 tails in his body, so he can fight alone when fighting separately. After Shikaku, Reikage, and Naruto summed it up, they issued another order. Order all troops to quickly clean the battlefield again and go to support the main body Naruto for the final decisive battle. By the way, Naruto, I have another deployment, what do you think? Naruto looked over and said, Uncle Shikaku, tell me. Shikaku took a look at Naruto's battlefield and said, right now, the most critical battlefield is where you are. Although I have Lord Jiraiya's blessing, I think it's still not safe. I still want to send an advance team before going. Please support me, after all, there is strength in numbers. Naruto thought for a while and said, okay. Anyway, the current battlefield situation is very clear. Uncle Shikaku, you can do whatever you want, I will only be a support. Shikaku looked at Reikage again, and Reikage snorted coldly, don't look at me, I want to go to the battlefield, if you hadn't let me sit here all the time. Shikaku smiled bitterly, and then asked Haichi to issue the order again, order, the first unit, the captain of the unit closest to the main body Naruto, Kakashi, plus Kai, 2 people form an advance team and rush to support. Although Kakashi lost one eye, his reputation as a 55-year-old is still there. Not to mention Kai, the blue beast of Konoha, and Kakashi have been partners for many years. Together, the 2 of them have complete Super Kage level strength. This is without taking into account Kai's opening of 8 gates. After the order is issued. First unit. After Kakashi received the order, his eyes narrowed slightly. Kai stepped forward and said, what's wrong? Kakashi. Kakashi, the headquarters asked me and you, as the advance team, to support Naruto first. As soon as Kai heard this, he knew he was going to fight, and he immediately said excitedly, then what are you waiting for, Kakashi? It's time to show off your youth. Kakashi smiled bitterly, because he knew that after passing, he would definitely have to face Obito. Although he had returned Obito's eyes to him, Kakashi always felt a little guilty for Lin and Obito in his heart. After that battle, Kakashi had countless nightmares. In his dreams, he not only asked himself again and again, if he had worked harder, would the outcome have been different? Snap! Kai patted Kakashi on the shoulder, showed his trademark smile and said, "Don't be downcast, Kakashi, don't worry, no matter what you encounter, I will be with you." Kakashi felt relieved instantly. "Thank you, Kai." After explaining some things about the vice captain, Kakashi and Kai started running wildly. "Kai, Kakashi, let's have a race to see who gets there first." Kakashi smiled slightly and said, "Okay, no problem." Under the sun, two people ran quickly. "This way." Such a teasing scene really made Naruto feel very warm. Jiraiya sighed, "I never expected that the immortal eyes could actually reappear." In his previous life, Naruto already had Boruto and Himawari. As a father, he understood what his father was doing now. "Jiraiya-sensei, thank you for taking care of Naruto for so many years, teaching him ninjutsu, and leading him on the path of a jonin." Sasuke's eyes glanced over, and Jiraiya frowned and said, "Sasuke's left eye." "Rinnegan." Naruto said, "Ah," to show that he knew. Minato rolled his eyes at his son and said, "Kakashi is still my apprentice. If you have the ability, let Kakashi call you uncle." Obito praised, "Well done, Sasuke, the power control is very precise." Minato faced Jiraiya and bowed deeply. Minato frowned and said, "It seems that Sasuke can't fully control the tailed beasts yet." Naruto put his hands on his hips and laughed. Jiraiya thought about the prophecy of the great toad sage. Now it seems that the prophecy is indeed correct. Naruto is indeed leading the change of the entire ninja world. Although this change is somewhat difficult for him to understand, isn't that what pioneers are like? If it were so easy for people to understand, they would still be pioneers. Naruto looked at Minato and said with some emotion at the corner of his mouth, "Dad." Suddenly, Naruto thought of a very interesting thing. Jiraiya nodded and said, "That's true, just in time, we can take advantage of this to defeat them." Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. Sasuke stepped forward and contracted the chain, causing 5 tails Kokuo's tailed beast power to contract rapidly. Minato also smiled and said, "Yeah, I never thought that one day I could fight side by side with Jiraiya-sensei and Naruto." 5 tails Kokuo rushed from a distance, 8 tails Killer Bee dodged over and shouted, "Naruto, be careful, stop chatting." Jiraiya heard this and smiled slightly. The 3 people present immediately prepared for battle. Who would have thought that 5 tails Kokuo was not coming for Naruto and the others at all, but rushed directly to Sasuke and Obito. Jiraiya crossed his arms across his chest, looked around, and said with emotion, "After fighting for so many years, this is the first time I have seen so many tailed beasts standing together." Jiraiya touched his chin and said, "According to logic, it is indeed possible." After finishing the joke, Jiraiya looked at Naruto and said with a smile on his lips, "Speaking of which, this boy has indeed been taught well by me, and his growth has been amazing." On the battlefield, 5 tails Kokuo collapsed on the ground and complained, "I was actually controlled by such a b***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** coldly, and just like a dog, he tied 5 tails back to the tailless Jinchuriki look. Jiraiya laughed and said, "Oh, it's true, I'm up. It's actually nothing, it's just a little effort." Naruto chuckled, being praised by pervy sage was very useful to him. With a bang, 5 tails Kokuo fell to the ground and screamed in pain, "It hurts." Xianlan worriedly shouted, "Sasuke. That's right, pervy sage, I am your apprentice, and my father is also your apprentice, so should I call my father senior brother?" Because Naruto has 9 tails in his body, he can hear the voice of his heart. Killer Bee feels the same way, and 8 tails also gnashes his teeth. Right. Sasuke snorted, stretched out his hand, and with a crash, a huge purple chain shot out from his palm, directly tying Five Tails Kokuo. In an instant, Five Tails Kokuo instantly lost its power, and Sasuke's arm slightly lowered. With a pull, Five Tails Kokuo fell to the ground instantly. Sasuke held Five Tails and looked at Naruto with cold eyes. The other six-tailed beast Jinchuriki flew over. Eight Tails is now in the form of a tailed beast, with its huge body standing in front of Naruto and the others. Deep in his heart, Killer Bee shouted, "Hey, Naruto, did you hear the sound just now?" Naruto nodded and said, "Yes, I heard it." This was the second time he heard the same words, how could he forget them? Eight Tails said, "That's the voice of the tailed beast's Five Tails. We tailed beasts also have feelings for each other. To be honest, seeing them being treated like this makes me, Eight Tails, really unhappy." Deep in Naruto's heart, Nine Tails snorted coldly, "Isn't this a common thing? Those ninjas who treat our tailed beasts as pets are not like this. Eight Tails, you and that kid named Killer Bee are the only exceptions." Naruto was not happy to hear Nine Tails say this. Hey, Kurama, can you please make it clear? Why are you calling Uncle Bay and Zaihachi special cases? We are just two of us. I regard you as my brother, but you actually said such a thing. Nine Tails snorted coldly and lay down proudly pretending to sleep. Minato can also hear their conversation because he also has the other half of the Nine Tails tailed beast in his body. Inji Nine Tails joked, "Fourth generation, it seems that your son gets along well with my half." Naruto heard this, looked over and said, "That's right, Kurama and I are brothers." Nine Tails in Naruto's body frowned when he heard this. Jiraiya looked at the father and son looking at each other and cursed angrily, Hey, what are you two laughing at? Please be more serious, okay?" Naruto waved his hand and said, "Nothing, I just had something to do and was delayed." Jiraiya was a little confused, because the tailed beasts could talk telepathically, and since Jiraiya was not a Jinchuriki, he couldn't hear it. Here, after Sasuke's chain holding Five Tails broke, Five Tails and six other Jinchuriki tailed beasts attacked here. Jiraiya shouted coldly, "Be careful, it's coming." Naruto and Minato nodded. With that said, Jiraiya took the lead and attacked first. Once, Naruto exposed his four tails, and Jiraiya wanted to stop him, leaving a big scar on his body. That was the closest Jiraiya came to death. Therefore, facing the attack of the tailed beast, Jiraiya did not dare to be careless at all. He formed seals first, separated out a few shadow clone, and prepared the substitute technique to test the tailed beast's moves. Otherwise, he would not know how to fight at all. Minato's fighting style is even more elegant. He directly uses the Flying Thunder God to teleport back and forth. Jiraiya added Minato, and the two of them stopped the four-tailed beast Jinchuriki, and three others jumped over and came directly towards Naruto. Naruto snorted coldly. He stood here without moving, just condensing the Sage Jutsu chakra. Sage mode was turned on directly. With a bang, Naruto swept over with his kick, which was so powerful that he kicked a Jinchuriki away. The other two-tailed beasts Jinchuriki roared instantly, and Naruto frowned and said, "I know you are in pain, don't worry, I will save you." Deep in Naruto's sea of consciousness, in the sealed place, Nine Tails heard these words and opened his eyes. With a chirp, two Rasengan appeared in Naruto's hands. Because the two Jinchuriki-tailed beasts were huge in size, Naruto directly injected the Sage Jutsu chakra. Sage Art, Big Ball Rasengan. With a bang, two Jinchuriki-tailed beasts flew directly into the air. On Jiraiya's side, the seal has been formed, Psychic Technique. Bang bang bang. Directly summon Gamabunta, Gamaken, and Gamahiro. The three gangsters of Mount Mayaboku appear. As soon as they came out, the tailed beasts attacked. Gamabunta drew out his sword and slashed at it, cursing, "What's going on? Naruto has turned into a tailed beast. Damn it, why are there so many of them?" why did you come out? He is such a fierce guy. Naruto saw an acquaintance and said hello, hey, boss Toad. Gamabunta held his pipe in his mouth and blew out a puff of smoke. Ah, Naruto is here too. Minato flew over and said hello, Bunta, long time no see. Gamabunta was surprised and said, Fourth generation, you are here too. Jiraiya said, don't worry about reminiscing about old times, I summoned you to do some work, hurry up and help. As soon as he finished speaking, the seven-tailed beasts attacked one after another. When Tai complained, it's true, you come up to play such a fierce character. Jian, Guan. Choose the one with the least tail to do it, and leave the more tail to these masters and disciples. Toad Jian nodded and said, although I am very clumsy, I can still tie a tail. Saying that, Toad Takara directly raised his iron fork and attacked one-tailed Jinchuriki. Hiroto Toma didn't say much, he just pulled out the two big swords on his back and slashed at the two tails. Bunta complained about his two brothers and said, you guys really know how to choose, don't brag about it. That's all, 3 tails will hand over give it to me. With that said, the Toad boss attacked 3 tails directly. The pressure on the battlefield suddenly became much lighter. Killer Bee snorted coldly and said, I'll come too. 7 tails has the most tails, so leave it to me. All of a sudden, 4-tailed beast Jinchuriki were entangled, and only 3 were left, facing Jiraiya, Minato, and Naruto. A one-on-one battle, a direct defeat. Especially for Naruto, fighting a tailed beast is simply a waste for him now. Pervy Sage, go take care of Toad Boss and the others to prevent them from being attacked by surprise. It's enough to leave these 3-tailed beasts to me and my dad. Jiraiya thought it right, so he flashed to Gamabunta and formed the seal directly. When Bunta saw Jiraiya like this, he understood that he was going to enter Sage mode. Bunta knew that it took a long time to enter Jiraiya's Sage mode, so if he wanted to find a stable place to stay, Bunta's back was the best place. After Jiraiya enters Sage mode, his strength will be greatly increased, which will be more convenient for these tailed beasts. Obito saw something bad and said, Sasuke, all of us should transform into tailed beasts, otherwise, we will suffer a loss. Sasuke nodded, and then started to control with his Rinnegan. There was a bang. The 7-tailed beasts on the field burst out with powerful tailed beast power, and all of them were completely transformed into tailed beasts. Suddenly, the ground shook, and even the crystal ball at the headquarters was shaking. Shikaku shouted, what's wrong? Hai frowned and said, what a powerful chakra wave, Obito, the 7-tailed beasts controlled by Sasuke, all turned into tailed beasts. Shikaku frowned, and then asked, have Kakashi and Kai gone? Hai nodded and said, we are on the run. It will probably take a few hours before we can get over. Reikage AI stood up and looked at Shadow Clone Naruto at the headquarters and said, Naruto, use Flying Thunder God to take me there. I want to join the war for this reason. As a Reikage, it would be outrageous for me not to join the war. Reikage AI really couldn't sit still. It's almost the final battle. He has a Reikage and a lightning-style chakra. He has never fought before, which really makes him very unhappy. Shadow Clone Naruto looked at the battlefield and said, wait a minute. My body can completely handle the current situation and I don't need your participation. With a bang, Reikage hammered the table with his fist and shouted, what are you waiting for? If you keep waiting, the war is over and I, the general, haven't come on stage yet. Isn't this a joke? Shadow Clone Naruto didn't even raise his head. He looked at a place on the sand table and said, don't worry, it should be soon. On the battlefield. All the tailed beasts have transformed into tailed beasts, and under the command of Sasuke, they are each showing their abilities. The first one was 6 tails, which spewed out a large amount of corrosive acidic gas and attacked the group of people overwhelmingly. When Tai was the first to feel that something was wrong and shouted, hey, Toad Jian, Toad Gang, you two, don't lean forward, stand back a little. Gamma Ken and Gamma Hiroshi jumped behind, Jiraiya stood on Gamabunta's head and saw the acid mist shrinking instantly when it hit the trees on the ground. He shouted, "This is acid gas, everyone, be careful." One Tai. Bunta heard Jiraiya roar and knew what he meant. So Bunta and Jiraiya used the combination ninjutsu. Fire style, toad oil flame bomb. Bunta's oil is combined with Jiraiya's fire style to produce a huge oil fire bomb to attack the opponent. Because it has a wide range and is difficult to escape, the damage is extremely high. The overwhelming fire came, and Jiraiya hoped to disperse the poisonous mist, or to ignite the poisonous mist, but unfortunately, it could only disperse some of it, because Six Tails was still spraying out. When Tai complained, "Damn it, why don't I just jump over in one go?" Jiraiya looked at the tailed beasts opposite, shook his head and said, "It's too risky and not worth it." Both Toma Takaru and Toma Hiroshi jumped to the side of Eight Tails. The three big guys stood together. Naruto stepped forward and said, "I'll do it." Saying that, he directly used the shadow clone to form seals, plus the main body, 6 shadow clone, and started rubbing them together, and then directly rubbed out 3 wind release spiral shuriken. With 3 swoosh sounds, it was launched directly. 3 raisin shurikens were shot out and exploded. The huge acid mist was forced back and they all attacked the tailed beasts, that is, in the direction of Sasuke. Sasuke snorted coldly and pushed away all the repulsive force of heaven. Behind him, Xianglu, Shueiyu, and Chongwu did not have this treatment. Shueiyu shouted, "Follow me quickly, don't get stuck by this poisonous mist." Although Kaoru was unwilling to leave Sasuke, he had no choice, so Suigetsu took Kaoru and Yugo and fled away quickly. In order to avoid the acid mist, he even went in the opposite direction. Just as the acid mist passed, the ground suddenly burst open, and countless chakra hands broke out from the ground and attacked them. It turned out that Sasuke had been prepared, and the acid mist was just used to cover up. The real opponent was hands of chakra below. Chakra grab it quickly. Gamabunta, Gamatake, and Gamahiro quickly counterattacked, but as a result, they had too many grips and directly entangled them. "Damn it, you bastards!" Bunta wanted to jump up and struggled, but was held tightly to the ground by the hand of Chakra. Jiraiya clasped his hands together, jumped up, jumped behind him, and shouted, "Bunta, Ken, Hiroshi, it's okay, you can disappear." When Tai sighed and said, "Sorry." Bang! 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 The psychic spell was lifted, Bunta disappeared, Gao Guang, and Gao Jian also disappeared. Eight Tails was very angry and opened his mouth wide to see the move, start releasing the tailed beast Jade immediately. Seeing this, the people on the other side also started placing tailed beast Jade, and there were even more of them. Boom boom boom. Both sides were simply shelling, the movement was so loud that the whole land was shaking. Orochimaru frowned a little and hurriedly stepped aside, because it would be bad if he was accidentally blown to pieces. Although he couldn't die, resurrecting would be troublesome after all. Besides, such a beautiful battle scene, because death it's such a shame that we can no longer see it. The huge shock wave made Jiraiya regret it and cursed, "I will improve my training in Sage mode when I get back. The time it takes to enter is too slow." Just as he was talking, Minato hurriedly rushed over and shouted, "Jiraiya-sensei, be careful." It turned out that there were too many tailed beast Jade bombardment from the opposite side, and Eight Tails could not block it. It flew over. Jiraiya's eyes widened. As a result, Naruto raised his hand directly, Shinra Tenjin. The repulsive ball opened and directly bounced the tailed beast Jade away. With a chirp, Naruto stood in front of Nine Tails in the sea of consciousness. Nine Tails hummed, and chakra surged directly. The chakra coat on Naruto expanded rapidly, and the Nine Tails tailed beasts unfolded. The huge Nine Tails appeared and rushed towards the seven-tailed beasts. Sasuke waved his hand and said, "So what if it bounces off? I can still defeat him." Eight Tails Killer Bee shouted, "Hey, Naruto, something is not good." The tailed beasts released their tailed beast Jade and attacked directly towards Naruto. With that said, Sasuke took the lead and led the seven-tailed beasts to rush over. Naruto smiled slightly and walked forward. Jiraiya frowned and called Naruto. Minato stood beside teacher Jiraiya and said, "It's okay, I have confidence in Naruto." Nine-Tails snorted coldly, stood up and said, "I still need to get up and settle things. They are really a bunch of bastards." Boom boom boom. Sasuke stood on Komi-eye, looked down at Naruto and said, "Naruto, that's all you have, how about it? It feels like being bombed, it's not good." Naruto didn't panic at all, patted his belly and said, "Hey, Kurama, don't sleep, get up and work." Orochimaru watched Jiraiya look over here and hid slightly behind the tree. The explosion soared into the sky, and Jiraiya said in shock, "This is the power of the tailed beast. It's so shocking, it even leveled the mountain." Although he was shocked, Jiraiya did not forget to look in one direction, because in that direction, there was the chakra he was familiar with. The Nine-Tails chakra coat formed a big coat and was put on Naruto. Minato believed in Naruto because at this scene, he knew the details of his son and his methods. "Okay." Sasuke looked at Naruto standing at the front, snorted coldly, and shouted, "Die." Here, Naruto snorted and shouted, "Up, Kurama." "Xiaoba, Uncle Bai, stay back." Sasuke frowned. This guy didn't show any fear at all. This made Sasuke very unhappy. Very unhappy. It can be said that he was quite unhappy. Eight-Tails lowered its head and looked over. When it saw Naruto striding forward, it knew that Naruto and Nine-Tails were about to fight. He shouted, "Since you are seeking death, then I will fulfill your wish." Killer Bee said, "Don't be afraid, Naruto has the power of heaven to ward him off." Naruto snorted coldly, with a contemptuous smile on his lips. Obito sighed, they all bounced away. Tweet, tweet, tweet. Eight-Tails stepped back, and Killer Bee said excitedly, "Oi, I finally get to fight with Naruto and Nine-Tails." With a whoosh, a thick tail of chakra shot up into the sky, and directly bounced all seven-tailed beast Jade away, scattering them in the distance and exploding. Naruto shouted, "Let's go. Kurama." Jiraiya gritted his teeth and said, "Wait a minute, I'll be fine soon, I'll be fine soon." Saying that, Sasuke jumped down directly, and then his consciousness began to call, and the seven-tailed beasts stood in a row, and all began to condense the tailed beast Jade. Eight-Tails shook his head and said, "The tailed beast Jade of these seven-tailed beasts, even if it is the way of heaven, may be blasted to death." Sasuke gritted his teeth. Sasuke was so arrogant that he jumped directly onto Seven-Tails Komi-eye's body, because Seven-Tails has wings and can fly. In addition to the snake Orochimaru gave him, Sasuke also likes to sign flying animals as psychic beasts. Naruto. Sasuke. The two people each controlled the tailed beasts and rushed towards each other. Naruto was in the huge Nine-Tails. Sasuke came with seven-tailed beasts to attack. Nine-Tails got angry and spread out the Nine-Tails, sweeping directly. Roar! A huge roar resounded throughout the battlefield, and the Nine-Tails directly drove back the seven-tailed beasts, and even Sasuke flew backwards. Sasuke narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Naruto fiercely, and cursed in his heart, how could he? He is so strong. When Jiraiya saw this state, he immediately said happily, "Ha ha ha, you are indeed my disciple. I didn't expect that Naruto Nine-Tails would be so strong, what should I be afraid of? Minato, we are also going to come." Minato laughed when he heard Jiraiya praising his son. Every father doesn't like others praising his son. On the battlefield, Nine-Tails said, "Naruto, what are you going to do next?" Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Put pressure on the other party and force them into an action." With that said, Naruto directly formed a seal to create a shadow clone. The shadow clone took away all the natural power from the original Naruto and continued to absorb natural energy. The main body Naruto said, Check again whether the position of their black rods is the same as before. Sage Mode Shadow Clone Naruto half-crouched next to Naruto and nodded. With that said, Naruto took 9 tails and attacked directly. Sasuke snorted and led the tailed beasts to attack again. Here, Obito saw that this was not going to work and was ready to join the battle, but Jiraiya obviously noticed. Shinshi, Sage Mode has been saved and activated. With a chirp, Jiraiya entered Sage Mode, but this time, he did not summon his elder brother and elder sister. The 2 immortal toads stood on his shoulders, because there was no need, not the time when he beat Pain, and Minato was beside him. It's enough for 2 people to fight this Obito together. With that said, Jiraiya and Minato flashed directly in front of Obito. Humph. Your opponent is us. Jiraiya snorted coldly, and Minato looked at the masked man in front of him and said, Obito, it's better to look back. Obito sneered, now that things have come to this, teacher, you still want to lecture me? Minato frowned and said, no teacher would give up on a student casually. Obito frowned coldly, pointed at Minato and said, you are not qualified to say this. You didn't show up at several critical moments. Fortunately, you are still Yellow Flash. Jiraiya has completely confirmed Obito's identity through Naruto and other intelligence channels. With the current conversation, he knows that the masked man in front of him is not Uchiha Madara, but Uchiha Obito. Well, Obito, that kid, himself I've seen it before, but I didn't expect that he would turn out like this now. Hey! Obito kid, in terms of seniority, I am your master's master, you have to call me master. Because I am senior to you, let me say a few words to you. You did go too far. If nothing else, I think you know better than anyone else how your master treats you. Also, I heard that you are still an orphan and Kushina takes great care of you. What about you? Taking advantage of Naruto's birth, I kidnapped your master's wife and indirectly led to their death. I'm not telling you, you really went too far. Well. You are not even as good as Orochimaru. Orochimaru has some mental problems at most. You have no humanity. And your purpose is also weird, not even as good as Nagato. Nagato is really for world peace. I want to collect the tailed beasts and achieve peace. Having said this, Jiraiya shook his head and said, Minato, look at it this way, there is a bit of a gap between you and me in recruiting disciples. Compared to me, there is no comparison at all. Minato sighed and scratched his head. Obito was so angry that he roared, don't you just rely on me to support your old age. As for Shueiyue and Xianglan, they are telling Zhongwu to dig a hole quickly. Minato frowned slightly, and rushed to Jiraiya's side and said, Teacher, if necessary, I will transfer you away. I am the reincarnation of filthy earth and have an immortal body. It doesn't matter. Seeing that he was about to stomp on 3 tails directly formed a move similar to Choji, a speeding car, and rolled up. Naruto snorted coldly, and the 7 tails tied with its tail was not honest. Naruto controlled 9 tails with he stepped on it and raised 9 tails fist, but 6 tails bit it directly, and huge corrosive liquid began to emerge. Don't try to succeed. Killer Bee saw this and laughed loudly, Naruto's talent is really high. This move is a bit like our tailed beast 8 spins, but 9 tails has 9 tails, so let's call it 9 tails. Naruto didn't panic, he directly raised his hand, opened the huge 9 tails mouth, and opened the condensation tails beast Jade. With that said, Jiraiya attacked and left. Although Minato was unwilling to fight his disciple, there was no other way. Jiraiya was already on the attack, so he had no choice but to do so. Here, Sasuke was completely D off by Naruto. This is a defense method that Naruto improved in his previous life based on the Hyuga Hinata family's Kaiten move. It's just right to use it at this time. Obito snorted coldly and looked towards the field. He was not afraid at all, he could just penetrate directly. There was a thumping sound on the ground, and 5 tails Kokuo rushed towards him. With the high horns on his head, he pushed directly towards Naruto. At the critical moment, Eight Tails appeared and raised his fist. Orochimaru came down from the tree, dug a hole in the ground, and hid for a while, only showing his head to look outside. When the shock wave arrived, he retreated inside. With a whoosh, the attack was directly pushed away. Eight Tails joked, "You are really a little expert at naming." Naruto said, "No. Uncle Bai, Xiaoba, help me protect Pervy Sage and my father." Jiraiya looked at such a big-tailed beast jade and frowned, "A chakra of this size is too huge." Naruto snorted coldly and said, "How can it be possible for you to get what you want?" Here, after the battle just now, Sage Mode Shadow Clone Naruto has determined the location of the Black Rod. It is almost the same as in the previous life. The location is similar to the location in the memory of the soul. Naruto. 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 Once, twice, 3 times, how many times more? You guy, why are you always against me? Sasuke originally thought that since he opened the Rinnegan and controlled the 7-tailed beasts, he would definitely beat Naruto. But after the result, he was still suppressed and beaten by Naruto. He couldn't accept it and he was going to be angry. This wasn't over yet. After the 3-tailed speeder ran out, it quickly changed its direction and attacked directly towards Naruto. Seeing that these attacks were in vain, the 2-tailed Nikomata, the 1-tailed Shikaku, and the 4-Son Goku directly raised their tails and waved them in this direction. Here, Obito who was fighting also noticed it and joked, "Are you finally going to kill me?" Saying that, Sasuke directly formed a seal. Under the influence of the Samsara Eye, the 7-tailed beasts stood together, and then together they condensed the tailed beast Jade. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly, opened his hands, and the other hand of the huge 9 tails directly blocked 3 tails' flying bullets. The 9 tails stood straight up and then spun on the spot. Very good, the positions of the black rods of all tailed beasts have been determined. Here, 7 tails Yugo flew into the air, preparing to condense the tailed beast Jade. Naruto controlled 9 tails to make a big jump, directly punched him, then stretched out his tail, directly rolled it up, pulled it, and fell directly. With a bang, 8 tails punched Kokuo's head with a fist, sending it flying. With that said, he directly activated the penetration and attacked directly. Jiraiya snorted coldly and said, "Forget it, I will help your master clean up the door today." The main body Naruto nodded and said, "Then start putting some pressure on the other party." Below, 3 tails lies on the ground. Hachi and Uncle Bai instantly understood what it meant, ran to 4th generation and Jiraiya, rolled them up with their tails, and backed away. Jiraiya looked at Naruto over there, very concerned. In this situation, what should Naruto do? 8 Tails said, "Let's help too." 2 huge-tailed beast Jade collided together, like 2 red-hot iron balls, impacting each other, neither one was convinced by the other. In the end, the one launched by Naruto went straight up to the sky against the one launched by Sasuke, and exploded at a high altitude. Although it rose to a high altitude, the power of the explosion was too great, and the shock wave hit the ground. Or the ground was cracked open, and countless stones flew into the sky. Jiraiya and Minato hid in the protective shield formed by the tails of 8 tails. Through the only gap, he saw such a spectacular scene inside. It seems that Naruto took aim and hit the lower one part, shoot it up in the air. 8 Tails praised, "Indeed, the fight is wonderful, but the scale is too exaggerated." Sure enough, 9 Tails is still awesome. 9 Tails, the Een in Minato's body, snorted coldly, feeling extremely proud. 8 Tails frowned, because it sensed the aura of Een 9 Tails through telepathy, and asked in surprise, "What's inside the 4th generation's body?" Minato explained, "It's the other half of 9 Tails. After I completed the seal, the one left in Naruto's body was the young 9 Tails, and the one left in my body was the Een 9 Tails." Killer Bee sweated a little and said, "Half of them are so powerful, so how powerful will the complete 9 Tails be after they are combined?" A huge explosion hits the whole place. Kaso, Suigetsu, and Yugo all hid in the pits, and Orochimaru also hid in the dug cave. There was no way, the shock wave and heat generated by such an explosion were not something ordinary people could withstand. Obito stood there, not moving at all, and kept watching quietly. Taking advantage of the cover created by the explosion, Naruto made a preemptive strike. His 9 tails swung up and turned into chakra grippers one after another, grabbing at the tailed beasts. Dong dong dong. He accurately captured 7 tailed beasts. Shadow Clone Sage Mode Naruto said happily, Shinshi, you have caught the nail. It turned out that there was a Shadow Clone Naruto in 9 tails mode hidden inside each huge grasping hand. At this moment, they all grabbed the nails firmly with both hands. Naruto nodded, then looked at Obito standing over there, his eyes narrowed slightly. Obito, what are you going to do next? Just as he recovered his thoughts, suddenly, due to the connection with the chakra of the 7-tailed beasts, 9 tails telepathy was activated, and the scene from the previous life appeared again. Naruto's consciousness sank into the land of his mind, and 7-tailed beasts stood in front of him. That's right, Naruto has entered the tailed beast chat group. Everyone, long time no see, I've been waiting for a long time. Naruto greeted the 7-tailed beasts generously. In his previous life, he knew these tailed beasts, but in this life, it was the first time for them to meet. This was the second time for Naruto to come to this place of the soul. For Son Goku frowned and said, why does this guy seem to be so familiar with us? The Jinchuriki of the 2-tailed Matatabi, wooden golem of the cloud-hidden village, laughed and said, after all, everyone is a Jinchuriki. The fact that he can enter this level means that he is also a Jinchuriki who regards the tailed beast as a friend. Jinchuriki from 6 Tails Saiken and Yugao from Kirigakure village took the initiative to say hello, yes, Naruto, long time no see. For Tails' son Goku was the most excited. He looked at Naruto and frowned, how do you know our names? Naruto nodded, walked to the center, looked at these tailed beasts, Naruto smiled slightly, spread his hands and said, wait a moment, I will pull 8 tails in. Naruto and Yugao met because of a mission, so they have a long-standing friendship. Killer Bee hummed and said, where is this? Why are you all here? As soon as these words came out, all the tailed beasts present were shocked. One tail Shikaku snorted coldly. It seems that Naruto and 9 Tails have a really good relationship. They even know 9 Tails' names. Upon hearing that 9 Tails was talking about Tails again, Shikaku said angrily, damn fox, if the old man hadn't been biased, how could you have so many tails? You know how to talk about things all day long. If you have the ability to fight in a one-on-one fight, believe me. If you don't believe me, I will bury you in the desert. Killer Bee nodded, and then said, then the masked man outside and Sasuke can't come in either. Killer Bee and 8 Tails smiled slightly, they knew the truth. 9 Tails looked at Naruto and said, it's up to you to speak. Naruto laughed, and 9 Tails behind Naruto snorted, damn Tanuki, if you don't speak, no one will think you are mute. How dare you dance like this with a tail? Then, Naruto named them one by one, 1 tail Shikaku, 2 tails Matatabi, 3 tails Isabu, 4 tails Son Goku, 5 tails Kokuo, 6 tails Saiken, 7 tails Komiai, 8 tails Gyuki, 9 tails Kurama. What? Naruto said calmly, the blue-eyed boy who calls out the names of the 9-tailed beasts and plays with them. After a second thought, he looked at 9 Tails and said, Kurama, did you tell him? 8 Tails nodded and said, yes. 4th Mizukage Yagura was instantly offended and said angrily, hey, what do you mean by saying this? You know, I am the 4th Mizukage. What's wrong with not having a relationship? I don't care about it. Naruto heard the words, looked up, then frowned, scratched his head and said, to be honest, when I see you again, I can't help but sigh. It's such a pity that you are gone at such a young age. I think it must be a woman's. I haven't even kissed you on the lips, and I haven't even talked about love yet. Oh, it's so sad. Nine Tails sneered and said, according to the rhythm of the previous life, you are not in love now, okay? And when it comes to kissing, you have only kissed Sasuke. Naruto smiled and waved, haha, Yugao. Eight Tails and Killer Bee were stunned at first, but their minds also came in. Except for Nine Tails and Eight Tails, the other tailed beasts present were shocked. Naruto was amused. It had been a long time since he heard Nine Tails and One Tail arguing. For Tails' son Goku keenly noticed that Nine Tails mentioned the topic of past lives, and frowned. Hey, Kurama, what does your Jinchuriki mean by talking about past lives? Naruto smiled and reassured, sorry, just teasing. One Tail Shikaku snorted and said, I never thought that a proud fox would be able to make friends one day. Saying that, Nine Tails' body suddenly stretched out a chakra hand and grabbed the Eight Tails outside. Nine Tails snorted arrogantly, I'm not that free, you ask him. Three Tails Isabu Jinchuriki, fourth Mizuka Jigura crossed his arms, looked at Naruto and smiled, Naruto, you came just in time. On behalf of Jinchuriki and the tailed beasts, I thank you. I have wanted to see you for a long time, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto rolled his eyes at Nine Tails and said, Kurama. If you don't mention this, we are still good friends. Naruto clapped his hands and shouted, Shinshi, everyone is alive, let's start the roll call. The Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts were also very surprised, because they knew what this meant. Jinchuriki who were not close to the tailed beasts would not know their real names at all. Naruto stood in the middle of the field and said with a smile, do you still remember what Sage of Six Paths said to you before he died? Eight Tails explained to Killer Bee, this is the spiritual place of the tailed beasts. Only Jinchuriki who are perfectly integrated with the tailed beasts can come here. When Naruto called out these names, the tailed beasts present were shocked. Damn fox. You're going too far. Why do you tell Jinchuriki everything? Shikaku took the lead in scolding. In its opinion, the prophecy made by the old man of Six Paths before his death was a secret among the nine-tailed beasts. Some of the tailed beasts present also played well with Jinchuriki, but none of them said this prophecy. Today, was stabbed on the spot by a Jinchuriki. Nine Tails stared at Shikaku with bared teeth and cursed, I told you, I don't have that much free time, and damn Tanuki, are you looking for a beating? You don't need enough training, right? After saying that, the chakra gripper outside the Nine Tails body instantly lifted the Shikaku body outside, and then dropped it heavily to the ground. Shikaku screamed angrily, you damn fox, I'm looking for a beating. Next to them, Irway and Six Tails hurriedly stopped and broke up the fight. Forget it, we are all tailed beasts, it's not easy to get together once. Everyone calm down, calm down. Shikaku, don't stop me. I want to challenge this damn fox to a duel. How dare you train me outside? Nine Tails snorted coldly, then looked at Naruto and said, don't explain to them, it will be a mess, just fight with each other. Naruto nodded, and that's what he said. It was the battlefield outside now. Although there was a time difference between the inside and outside, it seemed that everyone talked a lot and spent a lot of time inside, but outside, it was only a few seconds. Come on, everyone, put your hands together, I want to fight with you. With that said, Naruto raised his fist. When the tailed beasts saw this, they looked at me and I looked at you. For Tails' son Goku came first, then 7 Tails, 6 Tails, 5 Tails. Then to the snorting 1 Tail. Seeing that 8 Tails did not come, For Tails said, Yuki, aren't you coming? 8 Tails smiled and said, bye, and I have already seen it. When the tailed beasts heard this, they were stunned. No wonder 8 Tails and 9 Tails are on the same front. When everyone's fists touched together, Naruto closed his eyes. With a chirp, Naruto led everyone to follow the trajectory of time and space and began to play the past scenes. The memories of Naruto in the past life were played one by one. The 7-tailed beasts, including their Jinchuriki, also saw it. Especially when the Sage of Six Paths appeared, the tailed beasts all trembled, and some were so excited that they even shouted, "Old man." Although separated by time and space, the Sage of Six Paths in the picture seemed to sense it and smiled slightly at the tailed beasts here. For Tails was shocked. "Yes, it's the old man's breath, it's the old man, the old man." As soon as he finished speaking, the screen turned again, and the tailed beasts saw Naruto and Sasuke fighting together. Yugao looked at Naruto and said sympathetically, "Naruto, you have suffered so much." Then, Princess Kaguya appears. Seven Tails Komiai's Jinchuriki, Fu of Takigakure, said, "I guess it's probably Naruto's rebirth that caused the butterfly effect, don't you think, Komiai?" Hearing Naruto say this, the Jinchuriki present all nodded. There was no problem with this. For the sake of the ninja world, everyone fought together, even if they had to be resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. For Tails Jinchuriki said, "Alas, life is so unpredictable. Sasuke and Obito are fighting so hard now. I don't know what they will be like after they know the truth." Naruto smiled slightly. Son Goku's words reminded him of his past life. According to the timeline, he was the one who pulled out Son Goku's first black nail at this time, but in this life, he didn't. For Tails Son Goku said with emotion, "I never thought, Naruto, that you were reborn." Sage of Six Paths appears. Then the scene quickly changes to the invasion of Ōtsutsuki, and the tailed beasts fight Naruto again. As a result, after several years of fighting, almost all the people in the ninja world are dead. In the end, Nine Tails also died in the battle, and Naruto also died. Their tailed beasts turned directly into chakra fruits and were eaten. In Nine Tails' memory, the silhouette of Sage of Six Paths gradually blurred, and then slowly became real. The last thing he saw was Naruto's back. Naruto said, "Because the purpose of my return this time is to prepare to unite the ninja world to deal with the invasion of the Ōtsutsuki clan, so there are some deviations from the progress of my previous life because of my rebirth and plan, but don't worry, everyone. So far, everything is still going as planned." Wooden Golem was surprised, time travel actually exists in this world. Naruto smiled and said, "When it's time for them to know, they will know." "Okay, everyone, let's stop chatting here. Everyone, stretch out your hands again and give me your things as you did in the previous life. Otherwise, I may encounter a corresponding situation later, and I won't be able to respond." Fourth Mizukage Yagura nodded in agreement. As the Seventh Hokage, as the highest fighting force in the ninja world, you really tried your best in your previous life. I never thought that there would be such a powerful enemy outside the world. Every time he recalled it, it was painful for him, because seeing his loved ones die in battle again, his heart ached so much. Shikaku said proudly, "The old man from Six Paths is an immortal, we can't do without him. So miserable." For Tails' son Goku looked at Naruto carefully, then chuckled. Then, that be ************** D. Sasuke took control of the tailed beasts again, and Naruto fought with him again. In the end, the two of them broke an arm each and reconciled. Then, the tailed beasts were sealed into the Geto statue, and then the one named Obito became 10 tails. Then Naruto and Sasuke fought together and rescued them, and then Madara absorbed them and became 10 tails. Six Paths Sage Mode. In the end, Madara was actually taken out by a black hand. Naruto looked over, "Son, what are you laughing at?" Seeing this, even the tailed beasts felt their hearts sank. Seeing this scene, Nine Tails' memories surged. It remembered its childhood, when the nine-tailed beasts were still young. When the Sage of Six Paths was dying, he stood in the middle of everyone and called everyone's name for the last time, warned, "Even if you are far apart, you will always be together. One day you will be one, with your own names, in a completely different way than before, and different from when you were in me, you will get the right guidance. What is the real power, until then?" Finally, the Sage of Six Paths showed up, and with the help of his son Boruto, Naruto was resurrected. "This time I am meeting with you all to let you know. After all, in the future, it is possible that you will be resurrected, or even reincarnated, to deal with the Ōtsutsuki in the sky. Naruto and Sasuke teamed up and successfully sealed it. Naruto retracted his fist, opened his eyes, and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Komi nodded, thinking that what Fu said made sense. Jinchuriki of Five Tails Kokuo, Han from Iwagakure, said, Sasuke and Naruto are together, so what is Sasuke doing outside now? This is the end of the screen. Son Goku explained, I didn't expect that in my previous life, I was the first one to believe that you were the son of prophecy, and I even called on everyone to believe in you. Ha, I have a good eye. Nine Tails smiled slightly, and said inwardly, Old man, you are amazing. The tailed beasts nodded, and then put their palms together again. Naruto raised his fist above his head and pushed it up, receiving what the tailed beasts gave him. It really hurts. A new era of ninjas begins. Ah! Naruto shouted, and after gaining the power given to him by the tailed beasts, Naruto left the land of the soul and took control of his body. Due to the time difference between inside and outside, Obito only felt that Naruto was stagnant for a few seconds. Come on! Naruto! Nine Tails shouted, Naruto roared and nodded, then controlled the seven shadow clone in Nine Tails mode, pulled out the black rod with all his strength. Swish, swish, swish. Naruto pulled out all seven black sticks and threw them aside. The seven-tailed beasts instantly fainted and lay on the ground as if they had lost their strength. Eight Tails praised excitedly, Well done, Naruto. Sasuke gritted his teeth, because in an instant, he lost control of the tailed beasts. Obito narrowed his eyes slightly, came to Sasuke and said, Summon Geto statue. Sasuke made a sound and said a little harshly, I know, you don't need to remind me. Without the suppression of the black rod, there is no way to control it. There is no other way. The tailed beasts can only be recycled, but they cannot be released to Naruto. Sasuke formed a seal with his hands, summoned the Geto statue, his mouth glowed red, and then shot out seven chains, directly locking the seven-tailed beasts again, then dragged them into his mouth and sealed them away. Eight Tails said angrily, Damn it, I was dragged in just after I was rescued. Naruto snorted coldly and said, Don't worry. Call out. Call out. Kakashi and Kai arrive. Naruto. Kakashi shouted. Naruto had already sensed their arrival and nodded, Ah, Mr. Kakashi, you are here. Kakashi nodded, then looked at Minato and Jiraiya and greeted, Minato-sensei, Jiraiya-sama. Kai, who was usually smiling, became serious now and greeted, Fourth Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sama. Minato smiled and said, Ah. It's Kai. It's been a long time since we last saw you. You have become like this. Kai scratched his head and said, Huh. Jiraiya crossed his arms over his chest and said, Such a situation is really rare. After Kakashi greeted Naruto, Minato, and Jiraiya, he looked at Obito, his eyes narrowed slightly, and then he looked at Sasuke and said coldly, Sasuke, you have fallen. Sasuke snorted coldly, pointed at Obito next to him and said, Kakashi, you should tell your old classmate this, after all, he has been corrupted longer than me. Kakashi looked at Obito with mixed emotions. Kai stepped forward, patted Kakashi on the shoulder, and said, The one wearing the mask is Obito, right? Kakashi nodded. Kai shouted, Who is that, Obito? Everyone is an acquaintance. Now that we know your identity, there is no need to wear a mask anymore. Let's be honest. The real Madara has already appeared on the battlefield, and you don't need to hiding. Obito snorted coldly, then really took off the mask, threw it aside, looked at everyone and said, That's right, it's rare to have so many acquaintances present, wearing a mask, so that some people can't see my face. I don't feel any guilt at all. Upon hearing this, Minato and Kakashi's eyes flashed at the same time. In Sasuke's plan, the purpose of cooperating with Obito is to gain power, powerful power. What he thinks in his heart is to kill Naruto, his best friend, and there will be no one he cares about in this world. Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly, because he clearly felt that as Naruto spoke, the breathing of Obito beside him became more and more ups and downs. Sasuke sighed. This Naruto really had nothing to say, and he was deeply affected by it. It's no wonder that it's harmful. It doesn't matter what others say about him. As long as Naruto opens his mouth, Sasuke can't stand it. It's raining. Obito snorted coldly. It's okay to solve him, or not to solve him. Anyway, after this war, this hypocritical world will disappear, and everything will become beautiful and real. You who once wanted Lin's attention so much have now become like this. What would Lin think if she saw you? Sasuke glanced at Obito and said, would you like me to help you deal with him? Therefore, Sasuke is also on guard against Obito. When necessary, he will not listen to Obito. Nine Tails roared, no, Naruto, this is the prelude to 10 Tails' resurrection. It's a pity that Sasuke doesn't know that Obito, like Madara, likes to leave things on people as a backup. In one sentence, Naruto let Obito break his guard. Obito reached out and grabbed the Uchiha fan behind him. As a result, a puddle of water flowed out of his hand. Obito hummed in surprise, was it sweat? He will destroy anyone who dares to start a war. Sasuke, I'll teach you another seal. Well, fighting against an opponent like Naruto was tricky, but he wouldn't break a sweat. Shut up. Sasuke frowned slightly. He didn't like the Eye of the Moon plan because he felt it was unnecessary. It's a pity that after being designed by Madara, he committed a series of beastly behaviors. Obito looked at him and said, you'll know after you try it. With a buzzing sound, Geto's statue instantly covered his head, as if it was about to explode. No. Obito, where were your dreams and where was the woman you loved, have they all come true? Obito was angry, looking at Naruto's face. The more he looked at it, the more he looked like his younger self. This was what he hated most, and it was also the real reason why he liked to wear a mask. It was not to let the world not see his face and misunderstand him as Madara. But because he didn't want to see his face. Naruto snorted coldly, Obito, when it comes to guilt, you should be the most guilty. Then you, Eileen, did not protect her well. In this way, the whole world is under his threat and coexists peacefully. He comes to accept all hatred. Unlike his brother Itachi who watches the village in the dark, he looks down on the entire ninja world directly from the top. Different from his previous life, Naruto now said very calmly, yes, I know. Sasuke hummed and looked at Obito. Obito said, this is the seal to summon 10 tails. Let's see if you can control it. If you do, you will be like Sage of Six Paths. Yeah. Sasuke nodded after receiving the seal, and then directly activated the seal. At that time, he will control the most powerful power in the world, gather all the tailed beasts, kill the 5 shadows, and rule the world. He will be the only god in this ninja world. Saying that, Obito's Sharingan rotated, directly passing the seal through the Sharingan, and shining the seal onto Sasuke's Sharingan. Naruto looked at Obito and shouted, Obito, you once dreamed of becoming a Hokage, you were envied by Kakashi, and you were recognized by Lin. Now, standing in front of your master and your best friend, you have become what you once were. You are the most annoying. Naruto smiled slightly. In his previous life, he had broken into Obito's heart. Naruto knew Obito's heart very well. Obito was actually very much like his former self. He was simple, passionate, dreamed of being a Hokage, had a crush on Lin, and didn't like being better than himself. Kakashi. Enough. Sasuke looked like he had come before and snorted coldly, I advise you not to talk to him. Just fight this guy and that's it. If you reason with him, he will trick you. Jiraiya looked at the explosion of 10 tails and felt something bad. Naruto, what is going on? Do we need to stop him? Killer Bee and 8 Tails were both evolved by Naruto into the future. They knew the progress, but they didn't know what Naruto would do. Because according to the previous situation, they wanted to prevent Obito and Sasuke from doing this. After all, it would be very troublesome after 10 Tails was resurrected. Naruto frowned and said, "Wait a little longer." Obito snorted coldly and said, "Naruto, very good, not resisting is the best outcome." Sasuke withdrew the seal and looked at the frantic Geto statue behind him, holding his head, with many eyes popping out of his head, looking like he was in agony. "Is this all right?" Obito nodded and said, "Yes, that's enough. The next step is to wait for 10 Tails' resurrection." Sasuke looked at Naruto in front of him and said, "He will not give up. He will definitely take action before 10 Tails is resurrected." Obito tilted his head, looked at Sasuke and smiled, "What? You are afraid of him?" Sasuke snorted, "How is that possible? You're kidding." Suddenly, Naruto felt something in his heart, looked up and said, "Here he comes." With a bang, a figure fell from the sky and landed next to Obito, stirring up a large cloud of smoke. Jiraiya glanced over and said, "That is Obito, you seem to be having a lot of fun." Uchiha Madara stood up and looked at Obito. Obito did not look at him, but threw the Uchiha fan in his hand to him and said, "Just in time, you are here, give it back to you." Uchiha Madara took it and snorted coldly. Sasuke looked over and said, "Are you Uchiha Madara?" Possessing the Rinnegan, being so familiar with Obito, wearing armor from the Warring States period, and having a face reincarnated from the earth, Sasuke was certain that the person in front of him was Uchiha Madara. Madara looked at Sasuke, Rinna on the left, Manka on the right. Well, he is a good Uchiha boy. Only, why does he have reincarnation eyes? Where is Nagato? How did Obito execute the planned plan? Obito, let me ask you, where is Nagato's Rinnegan? Obito arched his forehead and signaled to Uchiha Madara, "Look, the guy opposite who is glowing with golden light, Nagato's Rinnegan was deceived by him." Uchiha Madara was shocked for a moment and said angrily, "What? Are you kidding? Nagato has the Rinnegan, how could it be taken away by him?" Uchiha Madara's heart aches. Those are her own reincarnation eyes. Madara has suffered so much for those eyes. These eyes are the key to implementing the Eyes of the Moon plan. Obito explained, "It wasn't taken away, it was given to Naruto voluntarily by Nagato." It can't be said that. It should be said that Nagato was hit by Genjutsu and his will was changed by Naruto. Uchiha Madara complained as if he had heard a big joke, "Nagato, who has the Rinnegan, will win Genjutsu." Obito, you are not kidding me. Sasuke added in time, "That is not an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan's Genjutsu, it is the strongest Genjutsu, Uchiha Shirsue's distinguished heavenly gods. This is a real-life Genjutsu. It is different from the Genjutsu used by all pupil techniques. Once activated, this kind of Genjutsu directly changes reality, allowing the user to enter the reality changed by the user." Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed slightly, and when he heard what Sasuke said, he understood a little. He snorted coldly and said, "I never thought that among Uchiha's descendants, there would be someone who could invent a reality Genjutsu of the same level as Izanagi." After complaining, Madara suddenly looked at Sasuke, frowned and said, "Where did your samsara eye come from?" Obito looked at Madara and said proudly, "Based on your experience and the research done by my collaborator Kabuto, I found a reincarnation like you, Sasuke," which opened his eyes. Oh. Having said this, Uchiha Madara took a good look at Sasuke. This guy was actually a reincarnation like himself. Looking again, Madara was even more surprised to find that this guy looks a bit like her younger brother Uchiha Izuna. Good needle. Obito, you are quite reliable and have found a good partner. I believe that this partner has the same wishes as us. Madara's intention is very clear, with two meanings. First, this guy, like us, also hopes to realize the Moon Eye project. Second, you can control this guy's Rinnegan, right? Otherwise, if he gives up in the end, how will the Moon Eye project be realized? Obito nodded and said, "Don't worry, Sasuke is our steadfast partner. Hearing this, Madara felt relieved. This means that Obito left a backdoor to control Sasuke. Once Sasuke disobeys, Obito will take away Sasuke's Rinnegan. Boom. 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 4 figures landed on the ground. First Hokage, second Hokage, third Hokage, fourth Hokage shadow clone, all landed. The second Hokage frowned, looked at the 4th generation here, and praised, 4th generation, your flying thunder god is better than mine. When he turned around, he found that 4th generation had landed behind him. 2 4th generations. After Shadow Clone 4th generation landed, the local 4th Hokage Minato released Shadow Clone and said with a smile, scratching his head, Nidame, sorry, the one following you is my Shadow Clone. The 2nd generation nodded and stood up. He thought that the 4th generation's teleportation technique was better than his. Old man. Jiraiya flashed over and hugged the 3rd generation's shoulders. The 3rd generation looked and saw that it was Jiraiya. You kid, you are still so dishonest. Jiraiya heard the news that Naruto resurrected the Hokage. Before the old man died, he was not in the village, which has always been a pain in his heart. It's great to meet him now. The 2nd generation looked at Jiraiya and asked, Monkey, what is this? The 3rd generation introduced, Nidame, this is Jiraiya, my apprentice. Jiraiya immediately stopped his attitude and greeted, Shodai, Nidame, hello. Hashirama also nodded with a smile. After all, he was a younger generation of Konoha and a direct disciple. The 2nd generation looked at Jiraiya, nodded and said, he's a good ninja. Speaking of which, Monkey, you're really good at taking in apprentices. Tsunade needs no introduction. She has my big brother's genes, so she's strong. I admit that Orochimaru is better than me in this area of research. Now this Jiraiya looks pretty good too. I can sense that he has the same sage jutsu chakra as his elder brother. Not bad, not bad. Jiraiya chuckled and scratched his head embarrassedly. Being praised by the 3rd generation was nothing, but being praised by the 3rd generation's master and his wife was wonderful. This is the 2nd Hokage, second only to the 1st generation Hokage. The 3rd generation was also very pleased. After all, their apprentice made them proud in front of their old leader, so their teaching was not in vain. But Orochimaru felt a little uncomfortable because, after all, he was killed by him. Speaking of Orochimaru, the 3rd generation subconsciously looked in one direction. That's right, this aura is him. Jiraiya said, Orochimaru is in the same team as Naruto now. He is hiding in the woods and watching the battle. The 3rd generation snorted coldly and said, Jiraiya. Go pull him over here. When Jiraiya heard this, he set out immediately. When Orochimaru saw Jiraiya coming towards him, he subconsciously prepared to run. Jiraiya is a professional when it comes to chasing Orochimaru. Because Jiraiya and Orochimaru can be said to have grown up together, some of Orochimaru's actions cannot be understood by others, but Jiraiya can see some traces. Therefore, Orochimaru escaped and was caught by Jiraiya. Don't run, Orochimaru. This isn't like you. You've always been calm about everything. Jiraiya hugged Orochimaru and smiled in his ear. Orochimaru pulled away his hand and said, You didn't see me running away, I was just moving. Jiraiya chuckled and said, Let's go over there, the old man just asked me to come find you. Orochimaru shook his head and said, I won't go. Jiraiya frowned and said, Why don't you go? Orochimaru folded his hands on his chest and said, The fighting over there was so fierce, why should I go over there? Why don't I just stand here and watch the battle, it will be fun. Jiraiya snorted coldly and said, If the old man tells you to go over, just go there. I know you feel guilty in your heart. You killed the old man because you were afraid of being scolded in the past. I understand. Orochimaru said amusedly, Do you think I care about this? I just find it troublesome. Besides, you know what, I resurrected those 4 Hokages. Why should I be embarrassed? Jiraiya pulls Orochimaru and just pulls him away. What nonsense are you talking about? If you don't want to be embarrassed, just leave. Pulling Orochimaru here, 3rd generation looked at Orochimaru and snorted, Orochimaru, long time no see. Orochimaru smiled and said, it's been a long time indeed, Sarutobi-sensei. Hashirama looked at Madara, Obito, and Sasuke in front of him, and said, let's put the old things aside for now. Dealing with these people is the key now. 3rd generation nodded and said, that's what Shodai said. Jiraiya said, Orochimaru, please come and help. After all, we haven't fought together for many years. Orochimaru smiled slightly and said, okay, let's just renew the friendship between masters and sects that I haven't had for a long time. Looking at the frantic Geto statue, Hashirama asked, Naruto, what is that thing? Hearing Hashirama ask, Madara said, this is the Geto statue, a container that holds the 9-tailed beasts. Hashirama, you will see 10 tails soon. As long as 10 tails comes out, I can realize my moon. I plan, when the time comes, our dreams will be realized. Obito's eyes narrowed slightly. This Madara was so emotionally provocative. Madara frowned and said, Obito. Madara snorted coldly, looked at Hashirama, shook his head and said, you don't understand. Without these eyes, you can't see the real future. I don't blame you. I want them all to die. After Madara finished laughing, she keenly observed Sasuke's emotional changes. To be honest, although I am very disappointed with the people who abandoned me back then, I was once the leader of the clan and it pains me that my clan is gone. You, me, Obito, after all, we are from the same clan. Uchiha Madara snorted, Sasuke, right? He is a good Uchiha Jr. He is more promising than the Uchiha people I met back then. He also knows how to resist. Obito formed the seal and shouted, what a beautiful thought, Uchiha Flame Formation. Because of this guy, after Amigakure revealed his identity that time, Obito discovered that no matter what he did, he would be hindered by Naruto, and his plan would not make progress, so now Obito is very afraid of Naruto. Sasuke thought to himself, these 2 people must be mentally ill, and they are not serious. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. If it doesn't work, I will end the world by myself in the end. Jiraiya yelled, Naruto, what are we waiting for? This Geto statue seems to be mutating again. Sure enough, this is the pain point in Sasuke's heart. Look at the Hokage below, they keep saying to protect the village, but in the end, they protect and protect, our Uchiha clan is gone, and the brother who loved you is gone too. Madara laughed helplessly. This laughter was extremely painful in Sasuke's heart. As Madara, who once caused Obito's painful memories, he is very good at how to make a person despair. Naruto looked at the 4 people in front of him and said, wait a minute. Let my tandem paper bombs put an end to this. Having said this, Uchiha Madara looked at the 4 Hokage in front of him coldly and said, if they had listened to me, the leader of the clan, they would not have had the consequences of being exterminated in the end. What is even more ridiculous is that the person who exterminated the clan was still our Uchiha clan. Our own people. Ha, ha ha ha. This false world needs treatment. Obito frowned slightly, this Naruto has been saying, wait a minute, what are you waiting for? He felt that Naruto must not have held it in. In an instant, Sasuke's murderous intent increased. Hashirama hurriedly shouted, Tobirama, don't be impulsive. Sasuke looked at Madara and then at Obito. He finally understood. Who did Obito learn from in this pretentious manner? It was a complete copy of Madara. Thinking about the conversation between Obito and Kakashi before, it was also like this. 8 Tails said, Naruto, we have to take action. With a bang, a red barriers directly protected Geto statue. Senju Tobirama, who flew over, was very annoyed. Damn it, he actually set up barriers. Because his brother, Itachi, is the one who exterminated the clan, but Sasuke understands his brother, because his brother loves him, and his brother was forced by Danzo and the third generation. If it weren't for this damn village, his brother would. If this is not the case, he will not be the only one left in the Uchiha clan. Unfortunately, Senju Tobirama had already thrown a kunai and teleported over. Second generation couldn't help it anymore and said, "Evil Uchiha, brother, what nonsense are you talking to him? That Geto statue is the key to resurrecting 10 tails, right? If you don't do it now, what are you waiting for?" Sasuke does not agree with this concept. After all, if the Eye of the Moon says that it breaks the sky, it is still Genjutsu. People all over the world have fallen into Genjutsu. Isn't that just fake? What's the point? Madara looked at the Hokage below and said to Sasuke, "Sasuke, your affairs and your brother's affairs have been known through the chakra left by Kabuto after I was resurrected." Hashirama cursed, "Madara, our dream was to build a peaceful village, protect the children in the village, and let them grow up healthily, instead of dragging the whole world into Genjutsu like it is now. This is fake. You know." Saying that, Senju Tobirama came directly. Everyone looked around, and sure enough, Geto's statue roared loudly, and his mouth was dry and cracked, as if he was transforming into the second form. Sasuke looked back, and Obito explained without looking back, "Don't worry, this is normal. Change." Sasuke's chest rose and fell, and the Mangekyo in his right eye was instantly maximized. Kill them all, including that annoying Naruto, and then become the Sage of Six Paths, control all the tailed beasts, and suppress the entire ninja world. Sasuke's Mangekyo blooms in murderous rage. Although all 7-tailed beasts were swallowed by Geto's statue and sealed by Obito using the Uchiha flame formation, this did not affect Sasuke's determination to kill people at all. Without the power of the tailed beast, he, Sasuke, could still defeat them. So, with a bang, Sasuke's Susanoo opened up and attacked Naruto. Looking at the Hokages in front of him, it was these guys who were so-called villagers all day long, who would let his poor brother. The pain was excruciating. Madara was very pleased. She looked at Sasuke and nodded with satisfaction. As expected, he was the same reincarnation as himself, and he was able to activate the complete Susanoo. Beautiful, so beautiful. Madara even thought that if Sasuke had been born decades earlier, he would not have chosen Obito, but chose Sasuke as the executor of his plan, which might have been more perfect. Madara was about to take the next step when he suddenly noticed that his body started to glow. Madara was a little confused, looked at her hands, and then said with relief, "It seems that there are also good ninjas on the other side." Obito looked over and saw at a glance that this was the art of reincarnation of the dirty land being unlocked. In that case, wouldn't it be Kabuto? It turned out that within 5 or 6 hours, Itachi, Inogaki Kisame, and Shisui, based on the information given by Naruto, successfully found Kabuto's hiding place. Shisui's Mangekyo is turned on, and he looks into the distance carefully. When his Mangekyo is turned on, he has some ability similar to the Byakugan. He can see far away and detect some hidden chakra points. Itachi was also observing and asked, "How is it?" Shisui replied, "According to the map, it should be here. Moreover, although the other party is very hidden, it still cannot escape my eyes. There is an obvious barrier's chakra, which means there is something hidden in that place." Hearing this, Itachi felt reassured. He and Shisui had formed a team when they were young. Once Shisui was confirmed, there would be no problem. Inked Kaki Kisame pulled out Samahata and said, "What should I say?" "Mr. Itachi, if it's confirmed, I'll start F******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** grabbed the impulsive Kisame and said, "Don't rush up yet. Kabuto is very cunning and very cautious. If we go forward rashly, we will definitely be discovered. When the time comes, he will realize that he is outmatched and run away directly. For us, it's also a big trouble." Shisui nodded and said, that makes sense, we'd better formulate a strategy. Kisame Mikigaki put down Samahata, looked at the two people and said, I understand why Naruto called you two here. You are so cautious that it's scary. You obviously have such a strong strength and you really have to plan in an orderly manner. It's really shocking. What a troublesome opponent. Fortunately, I am your companion. After saying that, Kisame Mikigaki sighed, looked into the distance and said, you guys can discuss it, I'll give you a warning. If you need me to start a group, just tell me. Hearing this, Shisui and Itachi started planning. Shisui, what should I say? Go up and attack him secretly, and I'll directly use distinguished heavenly gods to change his consciousness, or... Itachi thought for a while and said, Naruto said that you can use the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan to awaken the truest emotions in Kabuto's body. I think Naruto must have a reason for saying this. No. Itachi looked at Shisui and found that Shisui had a serious look of rejection. Itachi asked confused, what's wrong? Shisui replied, you should know the price of that forbidden technique. It requires losing an eye. Itachi smiled and said, relax, Naruto got 10 Sharingans from Danzo and can continue to transplant them for me. Shisui thought for a while and said, I still don't agree with this plan, because Naruto is just an ordinary Sharingan. You should understand that Sharingan needs certain conditions to open its eyes and evolve to Mangekyo. Your eye can succeed only because you revisit your old place and recall the painful memories. At this point, Shisui looked at Itachi with heartache and said, only those who have experienced this kind of pain will understand. I don't want you to experience it again, so listen to my plan and use my distinguished heavenly gods to change Kabuto's consciousness. That's it. Anyway, Naruto also said that it's up to us to decide the specific situation, as long as the reincarnated army of dirty soil controlled by Kabuto is in our hands. Itachi thought about it and was still a little worried and said, but... I'm still a little worried. Shisui smiled slightly and said, what? You don't even believe in my strength? Hearing what Shisui said, Itachi smiled calmly and said, okay, then I will do as you say. After deciding on the plan, Itachi and Shisui analyzed the terrain. In order to prevent Kabuto from escaping, they decided to split up and join the three Kakuzu together. Kisame, come here. Inkisaki Kisame was standing guard when he heard Itachi calling him. He walked over with a smile and said, what do you say? The discussion has been concluded, what do you need me to do? Itachi nodded and said, yes, that's right, Kisame, later you will take Samahata, face this door directly, and blast indirectly, do you understand? Kisame and Itachi were a two-person team when they were in Akatsuki. As soon as Itachi said this, Kisame knew what it meant. Okay, isn't it just a frontal attack to attract the opponent's attention? I understand. After seeing Kisame's answer, Shisui looked at Itachi and Kisame and said, then, let's get started, let's break up. With 3 swishing sounds, Kisame, Shisui, and Itachi rushed out. Kisame raised his same hat and rushed directly to Kabuto's location. Kabuto felt something and frowned, has someone come here? This chakra? Just one person. Shisui and Itachi had already retreated, because they were afraid that Kabuto would escape from other places, so they let Kisame rush in first and determine Kabuto's position. With Kisame's ability, entangling Kabuto was not a problem. In this regard, he was partnered with Kisame. Many times Itachi is very sure. With a swish sound, Kisame rushed into a cave. There were upside-down stalactites everywhere. He ran and came to the end of the cave and in front of a stone wall. He looked at the stone wall in front of him and sniffed his nose. Shark, the sense of smell in water is very sensitive, but it is not inferior in the air. The moisture dispersed in the air means that this is not solid, it must be barriers. In that case, Kisame Kisaki raised his hand and slammed it against the wall. With a bang, the wall was directly smashed and collapsed. Samahata was grunting extremely angry and complained to Kisame. Kisame touched it and said, it hurts. I'm sorry. I used a little force. Countless rocks flew up, and a big hole was blasted out. Kisame stepped in, Kabuto raised his head, smiled slightly, and a bright light flashed from his glasses. I didn't expect that it was you who came. Looking at you, the leader probably didn't ask you to come here. Kisame picked up Samehada, bared his sharp teeth, and tugged on the clothes on his body and said, "See clearly, I am no longer a member of Akatsuki, so you guessed it right, he didn't ask me to come." Kabuto snorted a few times, looked behind Kisame and said, "Are you alone?" Kisame stuck out his tongue, licked his lips and said, "Although I am no longer a member of Akatsuki, we are still in a team of 2. Kabuto frowned when he heard this. Boom! The wall of barriers behind Kabuto was suddenly hammered open, but compared to Kisame, this bombardment was more accurate. The sound of footsteps came, and Shursui and Itachi walked out. When he turned around and saw Itachi, Kabuto smiled softly. "You are truly worthy of me, Itachi. You were able to isolate the barriers and still find this place. I'm very curious, how did you find this place?" Itachi looked at Kabuto and said, "You think you are hiding very well, but there will always be someone who can find out your location, just like any magic, there are always flaws." Uchiha Shursui walked forward, looked at Kabuto, and asked, "He is Kabuto?" Itachi nodded and said, "Yes, I used to be Orochimaru's subordinate, and now, I have grown to this point." Kabuto looked at Shursui and frowned. These eyes and this aura were very strong. This man with Itachi was very powerful. At the same time, Kabuto also observed that Itachi did not seem to be in the state of impure world reincarnation. Now Kabuto has transformed from a snake into a dragon, and his perception is very sensitive. Itachi's current state is obviously that of a living being. How is this possible? Isn't Itachi dead? Why is he standing in front of me now, alive and kicking? Kabuto looked at Itachi and asked solemnly, "Itachi, you are not in the state of impure world reincarnation now, right? How did you come back to life? Who did this?" Itachi said calmly, "You don't need to know this anymore." Hoshigaki Kisame shouted, "Itachi, why waste time talking to him? Just follow the procedure. I will deal with him, just like catching the tailed beast. Once we knock him out, everything will be easy." Do sneered, "It seems that you are very confident that you can catch me." Hoshigaki Kisame snorted coldly, "That guy called Do, it's not that I look down on you, I can't say such a big thing that I can catch you alone, but with this lineup today, I'm going to tell you the truth, even if we catch 8 tails, it's more than enough, you shouldn't be harder to catch than 8 tails. Kabuto looked back at Hoshigaki Kisame, then at Itachi, and the unknown but very strong person next to him. He felt a little worried. After all, Hoshigaki Kisame is known as the zero-tailed beast, plus Itachi's strength is also here, and there is this person next to him. It seems that Itachi has a good relationship with him. This guy always gives me a feeling of uneasiness. I can't explain it. Do was a little worried. After saying that, Shursui shouted to Hoshigaki Kisame over there, "Hey! Kisame over there, you better watch out for me, don't let him use any tricks and run away." Kabuto ignored it, hid his head deeply under his coat, clasped his hands together, and the snake behind him kept getting bigger. Kabuto saw Itachi on the side. "So, what is your purpose in participating in the war? I think it is not just for the so-called experimental corpses. If you are short of experimental corpses, you can just kill people everywhere." Itachi took 2 steps forward, looked at Kabuto and said, "According to what I know about Orochimaru, you must have some agenda when doing things. In the final analysis, this war is a war started by Obito, and it does not belong to you in the first place." Kabuto looked at Itachi and frowned, "What?" Kabuto smiled slightly, pushed up his eyes on the bridge of his nose, and a bright light flashed on the lenses. He looked at Itachi with a smile and said, as expected of Itachi, his thinking is indeed rigorous. "Now that things have happened, I have nothing to hide, indeed, the reason for helping Obito launch the war is because Obito promised to give me something very good. This thing is too tempting, and I can't refuse it. I believe that even if Mr. Orochimaru is here, he can't refuse it. Just when Shisui was about to take action, Itachi spoke. As he spoke, the big snake behind Kabuto immediately attacked and bit Shisui directly. Impossible, absolutely impossible, Uchiha Shisui has been dead for many years, and even his eyes were given to Danzo. Kisame snorted and looked at Kabuto with a meaningful smile. Kabuto, I know this guy is very strange to you. To be honest, I was also surprised when I first met him. However, if you want to say that this guy is the legendary Shisui who can teleport, what do you think? He stood up, looked at them and said, I know your purpose. You are working for Naruto now. Your purpose of coming here is to catch me and stop this ninjutsu from being reincarnated. But I'm sorry to tell you that you can't kill me yet, because once you kill me, no one will be able to stop this ninjutsu, ha ha ha. Kabuto frowned and said, Kisame, you seem to trust this person very much. When I think about Itachi actually coming back from the dead, the possibility of the person in front of me, Uchiha Shisui, coming back from the dead is very high. Whose handiwork is this? Such a heaven-defying thing, not to mention being able to resurrect the dead, and also grant a living creature. Kisame snorted coldly, Kabuto, this kind of action is barely enough to deal with Itachi, but it's useless against Shisui's teleportation. Even an outsider like me knows that Shisui's genjutsu is unstoppable. When Kabuto heard this, he was instantly shocked. Kabuto hid under his coat, trembling with excitement and said, yes, it's Sasuke's body. Hoshigaki Kisame held Samehada and shouted with great enthusiasm, no problem. Itachi shouted worriedly, Shisui, be careful of traps. Kabuto felt Itachi's Mangekyo activated and smiled slightly. In fact, his technique was already prepared. Facing these three people, he also had the strength to fight and even the ability to escape. Kabuto also had this plan. Do laughed recklessly and unbridled. Kabuto buried his head under his coat, and many large dancing snakes suddenly appeared behind his body to sense their movements. In fact, from the beginning, Kabuto's eyes had been added with corneas to prevent genjutsu from invading him. Kabuto had so many doubts that he even wanted to ask Itachi if Naruto did it and how did Naruto do it. Talking about eyes, Kabuto suddenly remembered that Danzo only took away one eye of Shisui, but that eye was later taken away by Naruto. Another thing is that Shisui still had one eye left, but in the end the body could not be found. Here we are, where have we gone? It's him, yes, it's definitely this guy, the weasel of genocide. This guy has too many secrets. There is no way, in the pursuit of truth, Kabuto is also very passionate like Orochimaru. Shisui said angrily, no, Naruto said that we should act according to circumstances. In the current situation, I will be the only one who can take action. You stay by the side and be on guard to prevent this guy from escaping or doing any other tricks. But, Do also has something to rely on. Hearing this sentence, Itachi's Sharingan turned on directly, and Mangekyo opened instantly. Shisui felt Itachi's emotions, and smiled slightly in his heart. Sure enough, Sasuke was in Itachi's heart, and whoever touches him will die. Kabuto, there's something I want to ask you. Shisui snorted coldly and said, it looks like he really wants me to do it. Kabuto sneered and said, trap. There is no such thing. This is my home field, and nature is my comrade in arms. Even if it's the legendary Shisui who can teleport, so what? Itachi frowned slightly and said, I want to try it again. Hearing Kabuto say this, Itachi could probably guess what it was. Four big snakes rushed towards Shisui and bit him. Shisui didn't even move. Susanoo-sama's half-body skeleton opened, divided into 4 arms, and directly grabbed the 4 snake heads. Kabuto snorted coldly and said with a smile, is this the Susanoo? Shisui stared at Kabuto, and with a thought in his mind, he exerted a slight force on his 4 arms, and with a few bangs, he crushed all 4 snake heads to pieces. Seeing this, Itachi said, "Shisui, don't attack too hard. Naruto said you can't kill him." Shisui smiled and said, "Don't worry, a person who can make such a big noise will not die from such a small injury." Kisame chuckled and said, "Mr. Itachi, you are just too careful. Mr. Shisui, please understand that Itachi is like this. He has always been very careful. He was also the same when he caught the tailed beast's son Goku last time. Although the old man looks older, but he is very powerful. You don't know how hard it took me to subdue him, but Mr. Weasel just said something and asked me to be gentler to the old man, really." Shisui heard Kisame's complaints, smiled slightly, and looked at Itachi. Itachi was a little embarrassed. This was indeed the case and Kisame was not lying. When Shisui saw Itachi's expression, he knew that what Kisame said was true. As Itachi's eldest brother, he knew Itachi's character. Unexpectedly, this one named Mikigaki Kisame also had the same feelings for Itachi. No wonder he was willing to follow Naruto as soon as he was resurrected and saw that Itachi was also alive. When Kabuto heard Itachi's words, he was a little surprised and said, "It seems that I am also being targeted by Naruto. It's really interesting. It depends on your ability. Whether you have the ability to capture me and take me back." When Shisui heard this, he frowned and said, "Then give it a try, Itachi, get ready." Itachi, "Okay." Shisui grabbed the 4 snake bodies and pulled them back. Itachi opened a half-body Susanna, rushed over, and lifted the hat. As a result, there were 5 or 6 snake heads inside the hat. Kabuto is a rigorous scientist. The resurrection of Shisui and Itachi with complete flesh and blood bodies has exceeded his expectations. What's more, they can actually find this place. This is nonsense. There are obviously barriers blocking the chakra, but they can still find it. If something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Where is Kabuto? As he spoke, 5 or 6 big snakes surged out from the darkness, then gathered together, merged and merged. Suddenly, a snake's head opened wide and an arm stretched out. Itachi also looked around through the Mangekyo Sharingan and found chakra everywhere, whether it was on the ground or on the walls, as well as stalactites hanging upside down. It seemed that Kabuto had split into countless snakes and crawled all over the cave. Saying that, Shisui directly formed a seal and used the teleportation technique. In an instant, more than 20 Shisui chased Kabuto. Damn it, my ears, it seems like even the bones are being squeezed. This Kabuto, it really is. Itachi frowned and stared at Kabuto in front of him. It was obvious that the properties of Kabuto's chakra had changed. Kabuto smiled slightly, turned around and ran away. He was not stupid. Although he became a sage and had a complete sage mode, he had absolutely no chance of winning against Kisame, Itachi, or even the legendary Shisui. Who knows what weird tricks the Uchiha family has up their sleeves. Kisame Kisaki said excitedly, "What a powerful chakra. Such a wave of energy reminds me of that rare beast of Konoha. Mr. Itachi, let me take the lead." "I can't help it." Itachi dodged over, used Susanoo to protect Kisame, and shouted, "I told you to stop charging." A small red dragon grabbed a black ball and rushed out. When Itachi saw this, he opened Susanoo and rushed toward Kisame. "Don't try to escape." Itachi was also very uncomfortable. Kabuto's move was really powerful. He used sound and light to block their vision and hearing, and then used air vibrations to paralyze their senses and block their movement. He laughter came from all around, and Kabuto said, as expected of Shisui, who has an instantaneous body, his observation skills are amazing. "Yes, I have used the substitution technique since you came in. There is no way, forgive me, the chakra in your eyes is so recognizable, the amount of green chakra reveals a strange light, just by perception, my nature tells me that it is very dangerous." Kabuto looked back, a little unbelievable, how could this be possible? How could anyone run like him in such an environment? Therefore, once Shisui performs the teleportation technique, he can resist many interfering factors. Kabuto said disdainfully, he wants to gain control of the reincarnation of the earth and be friendly to me. Orochimaru-sama is already on his side. Now Naruto's fight for me is just for the control of the undead army. Shisui looked at the big coat on the ground, frowned and said, it must have shed its skin and escaped. Moreover, Kabuto has already used the substitute technique since we came in. He is extremely cautious. Itachi looked around and said, Kabuto, I advise you to give up the current war and cooperate with us. This is your only way out. In addition, let me tell you, Naruto's attitude towards you is very friendly, and he even confessed to you before we came. Let's not hurt you. Kisame snorted, pulled out Samehada, and slashed at the red dragon with his big knife. As a result, the red dragon circled directly around the black ball, forming a vortex. After a few seconds, the vortex disappeared, and the black ball bloomed instantly. There was a huge light, and at the same time there was an extremely uncomfortable sound. Kabuto raised his head from the ground and said with a smile, Kisame, I am different from Orochimaru-sama now. I have successfully transformed from a snake to a dragon. As a result, Kabuto formed a seal with his hands, Sage Art, the art of White Geki. Hearing this, Shisui said in a deep voice, I understand. Itachi hurriedly shouted, Kisame, wait a minute. Kisame Kisaki said, it's really troublesome. Just like Orochimaru, he's just like a lazy snake. Kabuto sneered, you overestimate your capabilities. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Shisui's instant body is not affected by gravity, sound, vibration and other factors. In other words, it has no weight and no shadow. As long as it attacks, it will be solid. Saying that, Kisame twitched his muscles and rushed over. While covering his ears, Itachi was also observing Kabuto's actions. When he saw someone running under the light, he shouted urgently, no, Shisui, we can't let him run away like this. Saying that, Kabuto stood up and directly formed a seal. The huge chakra instantly exploded, forming an airflow impact and washing away the 3 people present. More than 20 Shisui projected kunai one after another, locking them in all directions. Under the super perception, Kabuto knew Shisui's purpose at a glance, and he was instantly angry. To be on the safe side, Kabuto decided to withdraw first. Kisame instantly stopped attacking, covered his ears with difficulty, and gritted his teeth in great pain. Kabuto stretched out an arm again, and then jumped out of the snake's mouth. The mucus fell to the ground. Kisame Kisaki saw it and frowned slightly, it's really the same as Orochimaru. It's still so disgusting. Itachi. I admit that you are very strong, but the person I am today is no longer the person I was yesterday. The person I am today has been successfully sublimated. Kabuto one tail threw him over, but Shisui grabbed it with his hands. Humph, go to hell. Because Kabuto was inspired by the ability of Suigetsu fluid and absorbed this ability, the tail grabbed by Shisui instantly turned into fluid, transformed into a snake head, and pounced directly on Shisui. Shisui took his time and looked at the snake's head. The snake's head immediately became unable to move. Kabuto frowned slightly, this shadow clone actually has such powerful eye power. Let me defeat him. Saying that, Kabuto attacked directly. At the same time, Shisui's other clones quickly came closer. Kabuto observed carefully that all the clones were entities, and the footstep sounds were almost the same. It's impossible. Even if it's a shadow clone, it's impossible for the chakra to be controlled so accurately. It's completely consistent. In this case, let me try to see if it's a shadow clone. Saying that, Kabuto formed another seal to condense Sage Jutsu Chakra, Sage Art, Inorganic Reincarnation. The cave began to twist, and countless stalactites fell from the sky, like sharp swords, thrust directly into it. All of Shisui's clones were trapped by the stalactites. Kabuto sneered, the so-called Shunsui Shursui is nothing more than that. I will accept your eyes. Saying that, Kabuto rushed over directly. When Itachi saw this, he ducked over. Amaterasu. A black flame burned up and stood directly in front of Kabuto, blocking Kabuto's progress. Kabuto sneered and said, Itachi, this is the only trick you can do. The so-called black flame, if you don't touch it, actually, there's nothing remarkable about it. Itachi Susanna appeared, and a huge skeletal arm spread out, directly hammering down the stalactites in front of him. Shursui disappeared instantly, leaving only his body. Kisame flashed over and said, Hey, what's going on with you two? It seems that this is not your strength. Shursui smiled slightly and said, if we don't expose any flaws, he must have escaped by now. Itachi nodded. It was obvious that he also understood Shursui's intention and deliberately showed some flaws so that Kabuto could stay, because a greedy person at heart would not turn around and leave when faced with something that is easily available. Kisame smiled and said, you two are really a headache. Kabuto chuckled and said, I want to see how you want to stay with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Shursui rushed over. At this moment, Kabuto's previous technique had disappeared, and the place returned to calm. Kabuto's eyes were blocked by corneas, but he still didn't care, and was prepared. Shursui's eyes were fixed on Kabuto, but Kabuto subconsciously looked away and relied on his super sense to deal with it. Shursui smiled and said, it's useless. If you don't look into my eyes, you still can't change the reality. With that said, Shursui's Mangekyo Sharingan turned, and Kabuto could hear a crisp sound. Broken. Transformed from a snake into a dragon, Kabuto also has supersensory abilities. This early warning of danger sounded in his body at this moment, and all the cells in his body seemed to be telling him, go fast, go fast. But it's too late, Shursui's technique has already begun. Distinguished heavenly gods. The chakra that Shursui had condensed was all released at this moment, and the distinguished heavenly gods' genjutsu was revealed again. Kabuto's perception of the real world was suddenly changed. Kabuto was stunned on the spot, as if he had lost his spirit. Shursui walked up to him, raised his head with his hands, stared at him, and said, from today on, obey my orders and stand beside me. This lineup will protect the ninja world. Kabuto's face was expressionless, and then he repeated what Shursui had just said. As Shursui cast another seal, Kabuto's perception was completely changed and he became a member of Shursui's side. Kisame Kisaki witnessed all this from the side, and said with some fear, I finally understand that those ninjas with names are indeed scary. The instant Shursui, the man with the strongest genjutsu, really lives up to his reputation, and he actually. Such a change in one's cognition, such genjutsu, is so terrifying. As he said that, Kisame turned his head and looked at Itachi and said, Mr. Itachi, I originally thought your eye power was terrifying enough, but I didn't expect that there would be someone even braver than you. Itachi smiled slightly and seemed very proud and said, Shursui's eye power is better than mine. His genjutsu is the real genjutsu, the genjutsu that can change reality. The Uchiha clan also has two types of genjutsu that can do this. It's just become a forbidden technique. Oh. Kisame was a little surprised that there were such terrifying ninjutsu and Uchiha clan. It was such a frightening clan. After Kabuto's consciousness was rewritten, he looked at Shursui, looked at his hands in disbelief, and then said with a guilty look on his face, what did I do? Why would I, who protects the ninja world, do such a thing? This is not me, this is not me. Kabuto was very uncomfortable, because his personality was suddenly changed, and there was a huge conflict between his original soul and him who was now suppressed by the technique. Shursui stepped forward in time and calmed him with the pupil technique. After a few seconds, Kabuto calmed down. Itachi stepped forward and said, Kabuto, please help me remove Madara's ninjutsu first. Also, issue an order to have other undead reincarnated from the dirty earth gather together and stop fighting. Kabuto nodded and said, okay, no problem. With that said, Kabuto began to form seals, and first he released Uchiha Madara's seal. Then, on the other side of the battlefield, Madara's whole body glowed. Seeing this scene, Naruto smiled knowingly and said, "It seems that they succeeded." Minato said happily, "Naruto, are they Itachi and the others?" Naruto nodded, but he was not careless, because in his previous life, Itachi also successfully dispelled the art of reincarnation, but Madara was still active on the battlefield. Tobirama looked at Madara, frowned and said, "This light is the phenomenon of the ninjutsu released by the ninjutsu. Who is it? Let the caster remove this ninjutsu." The third generation looked back at Naruto and saw Naruto's expression. The third generation said, "It should be Naruto's handiwork. You can tell by looking at his smile." Hashirama looked at Madara and said, "Madara, you go first. I will come find you when this war is over and the war is over." Tobirama crossed his arms and said, "Humph, you are so arrogant that you will eventually leave." Obito looked at Madara and asked anxiously, "What should we do now?" Madara snorted coldly and said calmly, "Why panic? As long as I am here, no one can change our plan." With that said, Madara looked down and said, "Tobirama, you should not create this forbidden technique, because once the forbidden technique is created, there is a risk of being misused. It may be a constraint for others, but for me, it is a kind of liberation. The art of reincarnation in Dirty Land, solution." Another bright light flashed, and Madara's body, which had originally fallen apart, came together again. Madara looked down and said with a playful smile, "Now, I am truly immortal." Hashirama was very surprised. He looked at Tobirama and said, "Tobirama, what's going on? Can your earth reincarnation technique still be used like this?" Tobirama was furious and gnashed his teeth. As expected of the evil Uchiha clan, all of this was fine. He really didn't expect that this Uchiha Madara could break the seal and control himself directly. This was tantamount to being separated from the caster. "It's under control and unrestricted, is that okay?" Naruto sighed and said, "I see, let me tell you, why is Madara still on the battlefield? It turns out there is a backup plan." Now, Naruto finally solved the mystery of his past life. Jiraiya said, "Naruto, you already knew that Madara can't disappear?" Naruto nodded. Orochimaru smiled and said, "Sure enough, there is nothing that Naruto-kun didn't expect." Faced with Madara unlocking ninjutsu by herself, becoming her own master and truly becoming immortal, Tobirama was very angry. How ironic. Nothing is more ironic than creating something new in front of the original creator. Moreover, second-generation Senju Tobirama is a person with a strong sense of copyright. Madara's move is equivalent to a face-to-face taunt, straight to the fullest. "I'm so p*************** D off, evil Uchiha clan." Hashirama sighed and said, "Tobirama, will Madara be truly immortal from now on?" Tobirama felt a little embarrassed when asked this question, because theoretically, yes. When Naruto sent out Shirsue's three-man team, Tobirama understood Naruto's intention, which was to find the caster and control the undead on the entire battlefield. Tobirama was planning to taunt Uchiha Madara, but was people ridiculed me. Seeing Tobirama's angry look, Naruto comforted him, "Second-generation uncle, don't be angry. I didn't intend to subdue Madara like this. After all, this guy is as powerful as the first-generation uncle. Of course, it won't be so easy." Subdued. The third generation looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, what should we do next?" Naruto smiled and said, "I'll communicate." Here, Sasuke took a look at Madara and saw that he was fine, so he drove Susanoo and continued to attack, saying, "What Madara? It seems that he is just a guy with a name. You guys are just my shadows. Die before your eyes. Amaterasu." A ball of black flames directly attacked the first generation, second generation, third generation, fourth generation and others. Tobirama snorted coldly, "You born evil Uchiha brat, I will." As he said that, Tobirama was about to take action, but before Tobirama could do so, Naruto rushed forward and transformed into Nine Tails. A Nine Tails tail spread out, directly blocking the attacking black flame, and then directly pulled it down. Tobirama smiled slightly, feeling a little admiration in his heart. Although Naruto is a bit of a naive guy like his older brother, he is also very strong like his older brother. He makes good use of the Nine Tails chakra. After Naruto successfully blocked the attack with Nine Tails chakra, he threw the black flame aside. Sasuke gritted his teeth and bent his bow and drew his arrow. Speaking of this, Madara looked a little excited and said, "Hashirama, you don't have these eyes, so you can't see. I don't blame you. Don't be afraid. After I get you and let our powers merge together, I will bring you look at the new world, that is real happiness, not this hypocritical world." With a whoosh, an arrow shot over. Naruto snorted coldly, clenched his Nine Tails chakra fist, and with a clang, he punched it out. Naruto shouted, "Sasuke, it's time to wake up, the people on the other side are just using you. Maybe with the teacher here, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village will be more buffered, and the clan will not be exterminated. Sasuke will not defect and will grow up happily with Naruto. These two forces can be used. As long as they are combined together, the power to bring peace to the entire world can be born. Ninjutsu can truly lead to peace in the ninja world and bring happiness to the entire ninja world. That is the Eye of the Moon project. Minato-sensei won't die, his master's wife won't die, and maybe his father won't die either." On the battlefield, Naruto and Sasuke were still facing off. Listening to their conversation, Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru and said, "By the way, Orochimaru, they are all people who lost their love and their personalities changed drastically. What happened to you?" Sasuke swung his sword at Naruto, and Naruto caught the blade with his bare hands. Sasuke's sword slashed through 3 mountains. "For me now, Naruto-kun is that wind." Madara sneered, "Hashirama, just like what I told you before the Uchiha monument, I have seen the future. In this world, there are always two forces entangled with each other, you and me, Sasuke and Naruto, and they will continue to be entangled like this for life after life." Orochimaru snorted, "I used to like to stir up the wind and enjoy the fun of making it. Now I prefer to wait for the wind, follow the windmills blown by the wind, and enjoy the scenery along the way." Flame Control Arrow. With a stabbing sound, Sasuke drew his knife directly, and then slashed towards Naruto. "Why do you want me to believe you, ah? Naruto?" Madara saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh, "Hashirama, look at these two people, don't they look like you and me? Susanoo vs Nine Tails. Boom boom boom." With a clang, Sasuke roared, and the Susanoo Rinnegan upgraded again, soaring directly into the sky, forming a complete Susanoo Rinnegan, and then he drew his sword directly. Seeing this, Naruto activated the complete Nine Tails mode again. After slashing with the knife, Naruto half-crouched subconsciously. Regret and annoyance, like coke that has been shaken for a long time, flooded into Kakashi's brain with a pop. Naruto may not become an orphan and grow up happily in Konoha. Orochimaru smiled slightly, but actually he felt a little bit lucky in his heart, because Jiraiya remained unchanged towards him and still treated him as a friend, even after he attacked the village and his master. Hashirama looked at the enthusiastic Madara and frowned. Sasuke snorted and said, "Young man, please teach me Naruto, I know what I am doing. If you think of me as your only brother, that's fine, it's very simple. Just destroy the Hokages and the village. For those nobles inside who have enjoyed the death of the Uchiha clan and brought peace, I will recognize you as my brother." Jiraiya crossed his arms and said, "It's true, you're still the same, always saying things I don't understand." Naruto frowned and said, "Sasuke, I will find a way to help you make up for the regrets in your heart about the destruction of the Uchiha clan. If you believe me, stand by me now." Tobirama was disgusted and said, "Brother, what am I talking about? Madara is a lunatic. She became like this because she lost her younger brother. Alas, the Uchiha clan is like this. Once they lose love, their personality will change drastically. One moment he wants to destroy Konoha, another moment he kills the teacher, and now he is following Naruto. After Tobirama finished speaking, Minato was thoughtful. He looked at Obito in the distance, feeling a dull pain in his heart. Hashirama's eyes narrowed slightly, he knew what Madara meant. In fact, Minato could also guess that Obito became like this because of Rin's tragic death and his failure to show up in time. When he thought of his disciple and his failure to protect him, Minato blamed himself very much. Kakashi is also looking at Obito. Like Minato-sensei, he is also thinking about the past, the Battle of Kamibi Bridge. If he could be more powerful and protect Obito and Lin, maybe there wouldn't be so many things. Boom! 3 mountains were directly cut open by Sasuke's sword and exploded. Tobirama looked at this scene and said in shock, This is simply the second Madara. Madara nodded with great satisfaction. He was a formidable young man. He was worthy of being a reincarnation like himself. However, Naruto didn't look as powerful as Hashirama. Alas, that's right, Hashirama can compete with me, who else in this world can compare with him? Obito, you have raised a better person than Nagato. Obito snorted coldly, to each other. Obito means, you trained me, I trained Sasuke, one generation after another, this is how the Uchiha clan has been trapped. Naruto looked at the 3 severed mountains, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he said seriously, Sasuke, calm down, if you keep doing this, I will have no choice but to take action. Sasuke said disdainfully, if you have the ability, just take action, as if you can defeat me. There's nothing you can do about this guy Sasuke. If you don't give him a good beating, let him calm down for a while, and cool down his blood, he won't listen to you at all. As a result, Naruto unfolded his tail and all 9 tails began to dance. The first is a shot of tailed beast Jade, which hits directly. Sasuke snorted coldly, and it was not false at all. He drove Susan, raised a big sword, slashed directly at it, aimed at the bottom of the tailed beast, and lifted it directly into the sky. It seems that you are not stupid, you didn't just cut off the tailed beast Jade. Naruto controlled 9 tails, rubbing a Rasengan with each hand, but fused with the power of 9 tails chakra, leaped up directly, and attacked Sasuke. Sasuke said disdainfully, I'm not that stupid yet. As he said that, he blocked with both hands, forming an armor to block Naruto's Rasengan. Naruto controlled 9 tails, held up the Rasengan, and kept pressing hard. The Rasengan was spinning at high speed, and kept spinning Sasuke's Susanoo. With a bang, under Naruto's constant pressure, the Rasengan exploded. Sasuke kept blocking, but because of the aftermath of the explosion, he rushed back more than 10 meters. All things are attracted by heaven. Naruto used the power of the Rinnegan and sucked it directly towards Sasuke. Sasuke snorted and repelled him directly. Each other has the Samsara Eye, and the repulsive ball form directly collides with each other, one sucks and the other repels. Naruto, you are nothing more than that. Naruto smiled slightly and said, you are still as tough as ever, Sasuke. With that said, Naruto jumped up, removed the Rinnegan, raised his huge 9 tails chakra fist, and blasted directly towards Sasuke. Sasuke held the long sword, and the two fought together again. Because the fighting was so intense, the onlookers retreated one after another. Obito and Madara withdrew to the side, Hashirama, Tobirama, third generation, Minato, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Kakashi, and Kai also retreated behind. Neither Madara nor Hashirama took action, because watching Naruto and Sasuke's fight was like watching the two of them fight. Because of Naruto's explanation, Minato and the others did not take action. Obito looked at the field, and then at Kakashi who was half dead and looking at him. He snorted coldly and stopped looking at Kakashi. Sasuke and Naruto have been fighting for more than 10 rounds. Sasuke has taken down several big moves, Chakra is obviously unable to keep up, and Susan is also a little tired from maintaining. Madara, who was watching the battle, clearly saw this and was a little displeased, because when he faced Hashirama back then, he also had this concern about insufficient chakra, so he controlled Nine Tails and faced Hashirama. As a result, Nine Tails was captured first by Hashirama. "Sasuke, it looks like you can't hold it any longer." Naruto sneered, rushed over, and swept a big tail. Sasuke hurriedly blocked it with his sword. There was a clang and sparks were emitted. Naruto hummed, and all Nine Tails danced and pressed over him, directly suppressing Sasuke and falling to his knees. Land. Sasuke was so angry that he shouted loudly and directly removed Susan, keeping half of his body in a skeletal state, and then opened the Rinnegan. Shinra Tenjing. With a chirping sound, all Naruto's attacks were directly deflected. Naruto flew out upside down, removed the Nine Tails mode, and then after landing, he kicked out and attacked again. Because he had accumulated Sage Jutsu chakra before, Naruto attacked and activated Sage mode instantly. Sage Art, Big Ball Rasengan. "Sasuke, I'm sorry." "Ah." Click, click, click. Obito saw this and subconsciously stepped forward. "Sasuke. Naruto, this guy. I want you to die." A huge blue Rasengan was thrown directly at Sasuke's face. Sasuke was furious because the 5 seconds had not passed yet. He had no choice but to open his half-skeletal Susanoo, and Sasuke blocked it with his 2 big skeletal hands. Sasuke spread his hands, but still stared at Naruto fiercely. Naruto sighed and shook his head. Naruto's eyes narrowed, and he immediately took action. The power of 6 paths was activated. Shinra Tenjing. Madara crossed her arms across her chest, looked at the field and said, "Wait a little longer." The bones of Sasuke's Susanoo hands exploded directly. Naruto seized the opportunity and reappeared in Nine Tails mode. 2 Nine Tails chakra hands formed directly behind him and attacked Sasuke directly. Naruto was still erupting chakra, and Sasuke's Susanoo bones were crackling. Some of the bones had even been broken by Naruto, otherwise Sasuke wouldn't have cried out in pain. The big ball Rasengan kept spinning, and the blocking bones suddenly made a clicking sound. Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression suddenly changed. Naruto saw this and increased his strength. How is that possible? Sasuke's power of heaven had just been broken by Naruto, and then Naruto shouted in his heart, "Kurama." The repulsive ball was formed again, protecting Sasuke in it. Naruto gritted his teeth and rushed in. The huge Nine Tails chakra surged crazily. Naruto attached the Nine Tails chakra to his hand and rushed in with force, just like in his previous life. He went berserk and rushed into 6 paths Pain's repulsion ball. "Open it for me." Hashirama was always paying attention to Madara's movements. Tobirama's teleportation technique was ready, so he had no choice but to move Madara, and he rushed over immediately. Nine Tails put his hands together and said, "I understand." Although Suigetsu is also worried about Sasuke, based on his understanding of Naruto, Naruto will not kill Sasuke. What's more, Madara and Obito haven't moved. What can they do if they go? With a bang, the big ball Rasengan spun directly onto the blocking bones of Sasuke's hands. Naruto roared and pressed hard. Sasuke gritted his teeth and endured the tremendous pressure. Sasuke opened his hands to the left and right, supporting Susanoo's bones. Due to the pressure of Naruto's Nine Tails chakra's hand, the pain increased, and he even couldn't help but cry out. Seeing Sasuke like this, although Naruto felt distressed, he had no choice. If you don't conquer this guy, he won't listen to you at all. Naruto's power can actually break through the power of the Rinnegan Eye of Heaven. Sasuke clasped his hands together in disbelief. The power of Nine Tails chakra surged crazily, exploding exponentially. The hand of Nine Tails chakra that Naruto grabbed continued to grow larger, stronger, and more concrete. The emerging power made Sasuke frown, and even showed signs of pain. Color. Attacked with the same repulsive force, Sasuke's first line of defense, the repulsive force of Shinra Tenjin, was directly pushed away. Sasuke's pupils were shaking, and he secretly screamed that it was not good. Naruto yelled, and the hand of Nine Tails rushed in and grabbed Sasuke. Fortunately, Sasuke's right eye was Mangekyo Sharingan, and his half-body Susanoo skeleton covered his body, blocking Naruto's hand of Nine Tails chakra again. In the distance, Xiangling shouted distressfully, jumping up and trying to rush over. Zhongwu was already preparing Sage Transformation to save him. Only Suiyu pulled two people and said, "You are going to die, Madara and that masked man are both going to die. If you don't move, what can you do? Squat down for me." Ah! With a click, Naruto applied pressure again, and Sasuke's Susanoo bone was directly broken. Naruto roared, "Aw!" Sasuke screamed, his body convulsing with pain. Sasuke's eyes widened as 5 seconds passed. The huge clawed hand of Nine Tails opened up and crushed Sasuke to death in his hand. Sasuke gritted his teeth, with blood streaming from the corners of his mouth. Out of anger, he roared and his eyes suddenly widened. Shinra Tenjin. Sasuke once again burst out with the power of heaven. As a result, Naruto was not a vegetarian. He directly exploded his Samsara Eye and suppressed Sasuke with the same power of heaven. As a result, Sasuke did not rush out, but was crushed to death in Naruto's palm. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Sasuke was furious. This Naruto was so much stronger than him and could suppress him to the point where he couldn't move at all. He couldn't accept it. Why? Even though he had the Rinnegan, he still couldn't beat this kid. Naruto looked at Sasuke and said, "Calm down, Sasuke, I will make up for your regrets. Then, you and I are destined to join forces together. Don't be deceived by Obito and that Madara. Sasuke is just listening to a joke. What are you dreaming about joining forces with you?" Naruto said sternly, "I know you don't believe me, but whatever, I'll ask your brother to talk to you." With that said, Naruto let go of Sasuke's hand and the chakra faded away. Sasuke fell from Naruto's chakra hand in mid-air and squatted on the ground. He subconsciously covered himself with one hand because he was transformed by Naruto's Nine Tails. Chakra's hand pinched him, causing several of his ribs to be broken, causing pain all over his body. A trail of blood from Sasuke's Mangekyo's right eye was still hanging on his cheek, but his eyes were fixed on Naruto in front of him, because Naruto just said something, asking your brother to talk to you. "Naruto, what did you mean by what you just said?" Naruto formed a seal and said, "You'll know soon." Saying that, after Naruto got the reply from the chakra seal over there, he directly formed the seal to summon. With a buzz, Shisui, Itachi, Kisame Kisaki, and Kabuto were instantly teleported by the Flying Thunder God's reverse summoning technique. When he saw the person coming, Sasuke was shocked. His pupils were shaking, and he said in disbelief, "Itachi." Itachi looked over and found Sasuke squatting on the ground. Looking at his state, it was obvious that he had just experienced a battle. Looking at Naruto, Naruto said very calmly, "I fought, no. Beat him up, he won't listen to me at all." Shisui snickered on the side, if someone else said this to Itachi, Itachi would fight with him and dare to hit his beloved brother. Itachi looked at Sasuke again and said, "He does have this character." Shisui looked at Naruto and said, "Kabuto has been brought back successfully, using my jutsu, because with that forbidden jutsu, Itachi will lose the light in one eye, and the difficulty of Mangekyo Sharingan will be opened again. Naruto, you also know." Naruto nodded and said, "I understand your considerations. It's okay. As long as you successfully bring him back and join us, I also said that you should adapt to changes." Listening to Kabuto's words, Naruto understood that it was Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods that changed Kabuto's perception of the real world. Itachi was a little moved, walked over and patted Kisame on the shoulder. Samahata was so happy that he ran towards Eight Tails quickly. Kabuto pushed his eyes on the bridge of his nose and said, yes, I didn't expect that I would make such a mistake. Now I know my mistake. It was Shisui who woke me up. Now, what should I do, Naruto? Hahaha, Samahata, you're back. Did you miss me? Where did that smelly shark take you? Oh. That's it. Sasuke stood up with his hands on his shoulders, his eyes full of disbelief, because he also discovered that his brother, Itachi, was actually made of flesh and blood. Samahata slipped out from his waist, and Hoyulu rubbed against him. Kisame smiled helplessly and said, okay, go ahead. Madara frowned slightly, although she looked at Obito, her eyes narrowed slightly and said, you'd better use your eyes to see again. Naruto looked at Kabuto and said with a smile, Brother Kabuto, we have met again since the end of the ninja exam. Yes, this world is very hypocritical, just like the Kirigakure village before me, there are always deceptions, concealments, and assassinations, but despite this, there are still people who are willing to believe in truth and peace. Obito keenly captured the words in Madara's language, looked at Madara and said, those two people, logically speaking, are dead. To appear in front of us, they should have been resurrected by Naruto through the reincarnation of Dirty Earth. Kisame Kisaki looked at Itachi, and then said, I'm sorry, Obito, no, I'll just get used to calling you Faye. In the past, I couldn't find myself, couldn't recognize myself, and always lived in self-awareness. Mr. Itachi told me that in the concept of self-perception, we call it reality. Shisui smiled happily. Obito snorted coldly, Kisame, aren't you tired of such a hypocritical world? Why are you still standing there and not coming over? Reincarnation in the dirt. Itachi. Let me ask you, what is going on with you? From this point of view, Naruto becoming Hokage will bring a different pattern to the village and even the entire ninja world. Kisame chuckled and said, look, even the previously cold Samahata has now found his love, and his personality has become so gentle. Killer Bee was currently in the form of an 8-tailed beast. When he saw Samahata coming, he stretched out his 8-tails hand, grabbed it in his hand, and scratched it with his other hand. On the high platform, Obito's eyes narrowed slightly. Itachi and Kabuto actually went to Naruto's side. It's really abominable. This means that the undead army has been completely controlled by Naruto. No wonder Madara was reincarnated in the dirt just now. The art is about to disappear. However, now I see something different and find something that I am willing to believe. Speaking of this, Mikigaki Kisame himself laughed. Kisame Kisaki looked not far away and spotted Obito. He grinned and said, ah Faye, he should be called Obito. I never thought that it would be like this when we meet again. Madara felt a little emotional and felt very sorry. Samahata rolled around in 8-tails palm, purring in coquettishly. Just as Obito was about to speak, a roar came out. Obito was very surprised. Naruto actually completely resurrected Itachi and Shisui as flesh and blood. Madara's mouth curved slightly and she looked at Naruto and said, I am becoming more and more interested in this guy. He seems to be there's a reincarnation different from Hashirama. Oh. It seems that they are all descendants with good eye power. What a pity that they can't be used by me, but they have become my opposite. TSK. Obito heard the implication of Madara's words and looked at Itachi and Shisui carefully. Sure enough, he found a blind spot. Obito narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Kisame, then turned his attention to Naruto. He knew that it must be this guy who changed Kisame's mind. Therefore, things will change, and you cannot judge the entire world just because of the circumstances around you. It's actually flesh and blood. The world is in tatters, but there are always people who are willing to mend it. Mr. Itachi is like this, and I think I am also willing to do the same. Madara still crossed her arms over her chest, looked over and said, it seems that there are 2 more members of the Uchiha clan. Weren't they exterminated? There are still descendants alive. Originally, Shisui was worried that Naruto would be unhappy, but now it seems that Naruto sincerely regards them as partners, fully recognizes his own decisions, and is not the kind of arbitrary leader at all. Itachi. Aren't you dead? Why are you here? Sasuke looked in disbelief, but he couldn't suppress the joy in his heart. He looked through his Mangekyo Sharingan several times and was absolutely sure that this was Itachi, made of flesh and blood, and his heart was still beating. The chakra was also completely correct. There's absolutely no way it's fake. Itachi looked at Sasuke and smiled. I did die in the battle with you, but it was Naruto who resurrected me afterwards. Naruto was on the side and looked at Sasuke and said, I will say thank you later. By the way, there is also Uncle Snake. You also need to thank him because Uncle Snake also contributed a lot of strength. And my brother Nagato, he also very helpful. Sasuke's pupils kept flashing, and the corners of his mouth twitched. How is this possible? Shisui looked at Sasuke and smiled happily. Sasuke, do you still remember me? After hearing this, Sasuke looked at Shisui. After thinking for a while, he suddenly remembered a figure and said with some uncertainty, Uchiha Shisui. Itachi said slightly angrily, Sasuke, don't be unreasonable, call me Shisui brother. Shisui laughed loudly and said, forget it, he is still accepting our resurrection in his current state. It will probably take some time for him to call me big brother. Orochimaru came out and smiled, Sasuke, many incredible things have happened to Naruto. He now has the ability to change many things, including the hatred in your heart. You and him are both a gust of wind, but now Naruto's wind is stronger, but I believe, as Naruto said, sooner or later you will join forces. Jiraiya laughed and said, of course Naruto's wind is strong, and it doesn't matter who his disciple is. Sasuke looked at Itachi and said, Itachi, I already know everything about you, don't you have anything to say to me? Why do you hide the truth from me, why do you lie to me? Why do you have to leave me alone? Compared to my parents, I am so special. Itachi was silent for a few seconds, then looked at Sasuke and said, Sasuke, actually during the battle, I told you that the so-called truth may be just your wishful thinking. Can you think that people actually live in their own lives? In your obsession, the reality you see may be just an illusion, but my truth is actually. Don't lie, Itachi. Sasuke waved his hands angrily and yelled at Itachi with an angry look on his face, I have already gotten rid of the hallucination, and I even opened the immortal eye and the samsara eye. What's more, my right eye is yours that was transplanted eyes, ferret. Your so-called genjutsu can't fool me at all. Sasuke was angry, like an aggrieved child asking for the truth. Looking at Sasuke in front of him, Itachi finally understood what Naruto told him. Naruto said, Sasuke has changed. After learning the truth about you, he decided to take revenge on the village because the village tortured his dearest brother. After stabbing a few times, Itachi raised the knife and brought it down, quickly, accurately, and hard. Itachi subconsciously wanted to stop Shisui, but it was too late. Shisui's eyes directly reflected into Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke did not use the power of heaven of the Rinnegan to resist, but directly used his own Mangekyo Sharingan to receive Shisui's technique. Mom and Dad were sitting cross-legged on the floor. With a buzzing sound, Sasuke noticed that the surrounding environment had changed. In front of him was a familiar house, his parents' room. Shisui couldn't stand it anymore and stood up and said, because your brother loves you, it's that simple. Fugaku sighed and said, I don't want to kill each other with my son. Mom said expressionlessly, I understand, Itachi. Fugaku felt the emotions of his son Itachi and said, Itachi, don't be afraid. Compared with you, our pain is only for a moment. Even if we think differently, we are still proud of you. You are such a kind child. At this time, Shisui's technique stopped him in time and pulled Sasuke out of that situation. Itachi could no longer suppress his emotions, his body was shaking constantly, and his tears could not be suppressed. He tried his best to hold the knife in his hand, but his hands were shaking. Facing the backs of his parents, Itachi seemed to be hit in the heart, and said with difficulty, Dad, Mom, I. After the chop, Itachi's entire face was ashen, and Sasuke walked through the light and shadow and looked at his parents who fell on the ground, his eyes widened without blinking. Itachi took a deep breath and nodded. Dad, Mom. I'm sorry. At this time, Naruto stepped forward, looked at Itachi and said, there is no need to hide anything. Tell him openly. What he wants is the truth, not deception or concealment. He is not a child anymore. Such his power, is part of changing the pattern of this ninja world. Dad. Itachi hurriedly said, Shisui. It killed his parents. The sword in Itachi's hand moved horizontally, and the bright moonlight imprint shone on the back of the sword, emitting a frightening light. Fugaku seemed to understand Itachi's choice, and sighed, that's it, you chose the other party. In one sentence, what Itachi just said was contradicted to death. He can be cruel to other children and kill them, but when it comes to you, he can't do it, he can't do it. Sasuke said sternly, fart. There are other children from the Uchiha clan, why don't they stay with me? Why are they all dead? Unfortunately, the person in front of him didn't respond at all. Just when he was about to reach out and touch, the wooden door was opened with a creak. Sasuke looked up and saw his brother Itachi in the darkness, holding a knife in his hand and a cold look on his face. Come in. Fugaku said calmly, Itachi, promise me one last thing, Sasuke will leave it to you. At this point, Itachi's eyes dimmed, and Shisui continued, yes, you will definitely ask, then why is Itachi able to attack his parents when he faces them? Hearing these words, Itachi's teeth almost shattered, his body half bowed, and his legs supported him angrily to prevent himself from falling. Shisui raised his hand to stop Itachi from speaking, looked at Sasuke and said, Sasuke, I understand your brother's mood very well, because in my heart, I not only regard your brother as a good friend, but also take care of him as a younger brother. Shisui took a deep breath and put his hand on the sad Itachi's shoulder. Then, Shisui raised his eyes and looked at Sasuke and said, look, Sasuke, this is what your brother looked like back then. After saying these words, Itachi stood up suddenly and raised the knife in his hand. Sasuke's eyes widened and he rushed over and roared, no. Don't. Sasuke was moved by the scene and subconsciously shouted, Dad, Mom. Because you were still a child at that time and didn't understand anything, so there was no need to kill you. After a few seconds, Sasuke roared, no. When Sasuke heard this, tears could not stop flowing from his eyes. Unexpectedly, even his parents were willing to die in the end just to get rid of his brother and take care of themselves. So, as an older brother, I understand your brother Itachi's approach very well. Looking at Sasuke again, Itachi said, I know, Sasuke, you are confused as to why you were left behind by me when you were supposed to die with your parents. No. No. Don't. Sasuke yelled, and his whole body fell into an extreme panic. His eyes widened, and he stretched out his hands to grab something. As a result, the scene changed. Sasuke woke up from Genjutsu, and his arm pointed in the direction of his father. Mom, turned into Shisui and Itachi. Itachi looked at Sasuke with concern. He knew how painful it was to be in that state, so he felt sorry for his brother. Shisui looked at Sasuke and said with a trace of compassion, Sasuke, you saw it. This is the scene your brother faced back then. Now you know how painful it is. Didn't you dig out your brother's right eye? You must know that after the reincarnation of you two, your brother's right eye was transplanted by Naruto. It was the reincarnation eye of the Uchiha clan that Danzo had collected before. Do you want to know how your brother's right eye reopened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Let me tell you, it's because your brother once again visited Konoha and the Uchiha clan, stood under that scene, and recalled the scene again, and then his Sharingan opened his eyes again and became Mangekyo. Sasuke was half crouching on the ground, his face still numb, sweat dripping from his forehead, listening to Shisui's words in silence. Shisui looked at Sasuke and continued, you who have already experienced the opening of your eyes should understand what kind of pain can make a person open his eyes a second time. Yes, this kind of pain will always be buried in Itachi's heart. As long as he thinks about it, it is a kind of torture. Just as the Fugaku clan leader said, compared with them, their pain is only temporary, but Itachi is real pain. Stop talking, Shisui. Itachi stopped Shisui's words. Shisui nodded and said no more. Itachi stepped forward and came to Sasuke, trying to help Sasuke who was squatting. Sasuke was face down and saw Itachi's feet coming towards him. When Itachi was about to bend down to help him up, he said, "Itachi, let me ask you, are all those pictures real?" In fact, Sasuke had already guessed the answer in his heart, but he wanted to hear Itachi say it himself. Itachi looked at his brother, feeling a little moved in his heart. He looked up to the sky and took a breath. Tears were already rolling in his eyes, but he held back and did not flow out. "Answer me." Madara heard Tobirama's words and said very unhappily, "Tobirama. Don't think of yourself as so lofty. It's really despicable to attack your former comrade in arms and take advantage of my clan." The third generation looked at Itachi and Sasuke and said with self-blame, "It's all my fault. If I had been tougher, worked harder, and not acquiesced to Danzo to carry out this matter, such a tragedy would not have happened. I have sacrificed my life for this and have no regrets." Itachi, he is indeed a good ninja, very similar to Uchiha Kagami. In fact, Madara was still a little angry at the fact that his clan was wiped out. After all, it was his clan. As a result, it was his clan that was wiped out. He was really disappointed. Orochimaru sneered a few times and praised, "Naidame, you are really a pure Hokage, but after all, you also have a certain responsibility for the genocide of Uchiha. And what I do, and what other ninjas do, is to protect the village, protect this consciousness, and protect this stability. In the face of external threats, only if there is a village, there will be stability, and the children in the village will not die early due to war, and these children are the future of the village." Hearing this, Shisui saluted and said, "Thank you Naidame. I affirm the achievements of our ancestors. That boy named Fugaku was also spineless and actually gave up the resistance in the end. I was really disappointed." Itachi was silent for a few seconds, and then said, "The development of the village is the result of the joint efforts of all ethnic groups in the village. There will be frictions and entangled interests, but overall, it is a village and the village is stable." Thinking of this, Madara looked at Obito, rolled her eyes and said, "Obito, I heard that you participated and joined forces with Itachi." Tobirama said, "Monkey, you don't have to blame yourself too much. As a Hokage, you must kill decisively. Any factors that threaten the village must be nipped in the bud. Let alone the Uchiha clan, it is the Senju clan that threatens the village. I will kill you as well." After listening to Itachi's words, Sasuke felt that most of his inner knots had been resolved. However, he still didn't agree with his brother's approach. He asked, "Itachi, why are you so devoted to the village? The entire Konoha village is so dark, why would you have to sacrifice your life for a village like this?" Third generation sighed. After Itachi said these words, Hashirama nodded with emotion and said in admiration, "What a good ninja, even better than me. This is completely Hokage's consciousness. Itachi, you are really good." Tobirama snorted coldly and didn't want to speak. Seeing that the third generation was blaming themselves, Minato also said, "Third generation Sama, you don't have to blame yourself. After all, I am also responsible. If I hadn't died early, with me in the village, maybe there would be a lot of room for maneuver, and you too won't." Obito's face was not red, his heart was not beating and he said, "I'm going to collect some useful eyes. After all, it takes a lot of strength to realize the Eye of the Moon plan." As soon as Itachi's words came out, tears streamed down from Sasuke's eyes, and the corners of Sasuke's mouth twitched. In fact, in his heart, he had always been the person who wanted to be loved. Before the genocide, Sasuke had always had a coquettish character, but after the genocide, after that, he rarely smiled and always had a cold face. Sasuke roared and pulled the worried Itachi back. Hearing what third generation said, Tobirama looked at Shirsue's face carefully, and then laughed heartily and said, I see, no wonder they look so similar. Itachi looked at Sasuke again and said, what Shirsue showed you is the truth of the past, there is no hiding anything. I always lied to you, asked you to forgive me, and always pushed you far away with these hands. Yes, I don't want to involve you, just like what my parents entrusted me with in the end. However, everything has happened, and as a result, he, the third generation, cannot wash it off, and there is no use pushing it to Danzo. But now that I think about it, maybe you once had the power to change your parents and Uchiha. If I had looked at you squarely from the beginning and discussed the truth with you on the same footing, maybe all of this would have been possible. But, those clansmen really deserved it. If they had followed me, the clan leader, to go out and fight, how would they be today? Tobirama heard the words and looked over. Third generation introduced, this is Uchiha Shirsue, the descendant of Uchiha Mirror. This is fire consciousness. Madara snorted coldly and stopped talking, because he also understood that having more eyes was indeed beneficial. That guy named Danzo secretly dug out a lot of eyes from the Uchiha clan and transplanted them into his arms. As a result, he was beheaded by Naruto. Come down and take it away. Speaking of eyes, Madara looked at Sasuke over there, and said in a lower voice, Obito, Sasuke may be persuaded, you should have a backup plan, right? Having said this, Itachi laughed at himself, then looked at Sasuke with gentle eyes, and helped him up. The two brothers looked at each other, and Itachi looked at Sasuke and said with emotion, even now, I will not ask you to forgive me. After all, I am a genocide, but no matter what your attitude towards me, you will always be my brother, and I will always love you, even if I sacrifice my own life. Tobirama also nodded. Although he often talked about the evil Uchiha, facing such an Uchiha ninja who had a big picture, Tobirama thought of one of his subordinates, that is Uchiha Mirror. Indeed, if the fourth generation Minato were here, they would definitely stand with him. In that case, the third generation would definitely directly reject Danzo's method, and then join forces with the fourth generation to negotiate with the Uchiha clan. At least the Uchiha would not be exterminated. Obito remained silent, observing Sasuke's condition. Hashirama, look at it, this is what you call the will of fire, it's really disgusting. While praising Shirsue, Tobirama also took the opportunity to learn about Shirsue's past. After a few brief descriptions, Tobirama sighed and said, like Kagami, you are kind-hearted and care about the village. Not bad, very good. Tobirama has always been biased against the Uchiha clan. For him to comment like this, it is conceivable that Shirsue really wins his heart. Here, after Itachi finished speaking, Sasuke's whole body was very heavy. Seeing this, Hashirama stepped forward, looked at Sasuke and said, well, let's call him Sasuke. It's not easy for your brother Itachi. As a Hokage, first of all you apologize, it is true that your brother suffered a lot because of the village. Your brother is an excellent ninja, even better than me, and I can feel it, Sasuke, your brother's love for you is obvious. Facing first Hokage's praise, Itachi seemed to be recognized, and said with shame, I am a sinner, not worthy of Shodai's evaluation. Looking at Itachi, Tobirama felt a little tangled in his heart. It was such a pity that such a good ninja ended up in such a situation that he massacred his tribe. For a moment, Tobirama actually wanted to say something like, monkey, what did you third Hokage do? A bit. After thinking about it, I decided not to say anything. After all, he was the successor chosen by himself. After all, he also had a certain responsibility for Uchiha's genocide. Sasuke took a deep breath, raised his head, looked at Itachi and said, brother, I forgive you. Hearing these words, Itachi trembled all over and looked at Sasuke in disbelief. Sasuke, you, really? Sasuke nodded calmly and said, you who protect the village are just held hostage by the consciousness of fire. Just like mom and dad, they are just held hostage by the clan. If there was no village, if there was no so-called clan, brother, you, me, mom and dad, we wouldn't have so many worries at all, and such a tragedy would not be possible. Having said this, Sasuke looked at the 4 Hokage with cold eyes and said, in the eyes of these Hokage, opening your mouth and keeping your mouth shut is the village, it is to protect the children of the future and avoid war. With that said, Madara stretched out her hand and said, Sasuke, come over here. The people over there are all supporters of the hypocritical world. Only we can help you realize the common world in our hearts. Furthermore, I don't know if you have seen the Uchiha clan's stone monument. Only the Moon Eye project is the only answer to save this hypocritical world. Sasuke snorted coldly. In his eyes, Mangekyo and Rinnegan seemed to see through the future. He said, second generation, your vision is still too short-sighted. If there is a fight, there will be death, and therefore there will be hatred. Therefore, something that curses the fate of the ninjas came into being. The ninjas were trapped in it all their lives. Later, they joined some villages, protection, consciousness, etc. Having said this, everyone in Sasuke laughed and looked at the Geto statue in the distance. Sasuke's eyes were cold and he said, oh, by the way, the power that the world longs for is sealed in that demon statue. Ever since, under the guidance of Heiju, he launched the Eye of the Moon project. Everything lives under my power. Whoever dares to fight or resist, I will destroy. Why bother? According to me, the entire ninja world does not need ninjas, and there is no need for chakra at all. All the power is concentrated in my hands, and I will bear the hatred of the entire ninja world. After listening to Sasuke's speech, Madara nodded with appreciation, because when Hashirama proposed peaceful coexistence with several villages, Madara strongly disagreed. Sasuke frowned and said coldly, Itachi, your worries are unnecessary. I am no longer the child I was back then. I have my own considerations and thoughts. Yes, after the division, the ninja world was peaceful for a while, but after that, with the death of Hashirama, the replacement of leaders, the emergence of new politicians, the emergence of new interest groups, the benefits that had been distributed could no longer satisfy them. Got it. Tobirama frowned and looked at Sasuke in confusion. After Sasuke finished speaking happily, Naruto did not shake his head like in the previous life, nor did he scold Sasuke like in the previous life, because after experiencing it once, what he was doing now was to pave the way for the unification of the ninja world in the future. In the entire ninja world, there is no one that the two of them cannot do together. Madara said, Sasuke, it won't work like that. Like you, I also tried to unify the entire ninja world. However, there will be great obstacles that prevent you from doing such a thing, such as in front of you. People can't be settled at all. Madara, just because you can't do it, doesn't mean I can't do it. What's more, wherever there are people, there will be division of interests, which is inevitable. Sasuke snorted coldly, it is true that where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and there are fights. This is human nature, and I cannot stop it. However, for the ninja world, it has always been about fighting for power. To obtain these, you must have strength, so everyone is thinking about becoming stronger, fighting for something, and protecting something at the same time. Therefore, Madara was disappointed with the world, and unable to achieve his ideals. Under the temptation of Black Zetsu, he saw the wrong Uchiha clan stone tablet, thinking that on the stone tablet was the final answer given by the immortal to the world. However, Naruto disagreed that ninjas were not needed. After all, the battle above the stars cannot be solved by one person. It requires the power of uniting the entire ninja world. Yes, to a certain extent, this is very meaningful. In the end, the periodic law still appeared, there was no peace at all, and war still broke out. Ever since, whose battle has appeared again. As a result, Hashirama insisted on holding a 5 Kage conference and dividing the tailed beasts that he finally captured. Tell me, isn't this a stupid act? Rights, territory, food, money. Seeing this, Itachi hurriedly said, Sasuke, don't go there, don't be confused by their language. However, if there were no disputes in this world and no division of interests, wouldn't there be no ninjas, and wouldn't there be no such so-called massacres? With that said, Sasuke faced Madara and said, with our strength, we can work together and use the power of the tailed beasts in the Gedo statue to defeat these people who stand in the way, and then unify the ninja world and truly change the world. Isn't it better than the moon? The plan is strong. This is true peace. In his opinion, if he and Hashirama join forces, and they also control the chakra monster Nine Tails, what village can't be defeated? The Eye of the Moon project is the genjutsu of the world. What's the point and sense of accomplishment in creating such a virtual world? Everyone is dreaming about it. Isn't it interesting? Tobirama heard this and said sternly, Baga. Even if there is no village, there will be a country, and there will be battles between ordinary warriors. In order to protect the country, there will be wars. Now, like himself, Sasuke, as a reincarnated person, actually has the same thoughts. Not bad, very good. Saying that, Sasuke stretched out his hand and said, how about it? Madara, let's work together. Looking at Sasuke's stretched out hand, Madara was a little confused. Damn it, I have become the target of being attracted. Thinking of this, Madara couldn't help but feel a little funny. With a hint of ridicule, she looked at Obito and said, Obito, the person you chose is really interesting, no wonder, after all, he is a reincarnation like me, and he wants to be that person. Dao Feng, it's a pity that if you want to become the wind and bring about changes in the ninja world, it's not that simple. Obito looked at Sasuke and said, Sasuke, this hypocritical world has no hope of reform. The fallen ninja world, no matter how you try to reform it, you will face people who don't understand. You see, these people standing in front of us now are the best proof. One more thing, Sasuke, even if you, I, and Madara join forces to kill them and bear the hatred of the whole world, then I want to ask you, those people who have died, those who are very important in your life, can they come back to life? Hearing Obito say such words, Sasuke narrowed his eyes and asked, what do you mean? Obito smiled slightly, very good, Sasuke is still the same Sasuke. As long as he speaks a few words, he will immediately follow his own rhythm. So, Obito continued, yes, the Moon Eye project is indeed a large-scale genjutsu, but it is also a genjutsu that can save this hypocritical ninja world. In the world of Eye of the Moon, everyone will be completely redeemed. Sasuke. Don't you want to be in a village where there is no fighting and life is beautiful? In that world, Naruto's parents are all there, your parents are also there, including the brother who loves you, Itachi is also there are no fights, no disputes. How wonderful that you and Naruto live happily in Konoha village, go to school together, and play together. In that world, there are no battles, and there is no darkness that Danzo is burdened with. Everything is so beautiful, including me. I will also appear in that world, and I may even become your instructor. Hearing Obito say these tempting words, Sasuke hesitated, yes, he hesitated. It's true that my brother is resurrected, but where are my parents and their own childhood? The memories this world gave Sasuke were indeed too painful. If we could really live in such a world, even if that world was hypocritical, so what? Seeing that his words had an effect, Obito continued to confuse, Sasuke, Eyes of the Moon genjutsu will not let people notice that they are living in the genjutsu world, just like the real world. This world is too hypocritical and cruel. It is full of hatred. After all, life is just an experience. Do you want to have a perfect life and live in genjutsu until your happy death, or are you willing to continue living in such a hell? Yes, you are powerful, but Sasuke, don't forget, in the entire ninja world, how many ninjas are as powerful as you? Even you are living in such pain, what about other ordinary people? Sasuke's eyes flickered a little, and he felt a little shaken about his decision. When Naruto saw this, he immediately said, Sasuke. No matter how beautiful the dream is, it is not reality. Only by changing in reality can we create true beauty. Obito heard Naruto's words and sneered, Naruto, have you forgotten the illusion I created for you in order to capture you? You touched your conscience and said that in that illusion, you had a complete family, and you were full of expectations when you came home for the first time. When you came home for the first time, the lights were bright and the food was fragrant. Didn't you cry? Seeing Naruto's silence, Obito narrowed his eyes and said, Naruto, is it really good to stay in this world and be a so-called orphan? Is it really bad to have Menma with both parents in the fantasy world? Looking at Obito's bewitching Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto frowned slightly. Yes, he and Sakura once mistakenly entered an illusion created by Obito for himself. In that illusion, his name was Menma, not Naruto. In that world, his parents were just Jonin, and Sakura's parents were the Hokage and the hero family. They died when dealing with Nine Tails. To be honest, for a moment, Naruto really didn't want to return to the real world, because it was the first time someone celebrated his birthday. When he went home for the first time, the lights were on in the house, and someone said to him, "Welcome back home." Although the dream was false, when Naruto picked up the photo album at home and saw his parents accompanying him as he grew up in the photo album, Naruto wished that the dream was real and never woke up. Yes, that dream is so fragrant, like a glass of fine wine that has been sealed for thousands of years. Just one sniff makes people drunk. But in the end, Naruto finally woke up completely under Sakura's mouth. Minato looked at his son with concern. To be honest, he felt very guilty in his heart. He owed Naruto too much. Originally, Minato didn't have to die, because at that time Katsuyuki could finish dealing with Nine Tails before dying, but for the sake of the village, and for the masked man Obito who didn't understand at the time, Minato took the initiative to die and sealed half of the tailed beasts in Naruto. It is for the future that Naruto masters the power of Nine Tails and defeats the masked man. Facts have proved that what happened later did correspond to what Minato had done in advance, so much so that when Tsunade later reviewed the entire Nine Tails incident, she discussed it with Jiraiya and came to the conclusion. Namikaze Minato, that man, really never does anything unnecessary or unnecessary. It's so powerful that after a face-to-face meeting, he analyzed Obito's abilities at that time, and judged that only those who master the power of Nine Tails can defeat him. Therefore, Minato felt very guilty, especially after learning that his son had a miserable life when he was a child. In his heart, he still complained a little about third generation. Here, Naruto took a deep breath, looked at Obito and said, "Obito, that kind of world is indeed beautiful, but that is not reality, and I am not the same person I used to be." When Naruto said this, people present who knew that Naruto was from the future looked at Naruto with deep meaning. Naruto looked at Sasuke and said, "Sasuke, what Obito said, I think it may not be impossible for you and me to work together." Hearing Naruto say such words, Sasuke looked up and said, "What do you mean?" Naruto smiled slightly, pointed at Itachi and Shisui and said, "Your brother and Shisui brother are both dead, why don't they stand in front of you now? What I mean is, you still don't understand." When Sasuke heard this, he was stunned at first, then looked at Naruto with bright eyes and some excitement, and then said meaningfully, "Naruto, you have really changed a lot." Naruto stepped forward and said, "Sasuke, maybe, this time, you and I can work together." Sasuke sneered, "You and me?" Naruto spread his hands and said, "You and I are originally from Team 7, so cooperation is normal." Seeing this, Itachi also said, "Sasuke, consider Naruto's opinion, maybe he has a way to change this ninja world." In fact, Itachi wants to say that he has a way to change you, but he knows his brother's temper. If Naruto can change him, isn't that a disguised admission that Naruto is better than Sasuke? In this case, Sasuke will definitely be jealous and have to fight Naruto again on a whim. Madara took a look and wondered, is this Sasuke going to be defeated by Naruto? Obito is also observing Sasuke's attitude, and the chakra seal has been prepared. Sasuke looked at Naruto and said, "Tell me how to cooperate." Naruto made no secret of it, the tailed beasts and I are friends, and they are all my partners. After the war is over, they will naturally stand by my side." Sasuke sneered and said, "Being friends with a tailed beast is a shame, Naruto." Saying that, Sasuke looked at the Geto statue over there and said, "As for the source of these hatreds, we should use the Samsara Eye to completely control them to prevent such power from leaking out." Naruto was very calm, because Sasuke's thoughts now were the same as those in his previous life. He did not refute, but continued, "The tailed beasts are indeed my friends, just like 9 tails, they are my good brothers and good companions. Hachi, yes, he is also my good friend. Friends naturally help friends, so you don't have to worry about their power." Sasuke looked at Naruto and motioned for him to continue. Naruto continued, "After you and I cooperate, the next step is to unite the ninja forces to kill Madara and Obito in front of us and calm down this war." "Then what? You go back to run for Hokage? Everyone is still the same as before. In this case, how is it different from what Hashirama did in the first Hokage back then?" Sasuke disagreed very much and said, "When you and I are alive, we can control world peace. After death, doesn't the ninja world repeat the law of historical cycles?" "Won't." Naruto said with great certainty, "I will unite other Kage and establish a ninja military committee." As soon as Naruto said this, even Hashirama looked sideways, and Tobirama's eyes narrowed slightly. "What on earth is Minato's son, Naruto, going to do?" Sasuke looked at Naruto and said coldly, "What is this committee used for?" Naruto's lips curled up and he said, "I serve as the president of the military council and manage all the forces in the ninja world. At the same time, the 9-tailed beasts are all my friends and they will fully support me." Sasuke laughed directly after hearing this. "Naruto, what's the difference between what you said and what I said?" Naruto waved his hand and said, "No, Sasuke, I won't massacre the shadows of each village like you, I just unite them. What's more, you want to use the Rinnegan to control the tailed beasts, and I will let the tailed beasts as my friends, help me." Sasuke said displeased, "What's the difference?" Naruto spread his hands and said, "Of course there is a difference. Behind me, there are companions, friends, close friends, and other partners in the ninja world, and your thoughts are too lonely. You bear the hatred of the whole world alone, why bother? Woolen cloth." Sasuke's eyes twinkled as he was told something that spoke to his heart. Itachi looked at Sasuke and said with emotion, "Sasuke, don't learn from me. The feeling of carrying it alone is too painful and lonely. You can't bear it." Sasuke said angrily, "It's so noisy." Itachi was stunned for a moment, and Sasuke shouted coldly, "Don't underestimate me, Itachi. If you can bear it, I can too." Shisui sighed, this Sasuke was deeply affected by what happened to his brother. If the consciousness of fire is the ninja that is as bright as fire, then Itachi's ninja is like the ninja that protects the village in the dark where the fire cannot shine. Also known as, Dark Hokage. This is somewhat similar to the root created by Danzo. After Sasuke learned the truth about Itachi, he now has to implement Itachi's ninja. However, unlike Itachi, Sasuke is not that kind. He wants to stand at the highest point, look down at the world, and let the world crawl at his feet. He will destroy anyone who dares to fight. Naruto spoke up, "Sasuke, I believe you can do it. Your brother and I have different views on this. I recognize your ability." Shisui gritted his teeth and was worried. After all, Sasuke is Itachi's younger brother, his younger brother. Shisui also took action, and the teleportation technique was launched. As a result, 2 black rods on Sasuke's body stood up and shot directly towards him, knocking back the teleportation Shisui. Naruto stretched out a hand, Sasuke looked at Naruto's hand, a little silent. Itachi also stepped forward and said, "Sasuke, come on." Orochimaru snorted coldly. He knew that Kabuto's consciousness was changed by the distinguished heavenly gods, but the subconscious mind of pursuing the truth was still in his mind. Kabuto stood next to Orochimaru and sighed, Master Orochimaru, I begin to understand why you want to follow Naruto. Ah. Ah. Looking at his brother, Sasuke felt more worried in his heart. Snap. Sasuke didn't know how to answer for a moment, so Naruto boldly stepped forward and said, Sasuke, come here. At the same time, black curse marks began to appear on the body, and they spread quickly. Swish, swish, and 7 or 8 black sticks began to appear on the body. Obito directly seals the seal. In fact, don't you also want love in your heart? My younger brother was taken away, and the older brother felt very distressed. Yes, even in his previous life, after facing the power given to him by Sage of Six Paths, Sasuke's idea was to kill Naruto after sealing it. A black rod on Sasuke's body stood up, and then he came straight over. Because Naruto is his only concern in this world. Without this concern, he will really be alone. When the time comes, he can completely fall into darkness. Even Jiraiya and Orochimaru were looking at Naruto. Wouldn't it be nice to have my brother by your side? However, what I want to say can be done jointly with me, so why do it alone? Sasuke yelled in pain. When Itachi saw this, he felt heartbroken and shouted, Sasuke. When Obito saw this, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the seal changed again. Madara frowned, this Naruto is crazier than him. Naruto's words were like an arrow, hitting Sasuke's heart directly. The Uchiha clan is a typical Brokan. Seeing that Sasuke was about to pass, Obito's eyes flashed with fierceness, damn Naruto, he had to take action. Sasuke was completely controlled, and then his body flew out directly towards Madara and Obito. With a clang, Itachi's Susanoo hand was directly knocked back. Sasuke, Shisui, and Itachi all looked over. Naruto's thoughts were too, heaven-defying. Surprisingly, Naruto did not move, but stood there and watched. Because of this, Minato, Hashirama, Tobirama, and the third generation did not move. Damn it! With that said, Itachi pounced forward, the Susanoo opened his mouth and grabbed it with his big hand bones. Seeing that Naruto was almost speechless, he said decisively, when you and I join forces, I will help you resurrect the Uchiha clan. Sasuke yelled in pain and covered his heart. Naruto watched Sasuke being taken away with a very calm expression. Sasuke flew backwards to Obito, and Madara took it and sneered, Obito, I never thought that you have mastered this seal. Obito snorted coldly and said, same here. As he spoke, Obito came over. Madara looked at him and said, Obito, you should not have forgotten how the plan should be executed. Obito said expressionlessly, of course I haven't forgotten. With a cold snort, Obito stretched out his right hand and, with a loud bang, directly took off Sasuke's Samsara Eye. Ah! Sasuke screamed in pain. Sasuke! Itachi shouted and drove over directly with his Susanoo. Here, in order to protect Obito, Madara drove his Susanoo directly and blocked the attacking Itachi. Itachi is not Hashirama, and Madara defeated him in just a few moves. Itachi flew backwards and was caught by Shisui, who held Itachi down and said, calm down, Itachi. Itachi's eyes were about to spit fire, Sasuke was his only concern in the world, and now his eyes were gouged out, how could he not be angry? Here, Sasuke covered his bleeding eyes and said bitterly, Obito, you be *******D, you actually secretly planted a spell on me. Obito held the bleeding Samsara Eye in his hand, looked at Sasuke on the ground and said, I'm sorry, Sasuke, I'm just taking precautions. After all, there can't be any mistakes in the implementation of the Moon Eye plan. It turns out that you really didn't cooperate with us, and in the end, you even cooperated with Naruto. I have no choice but to take away your Samsara Eye. As he said this, Obito put the bloody Rinnegan in his right hand into his left hand, then raised his right hand, took off his right eye, and then used his left eye to cast Kamui, sucking his right eye in and saving it. Next, put the left hand Samsara Eye back on the right eye, and press it again. During the whole process, Obito didn't even cry out in pain. A few seconds later, Obito opened his right eye and a stream of blood flowed out again. The Rinnegan transplant was successful. Obito blinked his eyes and snorted coldly, "This is the power of the Rinnegan, it's really good." Madara smiled and said, "Obito, don't forget what I told you." Obito snorted coldly, "Don't worry, I won't break my promise. I also ask you to believe me. I also have my own considerations. Please respect me as your disciple." Madara looked at Obito seriously. The seal that Obito had just cast on Sasuke was actually the seal that Madara had planted in Obito's heart. She never thought that Obito had actually learned it. So, Madara was very surprised just now, and he was worried that Obito would get out of his control. Madara wanted to activate chakra to see if Obito's heart seal was still there, but he didn't because he didn't want Obito to find out and cause some changes. Obito walked forward, looked at Naruto, and said fiercely, "Naruto, the real battle begins now." Naruto smiled slightly, and then Obito's eyes widened instantly. Not good. Obito just opened his arms wide. Shinra Tensei. Obito, who had just been equipped with the Rinnegan, was able to master its power skillfully, which shows how thorough his research on the Rinnegan is. Of course, this is also inseparable from the research materials left by Madara. With the warning from the power of heaven, he knew that Naruto was about to attack. Sage Art, Big Ball Rasengan. With a chirp, Naruto dodged directly and used a Big Ball Rasengan, which hit Obito and collided with Obito's Shinra Tensei. At the same time, Naruto appeared beside Sasuke, picked up Sasuke, and then left instantly. Obito's eyes froze. He looked at Naruto who attacked him and said, "Is the sneak attack fake or not? The real purpose is to save Sasuke by using the clone." Naruto pushed Rasengan hard and said, "No. I want to hit you for the same purpose." Thinking of this, Itachi's eyes were a little dark, because he thought that Naruto regarded Sasuke as a brother and would definitely protect Sasuke. Big Ball Rasengan directly suppresses Shinra Tenshin's power of heaven and keeps spinning. Naruto said angrily, "Shinra Tenshin, it's not like I don't know how to do it." Naruto said fiercely, "Do you also want to dance?" Minato said in surprise, "This is the clone, then the main body is." While attacking Obito, rescue Sasuke. Madara was about to dodge, but Naruto's reincarnation eyes turned directly, all things are drawn to the sky. The giant Susan was sucked over, and Naruto punched it down with a fierce hammer. If it is possible to save but not save, that means one thing. Madara's Susanna unfolded directly. Hashirama wanted to go up, but Tobirama held him back. Seeing this, Madara attacked Naruto. Naruto no longer held back, and directly activated the power of the Samsara Eye, because Madara also has the Samsara Eye and can absorb ninjutsu. Why didn't he stop Obito when he clearly had the ability to do so? Obito gritted his teeth, clasped his hands together, and shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a click, and the Rasengan immediately collapsed. Is it Naruto's wish to let Obito take away Sasuke's Rinnegan? Obito was stunned. How could this be possible? Someone could actually tear apart Shinra Tenshin. Sasuke covered his eyes and gasped for air. Speaking of this, Shisui himself couldn't help but be shocked and said, "Naruto, the strength you have shown so far is to crush the opponent, but why do you?" Shinra Tenshin was directly torn apart. With a bang, Obito flew away with one punch. Shisui's doubts were also Itachi's doubts. Naruto's eyes were like lightning, he punched and cursed angrily, "This is for Sasuke." With a buzz, the Nine Tails mode was turned on, and Naruto pushed forward directly, and the clone disappeared, just to hit Chakra with all his strength. Both of them have the real eyes of the Uchiha clan, which are eyes that can see through the essence of people's hearts, but even they can't guess what Naruto is thinking. The Nine Tails Chakra activated like crazy, and a huge Nine Tails Chakra hand emerged from Naruto's back, and then grabbed it directly, and then Naruto roared and pulled the huge hand sharply. Over there, a smile appeared on Obito's lips and he said, I didn't expect that it was the main body that came in person. But, Naruto, you should understand that under the power of heaven, you can't attack. Could it be? Moving his eyes again, Shisui looked at Naruto who was fighting Obito over there, and continued, when the instantaneous body is turned on, it can also directly turn on the Sage mode, plus create a clone, and simultaneously cast the Sage art, Big Ball Rasengan. Naruto is playing chess, and Sasuke is also a chess piece. Shisui looked at Naruto, narrowed his eyes and said, you have already left the Flying Thunder God mark on Sasuke. Shisui and Itachi flew over. Itachi hugged Sasuke with concern and said, are you okay, Sasuke? Naruto was asked, his eyes were slightly narrowed, his eyes were cold, and then, with a bang, Naruto who was standing in front of everyone disappeared. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his huge nine-tails grasping hand, clenched his palms to form a huge fist, and then hammered down hard. With a click, Madara's Susanoo cracked. With a hiss, Naruto hugged Sasuke and fell back. Then, Naruto put a hand on Sasuke, opened his Samsara eye, and with the blessing of the power of heaven, the talisman in Sasuke's body was directly eliminated. Madara's Susanoo was beaten away and was teased by Naruto. Madara was very angry and unhappy. Over there, Obito kicked the ground, drawing a long mark on the ground. Then he removed the power of Naruto's hammer and stopped. He looked at Naruto with a trace of resentment. Pooh! Obito spat out a mouthful of blood, and there was a tooth in it. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed, Naruto, you finally couldn't help it and are going to take action. Naruto snorted coldly and said, the time has matured, it is indeed time to deal with you. Here, Kakashi turned around and saw, the army is coming. Bang bang bang. The sound of uniform footsteps came continuously from far to near. Darui's voice came from the air, the first unit has arrived. Huang Tu landed with his daughter Haidu, the second unit has arrived. The third unit fell one after another, and the deputy captain came to Kakashi. Kakashi turned around and said, the third unit has arrived. Shikamaru, Temari, Ino and others arrived. Shikamaru said, the fourth unit has arrived. Mifune led the samurai and ran over, the fifth unit has also arrived. Shizun, the medical team has all arrived too. Nozomi, sensed the arrival of the troops. The ninja coalition has all arrived. Tsunade, Gaara, and Inoki all walked out of the team. Tsunade had long heard that Naruto had resurrected Hashirama, and hurriedly came over and shouted, Grandpa. Hashirama answered and said with a smile, oh, it's Tsuna. Tobirama also saw Tsunade and said with a smile, Tsunade, it's been a long time since I last saw you, you are still a pretty girl. Tsunade laughed and said, Second Master. Tsunade has not had this feeling for a long time. This feeling as a junior. Now, with two relatives in front of her, she feels particularly safe, just like when she was a child, no matter what happened, there was something in front of her. The feeling of being there. Tsunade looked at Hashirama and apologized, sorry Grandpa, I didn't manage the village that you and the second master left behind. Hashirama comforted him, it's okay, Tsuna. It's my grandfather who didn't handle the historical issues well, and I left it to you, the younger generations. Tobirama sighed and said, there is nothing we can do about this, brother. Gaara and Inoki also came over. On the fourth battlefield, they have all fought together with Hashirama, Tobirama, third generation, and Minato. Kuratsuchi came over and said jokingly, old man, is there something wrong with your waist? Inoki pretended to be majestic and said, go, no matter how big or small, you must know some etiquette in front of Lord Hashirama. Hashirama looked at Kuratsuchi and said, is this? Inoki smiled and said, my granddaughter. Tobirama nodded, felt the chakra, and said, it's a good seedling, we can cultivate it. Inoki heard Second Hokage praising his daughter, and he laughed and said, not as good as Lord Hashirama's granddaughter, Princess Tsunade is very good. Tsunade smiled and said nothing. Tsunade. Jiraiya pulled Orochimaru and walked over directly. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade and said, I miss you so much, Tsunade. Tsunade immediately blushed with embarrassment, punched Jiraiya to the ground, and said sternly, what nonsense are you talking about? Next to him, Orochimaru covered his forehead. Headquarters, there was a bang. Reikage hammered the table, looked at the clone Naruto in the headquarters and said, Naruto, send me to the battlefield quickly, I am not ready at this moment, what do you want me to do with Reikage? The clone Naruto knew that Reikage couldn't wait any longer, and Naruto originally planned to let him go. So, use Flying Thunder God to teleport Reikage directly. Buzz. Reikage makes its debut. Boom. Reikage appeared on the battlefield. Little ones, here I come. As soon as Reikage came out, Kumogakure's ninjas all shouted. Hashirama looked over and frowned, that is. Tobirama glanced at Kumogakure's reaction and said, it should be the current Reikage. Tsunade nodded, confirming that what the second grandfather said was right. Reikage dodged over from a high place and came to Hashirama. First Hokage, hello Hashirama-sama, I am the contemporary Reikage AI. Obito snorted coldly, looked at Naruto over there and said, that guy, Naruto, is our biggest enemy and the biggest variable in our plan, so I want to perform the infinite Tsukimi ritual immediately. 10 Tails appears. Wait a moment, we will come up with a plan immediately. Madara, I wanted to capture 8 Tails and 9 Tails before 10 Tails was resurrected, but I didn't expect that they actually had 2 tricks. Obito, I understand your previous behavior. Behind the 5 shadows, all ninjas are ready. Naruto Kaido asked the 5 shadows to stand in front of the team. Then, as you wish. The whole body is like a bamboo shoot, especially the head, which is triangular and pointed. The mouth is like the fangs of a jackal. Above the mouth is a huge Sharingan with 6 Magatama. Over there, Shikaku also asked the Flying Thunder God team to bring Mizukage over. Obito heard this and stopped arguing. Terumi May smiled and said, after this battle is over, I can abdicate and go back to get married. Reikage frowned and said, this guy, it seems, is more difficult to deal with than 8 Tails in our village. Shikaku, do you have any countermeasures? Here, Madara and Obito dodged onto 10 Tails, and then, 2 tubes came out of 10 Tails' body and were inserted into the backs of Obito and Madara's heads. The ninjas in the ninja force exclaimed, what kind of monster is this? A pair of devil-like arms were spread out and propped on the ground, with a tail flying behind him. 10 Tails opened his mouth, and a sound like a ghost's howl sounded. This is still 10 Tails before it's fully resurrected. Obito nodded, I know too. Anoki snorted coldly, young man, don't be too impulsive, Madara is an opponent that even Hashirama-sama has a headache for. There was a buzz, and Mizukage Terumi May also came over. Ah. Madara said, it's time to summon 10 Tails. Here, Obito, the seal, buzzed, and the Uchiha flame formation withdrew, and then, with a roar, the chakra of the Geto statue faded away, and then quickly transformed into a form. Reikage AI still respects Hashirama very much. After all, the name of a person, the shadow of a tree, and the title of ninja god are not for nothing. Tsunade echoed, when the time comes, I will definitely go have a drink. Tsunade nodded, and the 5 shadows walked forward together and came to the front of the army. Madara and Obito dodged over, and within the Geto statue, they were almost integrated. Hashirama looked at them and smiled, in this way, the 5 shadows are all here. Tsunade, organize the final decisive battle. Headquarters, Shikaku is formulating the first combat method. Madara also looked at Naruto, this guy is indeed very fierce. You are all here. Gaara crossed his arms and said, me too, let's go with Naruto. It's not possible. It takes time to summon the moon. Now, there are too many enemies in front of us. What's more, Hashirama and Naruto won't let us do what we want. So, use the power of the golem to clear them out first. Reikage snorted coldly and said, "That's Madara, right? Staying at the headquarters is suffocating me to death. Please wait for me later and let me go first." Anoki said with a smile, "It is really a wonderful thing to live a long time. I never thought that one day our 5 shadows could fight together." After Madara and Obito agreed, their consciousness began to act, controlling 10 tails to move forward. At this time, the first person to face is the 5 shadows. Reikage gritted his teeth and said, "It looks like he's a big guy. Tsunade, prepare your monster power. The tailed beasts are very powerful. I have experienced this when dealing with 8 tails." As he spoke, Reikage turned on all firepower and the lightning-style armor exploded. "I'll give you a test first to see how strong this tailed beast is." Tsunade hurriedly said, "Reikage, wait a moment." As a result, Reikage rushed out directly. Darui said in shock, "Boss." With a whoosh, Reikage's speed reached the extreme, and his cell activation was maximized. Because he was facing 10 tails, a tailed beast even more powerful than 8 tails, he did not dare to be careless. However, Reikage is still confident. After all, as the Kage of Hidden Cloud Village, he is the most powerful Kage among the 5 Kages today. At the very least, it is okay to test the moves of this 10 tails tailed beast. Bomb me. Reikage comes up with a critical hit and hits hard. Obito and Madara controlled 10 tails to attack with claws and claws. Seeing Reikage, Madara sneered, "He really overestimates his capabilities. As a shadow, I admire his courage, but his IQ is really worrying." Reikage gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Don't underestimate Reikage." With a whoosh, Reikage jumped up high and struck down like a bolt of lightning. As a result, 10 tails didn't even blink, flicked his tail behind him, and with a hiss, attacked directly towards Reikage. Reikage's eyes widened immediately, and he said in surprise, "So fast. There is no other way. If you can't hit the main body, you have to kill the tail first." Saying that, Reikage directly used the Thunder Bomb to attack the tail of 10 tails. With a bang, Reikage's thunder and lightning chakra exploded crazily. "Oh! Break it for me." Obito snorted coldly, became more conscious, increased the power of his tail, and pressed down fiercely, directly cancelling out all Reikage's power. Reikage was shocked. 10 tails was so strong that one tail could crush his own full blow. Seeing that the tail was about to hit him, Reikage was very fast and just dodged it. Just as he dodged, 10 tails' other tail swept directly over. Reikage hummed, and was in mid-air, unable to dodge at all. He had no choice but to subconsciously block with both hands, and open the lightning-style armor to the maximum. With a bang, one tail immediately swept Reikage away. Darui shouted in horror, "Boss!" She hurriedly sensed that, fortunately, the boss's vitality was not greatly affected. Seeing this, Gaara hurriedly used his method, and a big hand of sand appeared out of thin air, trying to catch Reikage. As a result, the impact of the flying Reikage was too great, and it directly penetrated the big hand of sand. With a bang, it hit the ground directly, creating a big crater and stirring up a cloud of dust. "Boss!" Darui jumped up directly, and she also hurried over to check Reikage's situation. Reikage was seen lying in the pit, clenching his teeth, with a somewhat painful expression. "This 10 tails is really strong." Darui and Nozomi rushed down and helped Reikage up. Nozomi hurriedly checked Reikage's condition and found that Reikage had 2 broken ribs. "Master Reikage, please wait a moment, I will treat you right now." With a hiss, Tsunade flashed over. "I'll do it." Nozomi saw that it was Master Hokage coming over, and immediately thanked him, "Sorry for bothering Master Hokage." In the entire ninja world, in terms of strength, Reikage may be stronger than Tsunade, but when it comes to medical ninjutsu, Princess Tsunade is one of the best medical ninjas in the ninja world. Nozomi, who is also a medical ninja, knows this. Whoosh, Whoosh, Hashirama, Tobirama, third generation, and Minato all stepped forward. Mizukage Terumi May directly used lava style and descended from the sky. On the one hand, she attacked the controllers Obito and Madara, and on the other hand, she cooperated with Gaara to restrict Ten Tails' actions. Madara. I'm coming. Seeing that Naruto agreed, Hashirama no longer hesitated and said, well, Naruto, although I don't know what your plan is, from your actions, I can see that Madara is very passive, so I listen your. Looking at Hashirama, Naruto smiled and said, thank you, Uncle First Generation, for your trust. Boom boom boom. Madara frowned, it was this Hashirama again. Tsunade came over, put her hand directly on Reikage's shoulder, and complained, Reikage, you too, rushed forward without waiting for us. Hashirama laughed, and then said passionately, Hokages, let's go. Hashirama, you are too naive. You think your giant Buddha can resist my 10 tails? A flying thunder god's kunai was suddenly thrown over and appeared on the side of Obito and Madara. Madara snorted coldly and said, it's useless. In the face of absolute strength, any tactics are in vain. Obito frowned and said, use continuous explosions to block 10 tails' sight, and then use the giant Buddha to attack frontally, so as to achieve the offensive effect? Not good. Sage art, Shinju Senju. Obito tilted his head, opened his left eye Mangekyo Sharingan directly, pointed it at the side of the empty body, directly used Kamui, and issued the pre-engraved ninjutsu. Under the perception of the power of heaven in the Samsara Eye, Obito instantly realized that someone was about to come. Reikage sighed, I didn't expect this 10 tails to be so powerful. Third generation watched the Kages fighting, looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, aren't we going to help? A whirlpool-like fire style attacked in circles like a swimming dragon. When I came up from the pillars, I didn't talk nonsense at all and went directly to the big Buddha. Fire style, explosive dance. At the same time, Hashirama drove the giant Buddha over. With a hiss, Tobirama flashed over and marked 10 Tails' eyes directly. 10 Tails was very displeased and grabbed Tobirama with one hand, grabbing Tobirama in the palm of his hand. Seeing this, Tobirama shouted, Tandem paper the art of bombs. Because Tobirama was reincarnated from the earth, after using this ninjutsu, his whole body was like a piece of paper, transformed into a detonating talisman, and began to explode in 10 Tails' eyes non-stop. The explosion caused 10 Tails' vision to be severely limited. Sure enough, Minato used Flying Thunder God to teleport over with the third generation. Naruto nodded and said, that's okay, you can go too. With that said, Madara ran directly towards Hashirama. Naruto said, Uncle Shikaku is observing 10 Tails' actions and formulating tactics. On the battlefield, Gaara directly used a large amount of sand to hinder the movement of 10 Tails. Anoki even floated into the air and used dust style to directly attack Obito and Madara. The third generation nodded and understood that the 5 shadows passing by were actually testing the strength of 10 Tails. Tobirama said, after all, they are flesh and blood. Once they are harmed, it will be detrimental to the entire team. Naruto, it's about to happen. Brother, can you leave or not? Tobirama considered that since he wanted to test the opponent's strength, their immortal body was the most suitable. A hissing sound. It turns out that Hashirama and Tobirama's attacks were just a cover. The real key is the third generation and Minato, they are the ones who came to complete the beheading operation. Here, as soon as Minato and the third generation came out, the third generation directly released the shuriken technique. Whoosh! The shuriken collided directly with Bakufu Ranbu. Seeing this, Minato used the power of chakra to attach to the kunai, forming a wind-breaking blade, and shot out 3 kunai again. Obito narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Teacher, it's probably unrealistic to use the same trick again. With a buzzing sound, Minato flashed over. With a chirp, Rasengan appeared, just like before, flying the second stage of Thunder God. Obito didn't even look back. I thought to myself, teacher, I am no longer the person I used to be. Shinra Tenjing. The power of heaven appeared directly, forming a repulsive ball that directly covered Madara and Obito. Minato's Rasengan hit the repulsion ball. Obito moved his steps, looked at Minato behind him, and said with a contemptuous smile, teacher, after so many years, you still haven't made any progress at all. Saying that, Obito raised his hand. Boom! The repulsion ball expanded instantly, sending Obito and the third generation flying away. On the front, Madara concentrates on controlling 10 tails and fighting Hashirama. Madara yelled, Hashirama, come on. Hashirama, here I come, Madara. Tobirama was still blasting, but it didn't affect him at all. Madara directly controlled 10 tails to close his eyes, and the entire 10 tails body didn't move at all. Hashirama controlled the Senju Buddha and drove directly over, and then the Senju directly bombarded them one after another, as if they were going to knock down Madara's 10 tails. You're so naive, Hashirama. Madara stared at Hashirama fiercely, then controlled the 10 tails of 10 tails, rushed over directly, faced those Senju, and was directly smashed. Hashirama frowned, no, 10 tails attack power was too strong, and Wood Style couldn't suppress it. Just as Hashirama expected, the 10 tails rushed over and pierced the giant Buddha in one go. Madara laughed excitedly, then shouted loudly, and opened the 10 tails directly, cracking the big Buddha between Hashirama. Hashirama hurriedly retreated, Madara fell into madness, commanding 10 tails, and controlling 10 tails its tail danced wildly, smashing the giant Buddha to pieces. Hashirama, I told you, you are too naive, I am no longer the person I used to be. Ha ha ha. After getting rid of the giant Buddha in Hashirama, Madara's laughter stopped because there was another annoying guy. Madara controlled 10 tails' hand and touched it directly at the eyes. Because Madara has the Reincarnation Eye and is connected to the tube of 10 tails, it can be directly absorbed by ninjutsu and suck away Tobirama's mark ninjutsu. Seeing that the attack had failed, Tobirama saw that there was no point in continuing the explosion, so he teleported back. Over there, Minato also caught the third generation and teleported back. Here, Tsunade healed Reikichi's injury, and the two of them flew here together. Anoki, Gaara, and Terumi also flashed over. Jiraiya pulled Orochimaru and said, do you have any tactics? Next, let's go together. After all, the ninja coalition is here, and we can't just attack you. Orochimaru looked at Naruto over there, Kabuto stepped forward and said, use my undead army. There are still some undead armies. Also, the undead that were sealed by you before can also be released. After all, they are a force. I can take control and work for you. Reikichi said angrily, you are that Kabuto, right? Let me tell you, this matter is not over yet. After the battle is over, I will settle the score with you again. Gaara advised, now that we are all one, Kabuto is following Naruto, so he is a part of the battle. Reikichi, you don't need to threaten others. Reikichi rolled his eyes at Gaara and said, I don't have as much tolerance as you. There is no need to discuss the matter of digging my father's grave. I have to pull him out and practice alone before I can relieve my anger. After all, you, Kazekage, can bear having your ancestral graves dug up, but I, Reikichi, cannot bear it. Gaara. Anoki glanced at 10 tails over there and said, hey, stop chatting, they're coming soon again. Seeing that 10 tails was about to come again under the awareness of Obito and Madara, Killer Bee stood in front and said, hey, the tailed beasts should let the tailed beasts fight. Naruto, we can't get there. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. At the headquarters, after listening to the tactics given by the clone Naruto, Shikaku was very surprised and said, I didn't expect that, Naruto, you actually have Grandmaster tactics, and it's pretty much what I thought. Gaara, keep using sand. Naruto's current amount of chakra is no joke. As long as he wants to, he can shoot more than a dozen rounds without any problem. Wind release, wind cut technique. Obito snorted coldly, look at the people behind you. They are united now, but after the war is over, they will repeat our behavior. Why bother? Why not let the whole world fall into a deep sleep? In the dream, everyone has their own ideals. Oh. Even Ten Tails narrowed his eyes. The sand dispersed, and all the ninjas had received the tactical information released by Shikaku and were communicating. Naruto stood up directly because he wanted to delay a little more time. Coming. As a result, the shuriken exploded before it reached Ten Tails. Naruto, I said, I will set up a military committee. Hearing these words, Naruto remembered the time in his previous life when he, Nine Tails, Hachi and Ten Tails fought. Madara laughed and said, what kind of harm does a technique of this level do to Ten Tails? No need to hide, just charge forward. Gaara smiled instantly, fighting with Naruto was like fighting with brothers. With a whoosh, a wind-release spiral shuriken was shot directly over, followed by another, and another, and another. Seeing that Obito still wanted to speak, Madara said, during the war, why are you arguing about this? You can't convince them, so just end it with them. Ten Tails has almost accumulated enough power anyway. As he spoke, Obito controlled Ten Tails, wagging his tail, and then swung it hard, and a huge wind struck, directly swinging away the sand and dust. After receiving the news, Naruto looked at everyone and said, start taking action. Boom, 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 boom. This is. Saying that, Naruto was the first to bear the brunt of the attack and directly made a wind-release Raisin Shuriken to appear. The clone Naruto smiled slightly, this was originally the tactic you thought of in your previous life, but I just dictated it to you and added a few minor changes. Uncle Shikaku, let everyone take action. Obito said, simple, look at me. Everyone, for the final battle, go for it. Everyone listen, I finished the tactics in one breath. Leaders of each unit, please pay attention. Everyone listen to my orders and prepare to fight. No, so many ninjas can't stop one of Ten Tails' tailed beast cannons. Gaara opened his big hand, and the sand like a wave rushed directly over. Temari led the wind escape team and swept directly, the two wind forces colliding together. The 4 wind escape balls exploded, and the sand kicked up was like a sandstorm. 5 shadows stood up. Naruto snorted coldly, what's meaningless is your Eye of the Moon plan. What's the point of existing in that kind of genjutsu? Obito saw Naruto standing up and shouted, Naruto, don't do any more meaningless things. Therefore, Shikaku directly asked Ching and Hai to use the technique to connect the ninja troops. Madara's eyes narrowed slightly. Obito and Madara subconsciously raised their hands to block their eyes and said, it turns out it's blocking our view. Disperse. Swish, swish, swish. Countless ninjas, led by the 5 great shadows, began to attack. Shikaku's voice sounded, the enemy has very powerful eyes, which can be seen from Naruto's attack. Blocking the enemy's sight can indeed bring certain combat effects. Hai Yi's voice sounded, Yunin Zhong. She led the Yunin people and rushed to the left front of Ten Tails, forming a seal, lightning style, thunder light pillar. Darui led another part of the Yunin people to the right front of Ten Tails, and made a seal, storm style, Li Fusuasu. Suddenly, the lightning flashed on Shi's side, the light was astonishing, and on Darui's side, in his fists, beams of light like aurora beams shot towards Ten Tails one after another. Such a bright light made it almost impossible for Ten Tails to open their eyes. Obito and Madara also discovered that each other's purpose was to block Ten Tails' vision just like Naruto. When the light flashed, Konoha's Aburame Shurhei clan appeared, and they all formed seals and opened their sleeves, the jutsu of the insect evil civil tool. Hai's voice sounded again, everyone from Kirigakure. The Kirigakure ninjas formed seals one after another and opened their mouths, the art of Kirigakure. Seeing this, Terumi May also joined in and said, everyone in Kirigakure, follow me and blow. With the addition of Mizukichi, the white mist spread very quickly, covering the battlefield quickly. A large number of flying insects are also scattered throughout the battlefield. Shikaku hurriedly shouted, "Everyone from Sand Shinobi, follow up, don't waste the flying dust stirred up by Kumogakure storm style." Temari led Sand Shinobi's Wind Escape Ninja class to the front line, opened his palms and said, "Wind release, the air flow is dancing." With the addition of airflow, the entire Kurigakure technique spreads more widely, and the range is doubled. Gaara also opened his hand, added sand into the storm and said, "I'm here to lay out the plan too." Countless amounts of sand are dispersed into this storm. Lu Jiu was very pleased and said, "Very good, this perfectly blocks the opponent's field of vision, and at the same time, prevents the opponent from catching our figure. We must make full use of this factor." Temari looked at these actions in front of her and was filled with emotion. She really didn't expect that military advisor Shikaku could combine the ninjutsu from each village to create a combination of skills, and the effect was particularly good. He is worthy of being Shikamaru's father. On top of 10 tails, Obito opened it with Mangekyo Sharingan and found chakra full of flying insects. Madara snorted coldly, "You won't be able to sense it normally this way, but these people are enough to think that they can hide and attack us." Obito looked at Madara and said, "What do you mean?" Madara said, "Just blow it away with one shot." Obito frowned and said, "Not yet, I want to retain more of 10 tails strength." Madara glanced at Obito, then sighed and said, "It's up to you." At the headquarters, Hai continued to order, "Yenin people, follow us." Anoki flew over directly and shouted, "Lus, prepare." Huantu led the Yenin people to form seals one after another, already prepared. Earth Style, Earthquake Core. Kakakaka. The blue chakra knives that cut the earth were pushed out one after another, and then merged into one, directly cutting and sinking the land at the feet of 10 tails. The purpose of this trick is to first deprive you of your feelings and then your freedom of movement. 10 tails struggled to grab the cliffs on both sides with both arms, but it was useless because the ground kept sinking, and 10 tails was extremely heavy and could not be grasped at all. Shikaku also passed Hai again, and gave the order with full consciousness, asking the ninjas to retreat, except for those he just named. Hai's voice sounded again, "Everyone from Kurigakure, follow up." Seeing this, Reikage yelled, "Everyone who listens to the military advisor, get out of here lousy." Madara sneered, "Yes. That's how people are. Until the moment of despair, they can't understand that some things are destined." "Huh. It's almost time for 10 tails." Seeing that the action was going smoothly, Shikaku hurriedly shouted, "Everyone from Konoha, follow me, it's your turn to finish." Obito heard this, looked over, and Madara said, "The ninjas of those 5 ninja villages can cooperate so well. You know, they are villages with hatred and war between each other." The 3rd generation came back in a flash, formed a seal, and shouted, "Those of the Sarutobi clan, don't embarrass me, come on." "Yes, we will fight with Reikage-sama." "That's right, let's go." Obito was a little surprised. He looked at the sky and frowned. Madara, on the other hand, was very relaxed and looked indifferent. Here, Shikaku looked at Naruto and said, "We really don't need all the ninjas to attack together. Although Madara is strong, if we let the Taijutsu ninja attack, there will be no problem in attacking. Obito can't penetrate, but it only lasts 5 minutes. As you said, cooperating with the medical ninja, it won't be a problem to fight for 5 minutes." Countless amounts of lime were sprayed out. Shikaku frowned and said, "Now that things have happened, Naruto, what are you still hiding? Other ninjas, retreat quickly." Naruto stood on top, without even rubbing the wind-release spiral shuriken, and shouted, "Everyone, follow the order and retreat." The clone Naruto waved his hand and said, "No, Uncle Shikaku, you don't understand." Hearing this, Shikaku issued an order, "The 5 shadows, as well as the Hokages of all generations, it's your turn to behead them. Fire Style, the art of fierce flames." Hai said excitedly, "It's done." As soon as Shikaku's order was issued, the ninjas present shouted angrily, "What order is this?" There was a cracking sound, indicating that the concrete was solidifying and taking shape. Ten Tails' entire body was motionless. "That's right, the fire has been set and the water has been poured. Now if we are not allowed to go down and kill them, retreat." At the same time, while sinking, another part of Iwagakure, led by Kuratsuchi, came to one side and performed ninjutsu, lava-style, lime condensation jutsu. What order is this? When water and lime meet, they emit a lot of heat, and at the same time, they mix and become concrete. A large amount of water sprayed towards Ten Tails. Shikaku and Hai frowned. At this moment, they were all communicating with their minds, and only the three of them heard it. On Ten Tails, Madara, with her arms folded, looked at the ninjas on the high platform and exclaimed, "Unbelievable. Kirigakure, water style, water bullet technique." With the blessing of the third generation, one after another flames attacked directly towards the concrete of Ten Tails below. Use fire style to dry out the moisture in the concrete and let the concrete solidify. The clone Naruto said, "Ten Tails, the time is almost up, there is no point in letting other ninjas come in." Obito narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the crowd that was about to attack. Sensing the evolution time of Ten Tails in the tube behind him, he said with a trace of ridicule, "So what, they are not a group of pathetic people. The hope they rely on is actually it doesn't exist. That's right, we can't let the shadows rush in, we won't get there." Lu Jiu smiled and said, "The sealing action was successful. Then the next step." After the Reikage shouted, the other Kages also gave orders. There was no way out. The 5 Kage had given the order, and the ninjas had to retreat whether they wanted to or not. Meanwhile, Reikage couldn't hold back any longer. "Damn it, you just controlled Ten Tails to hit me, right? I see, this time, Ten Tails is fixed, what are you going to use to hit me?" As he said that, Reikage directly possessed the lightning-style armor and activated his cells to the maximum. "I'll go first." With a whoosh, Reikage attacked Madara directly. He was fast. Although it was ninjutsu lightning style, his physical attacks were also very powerful. Tsunade, Gaara, Terumi Mei, and Inoki also took action. Gaara used the sand that had been spreading before to condense it directly, forming a hand of sand, and grabbed towards Obito, with the intention of piercing him. Terumi Mei directly used lava style, covering a large area, in order to force the two people to move aside and leave Ten Tails. Tsunade roared, prepared her super strength, and attacked Madara. Since Madara could only use physical attacks, Tsunade's super strength was just right. Inoki is flying in the air, dust style ready, aiming at Obito at any time. As soon as he materializes, he will shoot through him. At the same time, Hashirama used wood style to reinforce and block the Ten Tails. Tobirama, the third generation, and Minato also used their skills to behead Obito and Madara. Jiraiya watched these people go up, and couldn't help but go up too. Orochimaru advised him, "Forget it, let's retreat. If we can't take down those two with our strength, then we should go up. It's useless." Naruto smiled and looked over and said, "Uncle Snake sees things very clearly." Orochimaru smiled and said, "Naruto-kun, since you didn't even go on the field yourself, I understand that you know the other side has a backup plan. Otherwise, why would these ninjas retreat in large numbers? It's to reduce casualties." Jiraiya was surprised when he heard this. "Is this true, Naruto? If the other party really has a backup plan, then Tsunade will be in danger." "No, I have to go too." Naruto's mouth curled up slightly and he smiled, "Uncle Snake, you are indeed the person with the most meticulous eyes in this world." Orochimaru chuckled and started to pull Jiraiya away. Jiraiya yelled, "I'm going to protect Tsunade." Orochimaru scolded, "I'm the Hokage, why do you need me to protect him? Tsunade recovered directly after being injured. What can you do? I'll give you what you can do. Let's go." Uncle Snake, wait a minute. Orochimaru looked at Naruto, who threw a petri dish over and said, put it on Sasuke. Orochimaru smiled and nodded. Kakashi and Kai also retreated. Here, Naruto was left alone. In the distance, the 12 young warriors of Konoha gathered together. Shikamaru put his hands on his hips and said, what is that guy going to do again? Choji said, I was going to grow huge and rush in to kill 10 tails. Rock Lee praised, Choji, good job. Ningxi protected his sister Hinata and frowned, I always feel that the reason for retreating is something. Hinata was extremely worried and originally wanted to stay with Naruto, but Kiba, Shino, and brother Neji all pulled her away, so she came here. Sasuke. What's wrong with you? Sakura ran over, covered her mouth, and was so surprised that tears suddenly flowed out. Sasuke, let me heal you. Sasuke covered his bleeding eyes and said, none of your business. Itachi and Shisui stayed beside Sasuke, and Itachi said, Sasuke, don't be brave, let the medical ninja help you treat him. Sasuke slapped his brother's hand away, you don't have to worry about it. A stone operating table was propped up. Seeing this, Sasuke snorted coldly, Kakashi, you really don't care about everything. Shisui said, Sasuke, if you don't listen to your brother again, I will use distinguished heavenly gods on you. In front of Naruto, even if he failed to show off, the Rinnegan he finally opened was even taken away. Upon hearing that Naruto was planning to make arrangements for him, Sasuke said displeased, you can save me but you don't, why are you asking someone to take care of me now? Kakashi looked at Sasuke and said, Sasuke, return to Team 7 and I will explain your situation to Master Hokage. Itachi turned pale and Shisui glanced at him and said, which pot should I not pick up? With a whoosh, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Kakashi, and Kai came over. Kabuto has always been Orochimaru's best surgical assistant. Taking out the petri dish and some utensils, Orochimaru said, is there anyone who knows how to use earth style to put a stone pillar on the operating table? When Sakura looked at Orochimaru's eyes, she immediately swallowed her breath and was a little scared. In front of his brother Itachi, he had been trying to be a strong ninja, but he never realized it. Instead, he was slapped hard by reality. With that said, Orochimaru greeted, Kabuto, come here and help. Orochimaru squatted down and said, it's nothing, I just obey what Naruto wants. Kakashi looked at Itachi, the genius who entered Umbu at the age of 7, the genocide Itachi, and sighed, I didn't expect, Itachi, you have sacrificed so much. Sasuke was even more angry when he heard that he was going to use distinguished heavenly gods, but after thinking about it and looking at Kabuto flying over, he still endured it. After all, Kabuto's consciousness had been altered, so the heaven-defying ninjutsu, now I even lost my reincarnation eye and couldn't resist it at all. Shisui watched from the side. He was a veteran, and he had a pair of insightful eyes. He smiled and said, Itachi, your younger brother's luck with women seems to be the same as yours in school. Sasuke said displeased, annoying. Sasuke still wanted to vindicate his brother, but Orochimaru came over and said, can you please give way? Kakashi saw this and directly used earth style. Sasuke saw Orochimaru coming over and asked, what are you doing here? When she saw Ino coming and trying to get closer, Sakura felt as if her things were about to be snatched away, so she hurriedly said, I am treating Sasuke. Ino, don't rush forward. The two brothers were both very popular with women when they were young. They were famous in school. Even the young Shisui knew how popular Itachi was. Sasuke snorted coldly and was about to curse when Itachi held him down and said, thank you very much. Kai gave a thumbs up and said, don't worry about me, Lee, it's completely okay. Orochimaru shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he didn't know. Ino also ran over in a hurry and said excitedly, Sasuke. Why are you here? What's wrong with you? Why is your eye hurt? Does it hurt? Shisui laughed. Sasuke was completely embarrassed this time. Itachi, it's all over. So Itachi asked Sakura to treat Sasuke. Sakura is treating Sasuke, first using medical ninjutsu to stop the bleeding, and then repairing the nerves in the brain and eyeballs to avoid secondary damage. Facts have proved that so far, I am a joke controlled by others. After hearing this, Kabuto came over. Ino oohed and awed twice, but continued to express concern. Sasuke, please bear with me, you will be fine soon. Lockley ran over and said, Teacher Kai, how are you? Sasuke finally chose to lie down. He understood one thing, that is, Obito had been using him and had no intention of cooperating with him at all. He was also careless because he didn't expect that Obito would dare to plant a spell in his body. It turns out that after opening the Samsara Eye, under the power of heaven, Sasuke discovered the white Zetsu that Obito left in his body. At that time, Sasuke was still laughing secretly. Little Obito, you want to control me too? As a result, Sasuke directly killed by Zetsu in his body, but retained a trace of chakra, making Obito mistakenly think that he was still under his control. As a result, what Sasuke didn't know was that Obito had already expected it. After all, Madara gave him the Samsara Eye, and he installed it on Nagato himself. How could he not know the power of heaven? Let Sasuke find out and make it clear just to make him think that he is out of control, thus ignoring the real talisman. Ever since, Sasuke said. At the moment, Orochimaru and Kabuto are transplanting a new Sharingan for themselves. This Sharingan was obtained by Naruto from Danzo, and he kept one specifically for Itachi. Because Itachi went to capture Kabuto, Naruto thought Itachi would use Izanagi to awaken Kabuto's real heart. As a result, Shisui directly used distinguished heavenly gods, which resulted in the eyes left by Naruto, which were finally used by Sasuke. With Kabuto joining the team, Orochimaru started performing surgery very quickly. In less than a minute, the eyes are installed. No way, the Uchiha people can transplant eyes so quickly. That is to say, Orochimaru is more cautious and knows how to wear gloves and use chakra to connect the eyeball nerves. After quickly suturing, Sakura came over and said, "Let me help Sasuke with his treatment and recovery." Kabuto said, "Sakura, no need, well surgery treatment, the Sage Jutsu medical treatment I developed is faster than ordinary chakra medical treatment." Orochimaru glanced at Kabuto and said happily, "Kabuto, I'm very proud." After receiving Orochimaru-sama's personal recognition, Kabuto felt extremely satisfied. Arriving in front of Sasuke, Kabuto used Sage Jutsu to absorb the natural energy crazily, thereby converting it into medical power, and continuously instilled it into Sasuke's body. Sasuke felt a strong warmth rushing through his body and said in surprise, "Kabuto, it seems that you have grown a lot in these years." Kabuto licked the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "I am really honored to be praised by both Orochimaru-sama and you, Dr. Snake, Sasuke-kun." Itachi came to Sasuke and said, "Sasuke, quickly condense the chakra, adjust yourself, and recover quickly. The battlefield situation is changing rapidly." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a bang. In the large pit in the distance, 10 tails rose from the ground. The 5 shadows, Hashirama and others were all knocked out, and rocks were flying everywhere. The ninjas standing on the ground exclaimed in surprise. "What's going on? 10 tails is already under control, isn't it? Damn it, it seems like 10 tails has rushed out. No wonder military advisor Lu Jiu asked us to retreat. Could it be that he had expected it a long time ago? It should be that we mistakenly blamed military advisor Shikaku. Maybe he had already guessed that this blockade might not be strong, so he allowed the shadow level strength to increase to prevent us from causing a lot of deaths. Damn it, 10 tails." Orochimaru smiled slightly and said, "As expected, Naruto-kun never does anything unnecessary." Jiraiya sighed, as expected of a father and son. In this regard, Naruto is very similar to Minato. Sakura was surprised and said, "Father and son? What do you mean?" Shikamaru sighed, "Sakura, don't you know that Naruto is the son of the 4th Hokage back then? It is precisely because of this that Naruto was sealed in 9 tails and suffered that fate. Hearing the word fate, Neji frowned and looked at Naruto, who was flying and falling in midair. Neji clenched his fists. Choji frowned and said, Naruto, it's really not easy. Hai said nervously, how can we stop this kind of monster now? Such a huge chakra. The clone Naruto nodded without retorting. Seeing that 10 tails was about to be launched, Inoki immediately condensed chakra and slapped it hard on the ground. Lu Jiu made a sound, moved his head to Hai's palm, felt it, and said in surprise, such a powerful chakra, it's incredible. This, impossible, this kind of differentiation, how powerful the chakra is. This guy Madara is so damned. With a bang, an explosion of fire that reached a height of 100 meters rose directly in the distance. Kakashi said in shock, such a powerful power, it is incomparable to ordinary tailed beast jade. At the same time, 10 Tails' mouth began to condense tailed beast jade. Different from ordinary tailed beast jade, 10 Tails' mouth condensed tailed beast jade like a Mitsubishi pillar. Shikaku looked at the clone Naruto, narrowed his eyes and said, Naruto, how should we play the next chess game? I feel that the water polo is almost completely divided into 2 water polo. Madara, we have to use Hashirama cells to strengthen the restraint. By the way, Obito, don't you want to try 10 tails in this state? In the distance, Hashirama and others had fallen to the ground after being swept away. Looking at the white thing, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Headquarters. Hinata said pitifully, Naruto-kun. Sakura looked at Naruto over there, she really didn't expect that when she was a child, the child without parents she talked about was actually the son of a hero. Shikaku looked at the sensing water polo who was about to transform and said, judging from the chakra that is bursting out now, it rarely moved before and did not make too many attacks. It seems that it is accumulating chakra in preparation for further transformation. Obito said unconvinced, come again. 10 tails swayed from side to side, and it was very difficult for Obito and Madara to control it. Madara frowned and said, it's wobbly, but the control is still not good. With a bang, the ground was raised. Obito sneered, of course I want to try it. Hai hurriedly said, Lugio. Ah. As he said that, a white cell root-like object emerged from Obito and Madara's bodies and inserted directly into 10 Tails' body. Obito, 10 Tails has become more conscious, and it's becoming more and more difficult to control. The clone Naruto looked at the sensory water ball, folded his hands on his chest, and was silent in thought. Shikaku raised his head from Haichi's palm, opened his eyes, looked at the clone Naruto and said, Naruto, as you expected, 10 Tails has not been blocked by us. With a whoosh, 10 Tails' attack was launched. With a buzzing sound, Obito clasped his hands together to strengthen the restraints and control 10 Tails. As he spoke, Obito looked at the ninjas below with a hint of ferocity and shouted, let me tell them what despair means. The clone Naruto smiled and said, I didn't originally plan for it to be blocked, but I didn't expect that with the addition of Master Hashirama's wood style, it couldn't be suppressed. Damn it. So, condense again, and then launch. There was a loud bang, and another one went out, directly destroying a town in the distance. On the battlefield, 10 Tails looked like a weird giant with a huge bamboo shoot growing on its back, and its 10 tails turned into 10 soft palms, constantly flying in the air. The ninjas couldn't sit still. A city so far away suddenly disappeared. Damn it, those are all our family members. I was on the battlefield just to protect them, but the result. So, our village is also in danger, as well as those famous people. No, we have to stop it. The ninjas were very angry. Reikage looked at the extremely tall guy in front of him, gritted his teeth with hatred, and roared, Bai. Where is Bai? Killer Bee flashed over and said, Brother, what did you call me for? Reikage AI dragged his younger brother and shouted, Quickly transform me, the tailed beast turns into 8 tails, don't you know how to see *M? Condensate the tailed beast jade with me, *. blast him. Reikage is extremely angry. If this continues, the tailed beast Jade will disappear as soon as it reaches Yunin village. As the ninjas said, they are on the battlefield. Why are they fighting so desperately? It is to protect their families. Now, their families are being threatened. Gaara glanced at Naruto, floated over and asked, Naruto, do you want to take action? The real Naruto glanced at Sasuke over there and said, well, it's almost over. Here, Obito controls 10 tails again, and then 10 tails condenses a tailed beast Jade and shoots it out. With a whoosh, this time it was still a distant target. Niji looked at the target direction of the tailed beast Jade and said in surprise, this angle is headquarters. Sense the water polo. The clone Naruto smiled slightly and said, excuse me. Hai suddenly trembled, frowned and said, Lujio. Lujio seemed to understand, looked at the ceiling and said, so this is where the aim was. Looking at the clone Naruto who was about to leave, Shikaku suddenly understood, and he suddenly laughed. Originally, the ninjas around the sensing water ball were all sweating, thinking that they were going to die in the next moment, and that the tailed beast Tama was about to bombard them. As a result, Shikaku's laughter resounded throughout the entire audience. Chin asked in confusion, Lujio, what are you laughing at? Shikaku looked at the back of the clone Naruto and said, Haichi, do you feel like you're back when you were teaming up with Minato? Hearing Shikaku's words, Hai was stunned for a moment, then thought about it and suddenly became enlightened. Don't tell me, it turns out that this is why the clone Naruto is always here. Lujio smiled slightly and said, this boy, like his father, never does anything unnecessary. Moreover, this boy's prediction is even better than his father's. After saying that, Shikaku didn't care about the tailed beast at all, and continued to think. Suddenly, Shikaku thought of a countermeasure, and immediately asked Hai to connect all the members on the battlefield. As a result, as soon as they were connected, Shikamaru shouted, Dad! Are you listening? Hurry up! The tailed beast is attacking from you. Ino is crying loudly too. Shikaku coughed a few times and said, stop shouting and listen to my orders patiently. Naruto is here with me. It's okay. Shikamaru hummed and looked at Naruto not far away. This kid is not in front of me. Why did Dad say where he is? Oh, clone. After thinking about it, Jiraiya patted Sai on the shoulder and said, are you interested in starting a side business with me after the war is over? Shikamaru's eyes widened and his whole forehead was covered with sweat. Then, Shikamaru hurriedly shouted, Dad! Dad! Are you still there? It turned out that the clone Naruto directly burst out chakra, partially transformed into 9 tails, directly dug up the entire sensory headquarters, and then directly took the headquarters and flew to the pre-marked location. Naruto muttered, it's really okay, you wouldn't have come over. Great! Ino hurriedly came to Naruto, pulled his sleeve and said, Naruto, isn't your clone there? Why didn't you respond? Woohoo! Sai simply blinked, and then said happily, yes, it would be an honor for me to follow Jiraiya-sama. Hinata smiled and said, it's okay, I understand. Hinata shook her head. Ino knew the relationship between Naruto and Hinata and apologized, Hinata, I was just too happy, so. Kakashi scratched his head and spoke out. Minato looked at his son and Hinata on the paper and said happily, Naruto, you have the same demeanor as I did back then. Kushina, it would be great if you were here too. My son has really grown up. Minato blinked and said, really or not, Mr. Jiraiya? Ah. Hinata, how are you? There were no injuries on the battlefield, right? Boom. In front of Hinata, Naruto panicked for the first time. Regardless of whether he was reborn or not, Naruto's heart was always unbalanced when facing his wife Hinata. Madara smiled and said, now the leader of the coalition is gone, that's fine, this is the foundation. As a result, if the entire building falls, there will inevitably be shaking and dust flying up, so people in the room will cough. Ino was also stunned. Naruto? Is the clone Naruto beside his father? Subconsciously, Naruto looked over to Hinata, and sure enough, Hinata came over. He also coughed a few times and praised, "It's okay, you gave birth to a good son and saved our lives." Naruto was a little surprised. Ino kissed him excitedly. He really didn't expect it. Jiraiya looked at Sai's painting and praised, "Hey Sai, right? Your painting is pretty good, it's so lifelike." In a forest, the Perception headquarters stands on the ground. A few seconds later, Shikaku's voice came again, ahem, cough. "Damn, Minato, your son is really awesome." A huge explosion rose from a distance. Obito and Madara flexed their muscles. Obito snorted, "It's a hit." Sai was afraid that Minato would not be able to imagine the scene, so he drew a few consecutive pictures and said, "Master Fourth Hokage, this is the scene at that time." "I was there, I know it." Jiraiya laughed. "But nonsense," the clone Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground and continued to absorb Sage Jutsu chakra in case of emergency. Jiraiya said, "I'm not kidding you anymore," so he called Kakashi over and told him how Naruto forcibly kissed Hinata. The clone Naruto leaned against the thick soil and gasped for air. It took a lot of chakra and energy to move such a large building at once. Naruto-kun. On the battlefield, Minato scratched his head and said with a smile, "Shikaku, what's going on?" No response. Jiraiya walked up to Minato, put his arm around Minato's shoulders and said, "Minato, look, that's your future daughter-in-law." Ino jumped up excitedly, and when she was so happy, she rushed over to Naruto, hugged him, kissed Naruto on the cheek, and said excitedly, "Thank you Naruto." Madara frowned and said in surprise, "Isn't it already hit?" "How could it be?" Obito gritted his teeth, narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at Naruto who was looking at him with a smile on his face. He understood that it was this guy who was responsible. Naruto's mouth curled up, looking at Obito and shouting, "This time, I won't let you hurt the people around me again." Obito was enraged. He knew that the purpose of attacking the coalition headquarters was completely defeated, because Naruto could transfer the first time and the second time. In addition, what puzzles Obito is how did this guy know in advance that he was going to attack the enemy headquarters? No. He couldn't possibly know. Obito overturned this conjecture in his heart, and there was only one possibility, that is, Naruto made prejudgment arrangements in advance, thus avoiding such a situation. What a means! Obito was very frightened. Facing Naruto, he felt frightened for the first time. In the past, he had to face it alone. If something unexpected happened, it would probably be considered as his lack of ability and he didn't expect it. Now Madara has come out in person to control the 10 tails with him. Faced with this kind of situation, accidents can still happen. This shows that Naruto is the biggest obstacle to this battlefield and the Eye of the Moon plan. We must get rid of this guy Naruto. Obito said with a look of hatred. Madara said, "Oh," very surprised why Obito suddenly had so much resentment towards this Naruto. Obito stared at Naruto and said, "Ever since this Naruto appeared and took away Nagato's Rinnegan, the plan you arranged has not gone smoothly for me. After Nagato, and now Sasuke, who is next? Right now, we are controlling 10 tails to carry out the attack. This guy has made corresponding preparations in advance. Moreover, from his expression and eyes, can you see the slightest hint of fear?" Hearing what Obito said, Madara looked at Naruto. Indeed, there was really no fear in this guy's eyes, but he was very calm. Madara frowned and said, "Then what do you want to do?" Obito gritted his teeth and said, "Kill him first." Saying that, Obito directly increased his consciousness, forcibly controlled 9 tails, waved his big hand, and continuously attacked Naruto. As a result, I didn't wait for Naruto to take action. Just like in the previous life, a classic scene appeared. 8 trigrams air palm. With a bang, Neji dodged directly in front of Naruto and knocked back 10 tails huge palm with one palm. Naruto, don't be dazed. Neji shouted, and then said, Uncle Shikaku has issued an order, are you listening? Naruto nodded and said, of course I'm listening, and I'm not in a daze. As he spoke, a huge nine-tails chakra hand appeared behind Naruto, grabbed Neji directly, and threw him behind him. Hey, Naruto, what are you doing? Neji was suddenly thrown behind and shouted in confusion. Naruto responded without looking back, this time, let me stand in front of you. Neji was slightly startled when he heard this. What do you mean, you are babbling, what do you mean, let me stand in front of you this time? Here, from Naruto's heart, Kurama's voice came. Naruto, chakra has been condensed. Naruto clapped his hands and said, Shingshi, let's do it. With a buzzing sound, Naruto transformed into Jinming again, and the nine-tails chakra coat was put on again. Multiple shadow clone techniques. Bang 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 bang. Dozens of Narutos were summoned. Shikaku's voice hurriedly came again, Naruto, you are the key to the victory of this war, so everyone should protect you. Don't break out chakra casually, wait for my order. Naruto nodded and said, I understand, but I also have things I have to do, let's go. With a whoosh, dozens of Narutos all separated and ran in all directions, while the main body of Naruto remained in the seal state. In other words, your position is very delicate now, and you must obey my words. Do you understand? Madara. There are 5 more palms, Hashirama, Tobirama, 3rd generation, 4th generation, Jiraiya followed up one after another, not falling behind at all. What? Huh? What is this? Dozens of shadow clone Naruto ran quickly, and in less than a minute, there were red dots everywhere on the battlefield. The reason why you don't want me to die is because if you want to be truly resurrected as a Jinchuriki, I must sacrifice my life to you and use the 6 paths reincarnation technique. Okay Naruto-kun. Snap. Madara touched the Hashirama cell column protruding from her chest and said, Obito, in this current state, the only thing we can do is control it to this extent. As a result, all 10 of 10 tails palms opened up, and small black dots began to appear one after another on the palms. Obito looked over with slightly narrowed eyes. Madara didn't hide anything and said directly, I want to be the Jinchuriki of 10 tails. First, I must get rid of the corpse reincarnated in the dirty soil and become a living body. It's really hard to fight, and it's hard to make any progress at all. Firstly, the current ability to control 10 tails is not very perfect. Secondly, the 10 people below all have shadow level strength, which is equivalent to 1 palm against a shadow. Madara sneered, okay, then it's up to you to decide what to do next. Neji and Hinata instantly had 9 tails chakra. With a bang, Tsunade attacked with a strange punch and shouted, as long as I am here, no one can harm me, Naruto of Konoha village. An imperceptible smile appeared on Madara's lips, then she took a deep breath and sighed, the little devil back then has become much more cunning. Obito snorted coldly, stretched out his hand and faced downwards, and shouted, Naruto, do you think you can avoid despair like this? You are too naive. Here, Obito saw the opportunity and controlled 10 tails attack again. The main body of Naruto was still in the seal state and was about to take action. As a result, Tsunade dodged directly. Obito's eyes widened, what is this? All 5 shadows are on it, 1 person with 1 palm, it is easy to deal with them. Wood style. The art of cutting. Obito turned his gaze back to the battlefield, raised his hands and said, keep fighting, and next, I will tell them thoroughly what true despair is. Obito said displeased, listen, I have never regarded you as my companion, and I have always treated you as your pawn, just like I did to Sasuke. Obito snorted coldly, and all 10 tentacles of 10 tails unfolded, attacking directly. Obito snorted coldly and said, you who were reincarnated from the dirt have always liked to drag people to burials, but you didn't ignore self-destruction and fire 10 tails-tailed beast jade at the coalition forces at your feet because you were afraid that I would be implicated and die. Madara looked down. Although Obito controlled 10 tails, it was really difficult to fight against these people. A single spark can start a prairie fire. If you don't become a Jinchuriki next, it seems like you won't be able to control 10 tails. Let's see what's going on. Bang bang bang. Gaara got F asterisk 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 ed, Anoki got F asterisk 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 ed, Jerome May got F asterisk 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 ed, and Reikage got F asterisk 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 ed too. The main body Naruto shouted, "Everyone put out your palms, I will give the 9 tails chakra to everyone. Hinata, Neji, hold out your palms." It turned out that after dozens of Naruto clones dispersed, they all came into contact with the ninjas. 10 tails' 10 palms were all opened, and the densely packed small black dots continued to shoot out black thorns one after another. On the battlefield, Naruto's 9 tails chakra has been completely transmitted. What I pass on to you is the 9 tails chakra, which can enhance everyone's abilities and resilience. Everyone, please be aware that this is a wood-style technique. If you are penetrated, you will die. Every Iwagakure ninja, prepare to take cover. Naruto told everyone all his inner thoughts through the linked 9 tails chakra. After roaring, Naruto immediately condensed chakra, 10 shadow clone, rubbed them with one hand, and each threw out a wind-release spiral shuriken. Buzz buzz. The high-speed rotating wind spiral shuriken directly and accurately hit the 10 palms of 10 tails, and the wind ball produced by the explosion cut countless wood-style inserts. Successfully bought a certain amount of time for the ninjas. Madara narrowed her eyes slightly and said, "His rhythm is indeed very good, but this also reveals that he wants to protect too many things." Obito looked at Naruto and remained silent. Here, after learning about this situation, Lus from Yenin village was the first to jump out. Earth style, earth flow wall. Huge boulder bulge. Lus roared, "Ninjas of Iwagakure, protect your comrades." Oh. Earth style, earth flow wall. The ninjas of Iwagakure village, with the blessing of Naruto's 9 tails transformation into chakra, used earth style one after another. Ninjas from other villages hid behind earth style, forming bunkers one after another. After the wind escape, countless black spots shot down, and the ninjas in other villages also used ninjutsu. Fire style, great fireball technique. Water style, water barrier. Lightning style slash. Wind escape, big snare. Under the influence of Naruto's 9 tails transformation into chakra, everyone's ninjutsu is 6 to 7 times more powerful, even more powerful than usual. It's amazing, the power keeps coming. That's right, with my lightning style slash, I can actually cut more than 10 meters in one go. Normally I can only cut 2 to 3 meters. Shinshi, this is the power of Naruto 9 tails, it's too strong. What are you afraid of now? Brothers, let's F asterisk asterisk K him together. Oh. Suddenly, the fighting mood of the ninjas was very high. Here, Ninji flashed in front of Hinata and returned to heaven. As a result, a person flashed over first. Sage Art, Big Ball Rasengan. Dang, dang, dang. Blocked them all directly. Neji turned around for a long time and felt lonely. But he still looked at Hinata first and said, "Hinata-sama, are you okay?" Hinata nodded and said, "Brother Neji, I'm fine." Then, Neji looked at Naruto depressedly and said, "Hey, Naruto, don't make a shadow clone and follow me and Hinata, okay? You go and fight on your own." Shadow clone Naruto smiled and said, "Ah. This time, I can't let anything happen to your genius." Neji frowned, "What a mess." Shadow clone Naruto laughed and murmured, "Boruto, Himawari, I have an uncle this time." On the battlefield. Above 10 tails. Madara crossed her arms, as if watching a show, and said, "Obito, it seems that this round has no effect. There are no missing ninjas below. Moreover, after that guy Naruto transmitted the 9 tails chakra, the strength of these ninjas has been greatly enhanced." Obito gritted his teeth and said, "You don't need to remind me." With that said, control 10 tails and continue the attack. Shikaku snorted coldly and sent an order through his consciousness, "We can't let him continue to be so arrogant." The Akamichi clan, Choji, enter. Choji shouted loudly, "Okay, Uncle Shikaku, from the Akamichi family, follow me, the art of doubling." Roar! The 3 members of the Akamichi clan doubled in size and became a giant, grabbing 10 tails armed directly. Choji shouted, "Shikamaru, Ino, are you ready?" Shikaku, "Shikamaru, Ino, it's up to you, Ino Shikamaru, don't let everyone down." Ino, heart-to-heart technique. Shikamaru, the art of shadow imitation. With a chirp, Ino instantly entered Obito's body. Inside. Obito gritted his teeth and said, "TSK, come again." Shikamaru's side, the shadow imitation technique has been captured. 10 tails was under control instantly. Shikamaru gritted his teeth and said, "No, 10 tails chakra is too powerful. Someone needs to come to support." Shikaku roared, "Everyone from the Nara clan, come to me." Oh! The people of the Nara clan formed seals one after another and shouted, 10 tails, don't underestimate the people of the Nara clan." Countless shadows gathered together to form a huge shadow catcher, controlling 10 tails' body. Here, Madara frowned, looked at Obito, controlled the arm he could control, and came to support. Shikaku shouted, "Lus, it's your turn." Here, the Lus has condensed the chakra, and the seal says, "Earth style, the art of Yamanaka." 2 huge, semicircular stone protrusions directly clamped 10 tails. 10 tails had no choice but to use his remaining arms to hold up the stone holding him, otherwise, he would be pinned down. Seeing this, the other Iwagakure followed Captain Huangtu, pressing their hands on the ground to control 10 tails. In this way, the Akamichi clan controlled 3 arms, the stone suppressed the remaining arms, the Nara clan controlled the body, and Ino's heart changed and controlled Obito. Madara frowned and said, "Damn it, these guys come one after another." Shikaku continued to shout, "Vanguard, Kai, Lee, come on." Oh! Flying Thunder God second stage. In an instant, 10 tails lost control and went berserk. It is indeed a taijutsu. Compared with ninjutsu, the pressure and real injuries caused by it are not even a bit stronger. Lee, 8 gates Duanjia, the 6th gate of view, open. The time has come to express your youth. Lee, give this guy to you, leave that one to me. With that said, Obito removed the chakra that controlled 10 tails, opened his hands directly, raised his hands and said, "Shinra Tenjing." Countless people followed Naruto and flew up together, attacking like a big bird. Killer Bee transformed into 8 tails. Kai and Lee stood on 8 tails' arms. Killer Bee shook it fiercely and said, "Yo, go ahead." Madara was very unhappy. The giant Buddha rose again between the pillars, aiming directly at the controlled 10 tails and firing. The huge repulsive protective ball unfolds directly. Madara is on the side, helping Obito control 9 tails and stabilize his body. 2 white tigers appeared out of thin air and attacked Obito and Madara directly. Just after Dehu, Kai and Lee's next attack came. Kai directly faced Madara, because he knew that Madara was very powerful. As for Obito, the technique would stop after 5 seconds. There was an interval. Shaoli had just used Day Tiger, which consumed a lot of physical strength. Naruto 9 Tails Chakra was there to deal with it. Obito, it's not a big problem. Madara was still preparing to absorb ninjutsu, but the next second he realized something was wrong. This was not ninjutsu, this was taijutsu. The huge arms waved, and the Akamichi clan and Choji finally lost their grip and were suddenly freed. Here, Naruto directly threw a wind-release spiral shuriken into the sky, cutting off 2 10 tails arms. He turned around and shouted, "Every Kage, come up. Physical attack begins." Naruto shouted, "Everyone come together." Aiming at the target, Shaoli and Kai released the technique together. Rasengan. Shaoli followed the not gesture and said, "No problem, Teacher Kai." Hiratora directly impacted the repulsive ball, and Obito felt tremendous pressure. Obito gritted his teeth, he was not willing to be beaten like this. Flying Thunder God Slash. Hit Aura. Cut. Kaiji gestured, took aim and said, "Lee, it's no problem." Understood, Teacher Kai. You control 10 tails, I'll defend you. Kai, 8 gates Duanjia, the 6th gate of view, open. 4th generation, 2nd generation, Flying Thunder God throws it over, and instantly goes over to attack. The 4th generation and the 2nd generation performed their famous stunts one after another, cutting off the control of Obito, Madara and 10 tails in one fell swoop. Below, Shikamaru gritted his teeth and said, "No. The power is starting to become violent."
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.